Chapter 1, A Length of Black Cloth. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Fan Shin struggled to keep his eyes open. He looked at his fingers, counting off all the worthwhile things he'd done in his life, but the slender fingers on his right hand, thin as chopsticks, didn't get past 5. With a sigh, he gave up trying. The smell of hospital medicine was always so pungent. The other day, the old fellow in the next bed had passed away, and in a few days, he'd probably be next. He'd contracted some sort of strange disease, and there was no strength left in his muscles. It seemed like the kind of sickness some hero in a romance novel would get, one where if you didn't get to a hospital, you'd eventually end up unable to even fart or burp, only being able to produce tears. But I'm not a romantic hero, Fan Shin mumbled. Unfortunately, the muscles in his jaw had wasted away to such an extent that this came out as a vague string of nonsense. He stared at his middle finger, filled with self-pity. I'm still a virgin. He'd done nothing worthwhile his entire life apart from helping old ladies cross the street, giving up his seat on the bus, being a good neighbor, letting his classmates copy his test answers. Fan Shin was the classically useless nice guy. His parents had died a while back, and so it was just him at the hospital, waiting for his life to come to an end. Nice guys finish last. One quiet and lonely night, Fan Shin felt as though his throat muscles were losing strength, as they were no longer able to tighten or loosen up, and his breathing muscles gradually lost their strength, like a rubber band losing its elasticity. He had no idea where that neat young nurse had gone. By his side was an old lady, her eyes filled with pity as she rambled on. Am I going to die? His fear of death and thirst for life had stirred up complex feelings he'd never known before, and the fact that the last moments of his life would be spent with this old lady instead of that cute nurse he'd been waiting so long to see no doubt added to his sorrows. Feeling miserable, his eyelids drooped, and he cast his hazy eyes toward the black curtain hung over the hospital ward window blocking out the sunshine. Life is lonely as hell, he thought. Feeling miserable, a single drop of liquid fell from the corner of his eye. Fan Shin felt rather miserable, licking away the tear that had found its way to the corner of his mouth. To his surprise, he found that his tears were not only salty, but also slightly fishy. The hospital bathed him so rarely, could it be that even his own tears had started to stink? In his thoughts, he couldn't help but curse. Look at you. You have tears streaming down your face. Do you really still think you're some kind of hero? But he soon realized something wasn't quite right. How come he could still stick his tongue out to lap up the tears? The doctor said he'd lost the ability to move his tongue a while ago. Now the only use for it was letting it slide easily down his esophagus, blocking his respiratory tract. He'd become one of the few geniuses to commit suicide by swallowed tongue. Later he found that it was becoming easier to open his eyes. His line of vision opened up, his eyesight becoming sharper than it had been even before he had contracted this disease. The view before his eyes was bright and clear, and he saw something made of bamboo right in front of him. Fan Shin, dumbfounded, separated the bamboo rods, and found himself facing an astonishing sight. A dozen or so figures stood, menacing, and clothed in black from head to toe. Each of them held something sharp in their hands, and raising it in the air, they hacked away at themselves. For a moment, he couldn't be sure if this was a dream or some strange near-death experience. Instinctively, he drew his head back and threw his hands in front of his face, acting as any normal person would in such a situation, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Ha ha ha! The sound of endless tittering filled the air. It was followed by a great chorus of melancholy groans, and finally, silence. After a moment, Fan Shin felt a sense of unease. He cautiously separated 2 of the fingers on the hand he was hiding behind, covertly looking through the gap. A bamboo basket lay in front of him, dividing the space before his eyes into strips, and through the holes, he could clearly see a dozen or so corpses lying on the ground, blood pouring onto the floor, the stench of it filling the air. He saw it all too clearly, and the terror rendered him temporarily unable to move. But soon after, he suddenly thought about his own hands. Could they move now? Had he really recovered? What the hell had he just seen? Was it a dream? If he awoke, would he find himself lying in his bed, unable to move, awaiting death once more? If that were the case, he might as well never wake up. At least his hands could move, at least his eyes could blink. The thought saddened him, and he wiped his wet face with his hand. He took his hand away and looked at it. It was covered in blood. The liquid that had dripped from the corner of his eye had been someone else's blood splashing onto his face. Fanshan stared blankly at his hands, his heart pounding. These aren't my hands. In front of him was a pair of delicate and beautiful hands, covered in blood. They looked like flowers blooming in a slaughterhouse. They certainly weren't the hands of an adult. He was overwhelmed by the shock of it. His consciousness adrift in crashing waves, he could only stare blankly, filled with endless doubt as terror gripped his entire being. It was the Qing Kingdom's 57th year, and there was still no end to the Emperor's battle campaign against the Western barbarians. Count Sinan rode alongside the army, while the Empress Dowager and the Council of Elders governed in the capital. On this day, there had been a fire at the Taiping courtyard, located on the outskirts of the capital, on the banks of the Lujing River. A group of killers prowled the night, taking advantage of the blaze and rushing into homes, slaughtering everyone in sight in a horrific massacre. A young servant in the courtyard fought back while carrying his young master as he was chased by a group of killers in dark clothing. The two sides fought by the southern gate of the city walls. The ambushing warriors had not expected this physically disadvantaged youth to possess such unfathomable strength, and after reaching a hill, they came across reinforcements whose identity made their blood run cold. The Black Knights, the fearsome killers, cried out as they fell in their own blood, pierced through by crossbow arrows. The reinforcements rode on horseback, clad in black armor and enshrouded in moonlight, as if emitting the faint glow of soul eaters. Each of them had only their standard military-issue crossbow, but in a volley of shots, they had taken down most of the killers. Shielded in the midst of the cavalry was a middle-aged man sitting in a carriage. His complexion was pale, and a sparse beard grew upon his chin. He looked at the young man carrying the child upon his back, nodded, then clapped his hands gently. That clap was the signal to attack. A squad split off from the cavalry, and like a reaper's scythe in the night, they charged relentlessly into the bloody fray, laying waste to the rank of killers. Suddenly, a sorcerer emerged from amongst the killers. Lifting his staff, he began to chant an incantation. They all felt the rumbling of some unspeakable force gathering on the hills. The man in the carriage frowned slightly, but he did not move. From his side, a shadow leapt out into the night sky, soaring upward like an eagle. With a crunching sound, the sorcerer's chanting stopped, and his head was wrenched violently upward from off his shoulders, his blood spilling like a shower of rain. The man in the carriage shook his head. "These sorcerers from the West just don't understand," he said. "In the face of true strength, magic is about as useful as a minister's writing brush." Dozens of cold-as-steel riders made sure the perimeter was clear, clenching their right fists in a gesture to signal to the others that the killers had been completely vanquished. The ranks of the cavalry split, and the carriage slowly rolled forward, coming face to face with the young servant. With the aid of his subordinates, the man moved from the carriage into a wheelchair, his legs too damaged to walk. He pushed himself along, unhurriedly approaching the epicenter of the battleground, while the young servant remained straight as a ramrod. Looking at the bamboo basket on the young man's back, the wheelchair-bound man's pale face turned red, finally betraying some hint of color. "At last, you've made it," he said. The face of the young man, carrying the basket on his back, was covered by a strip of black cloth. In his hand he held a black iron, dagger-like chisel, the blood dripping slowly from its point. He was surrounded by the corpses of his ambushers, their throats covered in blood in what seemed to have been the deadly blow. "I need you to give me an explanation for this." His eyes covered with black cloth, he spoke coldly, his voice untrembling and without a trace of emotion. The wheelchair-bound man's pitying look at once turned conspiratorial. "Naturally, I'll give you an explanation," he said, "but I also need to give one to your master." The young servant nodded, and got ready to leave. "Where are you taking this child?" the middle-aged man said coldly, sitting on the wheelchair. "You're blind, mind you. Don't tell me you're making young master wander the world with you?" "This is the young lady's flesh and blood." "That's the master's flesh and blood too," the middle-aged man in the wheelchair continued coldly. "I guarantee that I'll find a very safe place for young master here in the capital." The other man shook his head and stretched the black strip of cloth on his face. The middle-aged man in the wheelchair knew this boy would listen to no one but that young lady. He couldn't be given orders, not even by his own master. Sighing, the man reasoned, "Everything going on in the capital will be taken care of once the master comes back, so why must you take him away?" "I do not trust your master." The middle-aged man furrowed his eyebrows slightly, as if disgusted by what he just heard. He paused for a brief moment, then said, "A young child has to nurse, to learn words. Can you provide those things?" He laughed mockingly. "You, blind man? What can you do other than murder?" The other man didn't get angry, merely nudging the bamboo basket on his back. "You two seem only capable of slaughter, cripple." The middle-aged man let out a chilling laugh. This time it was only those high-class noblemen in the capital. "After the master comes back, I will naturally start cleaning them up." The blind youth shook his head. The middle-aged man lightly massaged his wheelchair with his hand, as if guessing what it was the other feared. A moment later, he frowned. "I know what you're afraid of, but in this earthly world, only the child's father can protect him. Is there anyone else with the power to help him escape such a nameless danger?" The blind youth suddenly spoke, his voice still emotionless. "A new identity, a new life left in peace." The middle-aged man thought for a moment, then nodded with a smile. "Where's the place?" "Danjo Port. The master's mother is currently living there." After some silence, the blind youth finally accepted this arrangement. The middle-aged man, smiling, rolled his wheelchair around in behind the blind youth. He then reached out and picked up the child in the bamboo basket. Looking at the child's cute face, which was delicate and snow-white, he sighed. He really does take after his mother. So beautiful. He suddenly laughed out loud. This little thing is sure to grow up and make a name for himself. His subordinates, who had been standing far away in silence, suddenly heard their superior let out such joyous laughter. While their expression remained unchanged, deep down, it shook them to their core. They had no idea how important this child was. The blind youth tilted his head and took the child back. Although he was more innocent than regular humans, he still didn't want the baby's face getting too close to the hands of this venomous serpent, while at the same time using one syllable to express his question out of polite courtesy. The middle-aged man smiled, looking at the child's face. There was something indescribable and terrifying in that smile. He is only 2 months old, and yet he wiped away the blood on his face. Having experienced tonight's scary events, he is sound asleep. Just goes to show. Suddenly he lowered his voice, making sure not even his subordinates could hear what he said next. He is the child of the Tianmai. That middle-aged man held tremendous power in the capital, his methods cruel and without equal. Any law-breaking official who ended up in his hands would spit out the truth in no more than 2 days. His gaze was even more sinister, but as extraordinary as he was, not even he realized that the child wasn't soundly asleep, but had instead fainted from fright. Tianmai, Tian refers to the heavens, whereas Mai refers to the bloodline. Tianmai, then, describes the heavenly bloodline left in the human world, a bloodline which, according to the legends of this world, awakened in the human world every few hundred years. This bloodline could manifest through unyielding and overpowering combative strength, such as that belonging to the general from the distant ancient country of Naz. During a historically critical moment, one in which his country was on the verge of perishing at the hands of barbarians, he assassinated much of the original barbarian Congress using his courage and vigorous combat capabilities. Then there were those Tianmai who showed exceptional talent in areas like art or wisdom, such as a couple from West, Bo the scholar and his playwright wife, Fubo, both of whom died 300 years ago. Of course, nobody could prove that the reason the bloodline remained in the human world was because of heaven's concern for the suffering and pain of humans, though in truth, these beings brought much more than peace to the human world. Furthermore, all Tianmai vanished without a trace, neither a person nor country could find a clue as to their whereabouts. They disappeared as suddenly as they came, leaving only obscure records, though nothing that could prove their existence. Coincidentally, the middle-aged man in the wheelchair was one of the very few people who knew that this rare phenomenon truly existed. For some unknown reason, after Fanshan died, his soul came to this world, and remarkably into the body of a baby, whose father or mother turned out to be Tianmai, who surfaced on the mainland. By dawn, the battlefield had been cleared, and the carriage slowly moved along the stone road towards the east. Behind the carriage was the bizarre scene of a team of cavalry clad in black and a sickly pale middle-aged man in a wheelchair. The carriage went over a rock, the sudden motion awakening the sleeping baby, who had been lying on the silk cushion. The baby's eyes soullessly looked away from his savior's face and towards the front of the carriage, his line of vision unlike that of any other baby. It was crystal clear but unable to focus, and there was a strange and indescribable to it feeling as well. Not one person knew that the soft and fragile body of the baby accommodated a soul from a different world. Eyes were on the scenery when the curtains of the carriage lifted, a breeze passing by and revealing a corner view of green mountains and the retreating stone path in the distance, like an endless display that kept on rewinding. In front of the carriage, a blind boy held tightly to his iron rod, his eyes covered by a black cloth that blanketed both his eyes and the day. Chapter 2, Story Time. Chapter 2, Story Time. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Danzhou Harbor lay to the east of the state of Qing, near the sea. Since the recent completion of the ports in the south, and with the sea route to the west that was opened up early on, the state's center of trade had moved south. As a result, Danzhou Harbor was gradually forgotten. The formerly bustling port had quieted down years ago. Seagulls flew freely, no longer harassed by annoying sailors. The local residents of Danzhou Harbor, on the other hand, had not experienced much change in their lives. Although their income had decreased, the emperor had been exempting them from paying taxes for years, and they continued to lead comfortable lives. Not to mention that the seaport was very beautiful and, now quiet, it naturally became more livable. Once in a while, some big name would come to Danzhou Harbor and build a manor. However, as it was so far from the imperial capital, few of the officials really settled down there. Perhaps only the old lady who lived in the house to the west of the city could be counted as one. It was said that the old lady was the mother of Count Sinan, and moved to Danzhou Harbor in her retirement. Everyone in the city knew that Count Sinan was favored by His Majesty. He was never dispatched in accordance with normal practice, but stayed in the imperial capital and worked with the Treasury Department. So, most residents showed sufficient politeness and respect to the house. Children, however, did not understand these things. It was a sunny day. The adults were sitting in the pub, enjoying the salty moisture carried in by the sea breeze, eating brined plums and drinking liquor from goblets. A crowd of teenagers surrounded the stone steps outside the back door of Count Sinan's estate in the western part of the city. Approaching them, a funny scene would be revealed, as the teens were listening to a small kid of 4 or 5 years old. The small boy was adorable, with eyebrows that seemed painted on and a pair of bright eyes. Though his voice was childish, the tone of his speech was as mature as an adult. Heaving a sigh, he made a gesture with his small arms and continued, Truman walked toward the wall and found a ladder. He climbed the ladder, step by step, and found a door. He pushed the door open and went out. And then? Then, he was free again, the small kid pouted, appearing impatient that the teens would ask such a basic question. You must be kidding? Why didn't he, that Chris? Christoph, interrupted another teen. Yes. Why didn't Truman beat up Christoph to vent his anger? He had been imprisoned for years. The small kid shrugged and said, no. Hush. So boring. Young Master Fan Xian, today's story is not as interesting as the one from a couple days ago. Then, what kind of stories do you like? An ethereal journey. A great epic. Hush, said the small kid called Fan Xian, extending his middle finger at the bigger teens around him. He admonished, fighting and killing are unhealthy, digging all over for treasure makes nature unwell. Suddenly, a furious shout came from the courtyard, "Young master, where are you?" Imitating his gesture, all the teens flashed their middle fingers, a most spectacular sight because of the large number of kids. They made a collective hush, and ran away with laughter. The small child, Fan Xian, stood up from the stone steps, patted the dust off his rear, turned around, and ran into the courtyard. Before he closed the door, he glanced with his clever eyes at the young, blind boss of the grocery store across from the house, displaying a complexity of emotion that did not match his age. He then gently closed the door. It had been 4 years since Fan Xian had come to this world. During that time, he gradually came to the realization that he was not dreaming. He truly did arrive in an unknown world. In some ways, this world appeared the same as the one he remembered, but in others, it was not the same at all. Overhearing the gossip of the servants in the Count estate, he had finally deciphered his identity. He was the bastard son of the capital's Count Sinan. In stereotypical stories of rich and powerful families, a bastard son was easily hated and persecuted by the wife and concubines. His honorable father, who had no real power, seems to have had only one son. To carry on the family lineage, Fan Xian was sent to Danzhou Harbor, far away from the capital. Over the years, he had become accustomed to his identity. Still, the soul of an adult trapped in the body of a child has to withstand experiences completely different both physically and psychologically. A normal person would probably go insane. Luckily, in his previous life, Fan Xian was bedridden for many years due to a neuromuscular disease called myasthenia gravis. Compared with his miserable former life, the slight difficulty in moving now was nothing at all. Though living in the body of a child, he had adapted well to his current life. What he was most unaccustomed to was his name. At the age of 1, the Count sent a letter and gave him the name Fan Xian and the style name Anji. It was not a good name. In the dialect of his hometown, it sounded like a curse, meaning freak. His form being that of a mere baby at the time, he had no way to express his opposition using words. At the start of his hospital treatment in his former life, Fan Xian could move his head. He often begged the cute nurse to buy him pirated DVDs and books. Living in the Count's home, he learned that the Countess was a kind woman with a reputation for coldness. In fact, she cared for Fan Xian very much. The servants never treated him differently for being born a bastard. However, he was still upset because he could not communicate with anyone. How could he tell the servant girls that he came from another world? How could he tell his teacher that he could read every character in his books? So, he often snuck out the side door to play with the non-royal children. Much of the time, he regaled them with stories from the movies and novels of his homeworld. It seemed that he wanted to remind himself of something. He wanted to remind himself that he did not belong to this world. In the other world, he had movies, internet, and porn. He didn't know why he told the kids about the Truman Show today. With its unsuspecting plot and without the charming Jim Carrey, he should have known that the youth of Danzhou Harbor would not like it at all. But he told the story anyway. Deep in his heart, he felt his situation to be ridiculous. Why would he suddenly, so close to death, be reborn in this new body? He couldn't help but think of that movie. Maybe the people on the streets and the seagulls in the sky were props? Just like the Truman Show. Truman finally realized that his reality was fake. He resolutely sailed until his boat punctured the wall of the dome, and he found an exit door. But Fan Xian knew that he was not Truman. This world was real, not some huge movie set. So he found himself telling stories every day to remind himself that he belonged to another world. How ridiculous it all was. Chapter 3, The Nameless Yellow Book. Chapter 3, The Nameless Yellow Book. Translator, Nio_bo_studio editor, Nio_bo_studio. The one good thing about being reborn would probably be having 4 limbs that one could be active with. Xian was grateful for this fact. It would be difficult for people who never experienced the kind of disease he had to feel the sort of happiness he felt. He took comfort in the fact that this was perhaps God's gift to him. It took him 4 years to finally figure it out. Since he had an opportunity to live again, why not make the most of it? If God had blessed him with this new life and he had wasted it, wouldn't that dishonor God? Since he could move now, why not move even more? All the servants of the count's house knew that this young master, born of a concubine, was an extremely active child. "Young master, we're begging you. Please, calm down." It was during that moment that Fan Xian was sitting at the very top of the fake mountain in the courtyard, smiling as he looked out toward the distant sea. To the maids, it was clear that a 4-year-old boy who climbed such heights and smiled with such maturity was insane. Gradually, more people gathered around the fake mountain, with 7 or 8 servants eventually forming a hasty circle around the mountain. Although Count Sinan was appreciated by the emperor, he did not earn a lot of money and was of low-ranking nobility. Even if he did earn a lot of money, he couldn't possibly spend it all on his mother and illegitimate child. That's why there were so few servants in the count's home. Fan Xian looked down from the fake mountains at the faces of the panicking servants and could not help but sigh. He obediently climbed down. It was only a bit of exercise. Why all the fuss? The servants were used to the peculiar maturity with which the young master spoke, and so simply ignored the quirk as they took him away to his shower. After washing Fan Xian until his lips were bright red, his teeth sparkling white, his body smooth and smelling good, the maid held him up and smiled whilst rubbing his cheeks. Laughing as she said, "Young master looks exactly like a little girl. I wonder what lucky lady will be blessed with you in the future." Fan Xian naively did not reply, as he wasn't the kind to use a 4-year-old's mouth to flirt with a maid in her teens. He refused to do something so tasteless. He would wait until he was 6 to take on such a challenging task. "Time to sleep, kid." The maid patted the little boy's bottom. All of the servants found it odd that despite the young master's age, he was already developing an unruly attitude, and yet at the same time, he maintained the self-discipline and diligence of a grown man. Like during his nap times. Those that had a normal childhood would remember how they had to fight with demons who would try forcing them to sleep during a sunny afternoon. One knew these demons by the name of Mom, Dad, or even their teachers. But young Master Fan Xian never needed anyone to force him to sleep. Every day at noon, he would put on his cutest, most innocent smiling face and return to his bedroom obediently to sleep, never making a single sound. The old lady did not believe it at first, often shouting at the maids to keep an eye on him. She thought that the boy was using sleep as an excuse to mess around and play on the bed. However, after keeping an eye on him for half a year, she realized that the boy was indeed sleeping, dead to the world and often difficult to wake up, even when shouting at him. From then on, the maids didn't pay much attention, and just kept guard outside his room. It was summer, so naturally the maids were tired, their bodies tilting to the side. The small fans in their hands moved softly, and occasionally, a firefly would dance in the wind created by the fan. Back in the bedroom, Fan Xian climbed onto his bed and uncovered the mat, carefully retrieving a book that he had hidden. The cover of the book was a light yellow, and it was showing its age. There was not a single word on the cover, but the borders were embroidered using unknown motifs. These motifs curled on their final stroke, like clouds or the wide sleeves of ancient clothing. He gently opened the book to page 7, which showed the illustration of a man. A part of the man's body was obscured by red lines, and even though the boy couldn't discern what paint the red lines were made with, they created an illusion that made them seem as though they were slowly moving in some direction. Fan Xian sighed. He looked for on the outside, and he had to be careful not to reveal his true self. Fortunately, he had the book to pass the time with. The book was given to him by a blind youth named Wu Zhu when he was very little. Fan Xian had always thought of the young blind man, who was a servant of his mother in this world. Trapped in the body of the baby, he had lain in the arms of the blind young man while traveling from the city to the port. Perhaps the young man did not anticipate a baby remembering anything, but as Fan Xian was not an ignorant baby on their travels together, he could tell that the young man truly cared for the toddler with all his heart. For some unknown reason, the young man left after dropping him off at the Duke's no matter how the old lady had persuaded him to stay. Before he had left, he placed the book next to the baby. Fan Xian always had suspicions about the situation. Did the servant have no reservations about him learning on his own? After some thought, he realized that the reason was because he was still a baby at the time, and it would have been thought impossible for him to recognize the words, so naturally there was no problem. However, Fan Xian could read the text of this world, and after the dramatic change that had happened to him, he believed, without a doubt, in the existence of gods and devils. He was even more certain that the book looked exactly like a prop on a Hong Kong wireless television drama, some kind of spiritual training to Jinchi. 1. It was a shame that there was no name to the book, otherwise he would have been out on the streets asking the neighborhood kids if this Jinchi spiritual training method was any good. Thinking of this, Fan Xian laughed out loud. Since God let him relive his life, he was going to treasure this opportunity. Nigong, too, was something good that did not exist in his world, and even if this nameless spiritual training method on Jinchi had been a bunch of nonsense, it didn't stop him from starting to practice with it at the age of 1. It wasn't far off from starting practice in the womb, and you couldn't get any earlier than that. No one born in this world, not even the masters worshipped by the people, not even if they were geniuses, could be on the same level as Fan Xian, who started Jinchi training at such young age. What was it called? This is the early birds getting the worms, this is stupid birds flying first. In any case, surely he would not be as stupid as kids who got their first glimpse at martial arts, right? While Fan Xian was thinking about this, he could already feel the Jinchi flowing. It slowly circulated the lines of the drawings in the book, and flowed into his body. This was an extremely soothing sensation, as if warm water was cleansing every inch of his body and organs. Gradually, Fan Xian fell into meditative state and comfortably slept on his bed. 1. Essential Qi. 2. Exercises to benefit the internal organs, the art of building up one's strength through breathing and other exercises of the internal organs. Chapter 4, Practice and Study. Chapter 4, Practice and Study. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. In truth, Fan Xian did not know that he was practicing a profound spiritual art. If he had become a soldier, he would train carefully, practicing with utmost caution, and ask for the aid of a teacher or the watchful eye of a trustworthy friend. The most dangerous aspect of this practice was in the fundamentals. When accumulating one's qi in the dantian and shuashan, the pubic region and the coccyx, an enormous discrepancy will arise between the reaction speed of the practitioner's body and spirit. The most direct consequence of this is the immobilization of the practitioner's bodily functions, which will leave them in a vegetative state. When this happens, the inexperienced practitioner may falsely believe that they have lost control of their senses, and forcibly channel Jinchi into the organs. If they are both fortunate and exceptionally strong, they may be able to redirect the body's scattered Jinchi into the meridians, but this will all be for naught. If this happens to a novice, they may begin to panic, and this may lead to actual demonic possession. Though also a novice, Fan Xian could not only kept control of his senses, but was able to comprehend this mysterious feeling with more ease than some of the strongest practitioners. This was partly thanks to the experiences of his previous life, and partly thanks to luck. When he had begun to practice manipulating this obscure Jinchi force, his new body was that of an infant. The innate energy he had drawn from his mother's body had not yet completely returned to the world, it remained within him. Thus, his training advanced effortlessly so that, miraculously, a great part of this innate Jinchi remained in his meridians. Consequently, those obstacles which are most likely to stump the average practitioner were no trouble for Fan Xian. In his previous life, Fan Xian's illness confined him to his sickbed for a number of years, and he was long accustomed to his brain having no command over his body. So when he first encountered this situation, he did not panic, but instead felt the warmth of the memories of his past. Thus, during his first attempt at practice, just as he became vaguely aware of his qi, it dispersed. When this left him paralyzed, he remained unafraid. It was exactly his absence of fear which kept his mind clear and undisturbed, allowing him to easily surmount this most challenging of obstacles. From that point on, his practice became easier. He needed only to contemplate the secrets of the art, and he would enter a meditative state. This helped Fan Xian sleep soundly throughout his daily nap. Even thunder did not wake him. Most practitioners found it difficult to enter such a state because it was largely reliant on chance and coincidence. To be able to meditate during one's daily nap like this child did was an indescribable luxury. Heaven truly smiled upon him. As soon as he awoke, he found his cute little face writhing against a towel held by the servant girl who washed him. In the afternoon, he began to study in the library under the tutor whom the Count had specially invited from the Eastern Sea to teach him. This tutor was not particularly old by any means, no more than 30. Yet his body gave off the decrepit odor of someone much older. Literary culture had greatly improved across the state of Qing over the past decade, and ever since the publication of the scholar Huxi's discussion on literary reformation, battle lines had been drawn between old language and new language. The so-called old language was what Fan Xian remembered to be classical Chinese, while new language was similar to written vernacular Chinese, though perhaps a bit more refined. Fan Xian's tutor was an ardent classicist, and so Fan Xian spent every day poring over one classic text or another. Although these classics were rather different from the 4 books and 5 classics, the classical literary canon of Fan Xian's world, they were astoundingly similar in moral content, and even featured the same schism as that between Confucianism, Moism, legalism, and Taoism. When he had his first lesson, Fan Xian started wondering just where he actually was. It was a stuffy summer and the humidity hung in the air of the library. The tutor opened the south-facing window and the crying of the cicadas carried by the cool, refreshing breeze penetrated the room. He turned around and saw his young pupil slumped over the table, lost in thought. He was about to summon up some words of rebuke, but somehow lost the mettle to do so when he looked upon his charge's fair, gentle face. In truth, he quite admired the boy. Though young, he spoke eloquently and knew quite a bit about what their forebears had written on virtue. For a 4-year-old urchin, it was really quite impressive. The tutor also had doubts. Count Sinan seemed so anxious, and the demands in his letter had been so great that he felt forced to obey. Now he had to begin teaching the scriptures to this young child. If it were any ordinary person, they'd only be studying a few characters at that age, puerile stuff, really. At the end of the lesson, Fan Xian politely saluted his teacher and respectfully waited for him to leave the library. Then he shed his outer layer of clothing, already drenched with sweat, and ran out of the library. The anxious servant girl followed, rushing after him shouting, "Be careful!" He stopped when he reached the courtyard and a silly, innocent smile spread across his face. Like a little adult, he swaggered into the room and, upon seeing the old lady sitting in the center, yelled out sweetly, "Nai. 1." The old woman smiled kindly, the deep wrinkles on her face showing her age. Only occasionally, her eyes would flash in a way that let people know that this was no ordinary old lady. It was said that Count Sinan owed everything he had to this woman's presence in the capital. "And what did you learn today?" Fan Xian stood politely in front of her chair and told her everything he learned from his tutor that day. After saluting her, he went to the side courtyard to eat with his younger sister. The relationship between the old lady and her grandson was a strange one, perhaps because Fan Xian was an illegitimate child. Though the old woman never mistreated him, she expected a lot from him, so there was always a slight feeling of distance. Fan Xian remembered this old lady cradling him as he cried when he was just a newborn. She could never have imagined that a newborn baby could understand what she said to him, let alone remember it so deeply. "My child, it's okay if you want to blame your father for this. Poor little one. Just born, and your mother's no longer with us." History, this was perhaps the biggest question on Fan Xian's mind. The moment he arrived in this world, he witnessed a murder. He knew that his father was Count Sinan, whose face he had never laid eyes on, but who was his mother? That year, Count Sinan had followed the emperor's army on his expedition to the west, and the murderers had come to kill Fan Xian's mother. His body was home to a soul that had come from another world, so he could never feel any sort of filial emotion toward the Count. But, from time to time, he thought of that long-dead woman whom he called mother. 1. Nai, or grandma, referring specifically to one's fraternal grandmother. Chapter 5, The Nocturnal Visitor. Chapter 5, The Nocturnal Visitor. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. What are you thinking about? As the two servant girls were serving food, the young girl sitting next to Fan Xian asked, pouting. Her skin was slightly ashy and she was somewhat skinny, so she looked rather pitiful sitting next to the fair and genteel Fan Xian. Fan Xian stretched out his hand and stroked her downy hair, chuckling. I was wondering what you usually eat when you're in the capital. This little girl, even younger than Fan Xian, was Ruoruo, Count Sinan's daughter and Fan Xian's half-sister. She was such a sickly child, and the countess felt sorry for her granddaughter, so the girl had been brought to Danzhou the previous year to recuperate. Though she had been coalescing for nearly a year, it had no noticeable effect. Her hair remained wispy and thin. In a noble family such as the Count's, there was no shortage of food, so it couldn't have been malnutrition, it was likely a natural debility. Fan Xian and the young girl got along very well. Although he saw himself as being something of an uncle to her, he was really there to provide company. He often took her out to play and told her stories. In the eyes of onlookers, however, this was evidence of their deep sibling bond. It was Fan Xian's status as a bastard that caused some awkwardness. It wasn't proper to compare him to the Count's legitimate daughter, so the servant girls took pains not to bring up the Count's business in the capital. She answered her brother's question earnestly, twiddling her fingers, telling him of all the things she ate when she was in the capital. But as she began to list them, it seemed that all she could think of were candied hawthorn fruits and little dough figurines. By the time they had finished eating, it was late. The sun had sunk halfway beneath the horizon and dense crepuscule enveloped the courtyard. Ruoruo, you're such a weakling. Stop being mean. Okay, what story do you want to hear today? Snow White. Fan Xian smiled. He was lucky nobody else was around, because it would be most unsettling to happen upon this 4-year-old boy smiling that wicked smile that only adults are capable of. How about I tell you a ghost story? No. Horrified, Ruoruo shook her head vehemently, her ashen cheeks suddenly damp with tears. It was clear that over the past year she'd already suffered enough ghost stories. Tormenting young girls was one of Fan Xian's vices. He was an expert at menacing the servant girls, and often told them ghost stories which would incite incessant shrieking and leave them huddled together in bed, trembling. Though he couldn't tease them verbally, lest he arouse suspicion, he still enjoyed their soft, perfumed embraces. He reassured himself that he was still a child and needed physical contact. There was nothing shameful about it, it was a natural desire. And whenever the servant girls got curious, the young master is still so little, how does he know so many scary stories? Fan Xian placed the blame squarely on his tutor. And so the servant girls came to look on the tutor with mistrust. Count Sinan spent so much money bringing him here to teach the young master, and he spends all his time telling ghost stories, scaring the life out of the poor little lad and scaring us girls half to death. What an awful man. After wrapping up the last ghost story, 2 of the servant girls were frightened senseless. They washed the young master and tucked him into bed. It seemed like a normal night. Fan Xian rested his head upon the hard porcelain pillow, then went to his wardrobe and brought out a winter robe. He folded it up into a rectangle and used it as a pillow. He rested against the pillow, but his eyes stayed wide open. The dark night shimmered. He couldn't get to sleep. Even though he had come to accept many things about his reincarnation into this world, there was still one thing he couldn't get used to, that he had to be asleep by 9 o'clock in the evening. He'd spent enough time sleeping on his sickbed in his past life. He felt along the surface of the bed and discovered a nook where he would not be seen. He relaxed and, naturally, his jinqi began to slowly flow. He soon entered a meditative state. A moment before he entered this state of emptiness, Fan Xian wondered, how should I live in this world? Just how should he spend the decades ahead of him? He was just about to drift off into the harem reveries that he had conjured up so many times in his former vegetative state when he was woken by an unexpected guest. Are you Fan Xian? There was someone at the foot of his bed with icy cold eyes and unusually brown pupils. With just one look, Fan Xian knew that this was not a benevolent visitor. It was a polite enough question, but when asked in the middle of the night by someone who had snuck into one's room, face concealed, dagger in hand, and with small bags tied about the waist, it was a somewhat disconcerting one. Fortunately, Fan Xian was not a normal 4-year-old boy. If he were, he would have cried out upon seeing this strange man. He was also acutely aware that a visitor who could so stealthily infiltrate the Count's estate was a man of great means and little mercy. If he were to cry out, he would certainly be killed. Thinking this over, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel some pride in the fact that, even in the face of death, his cognitive skills remained sharp. He coughed twice, trying to keep the fear in his heart from bursting forth. Disguised as this adorable young boy, he pounced. "Papa, you're finally back." Eyes brimming with tears, the 4-year-old boy threw himself into the embrace of this would-be murderer, his arms clutching his waist. Yet the child's arms were too short, so he could only grasp onto his clothing as if he feared the man would run away. Perhaps he had grasped too firmly. With a rip, the boy tore a strip from the man's clothing. The night visitor furrowed his brow. He couldn't figure out how to react, so he tore himself away from Fan Xian's embrace and stood there dumbfounded. He seemed to be trying to figure out why Count Sinan's bastard child would call him Papa. He was perplexed. His clothing was made from the finest materials, even a blade should have trouble tearing it. How did this young child rip it with his bare hands? Yet Fan Xian was even more puzzled than the man. When he was all alone, he had used his time in the rock garden to test the power of his jinchi on the stones. When he discovered that his slender little fingers could just barely crush softer stones, such as turquoise, he developed confidence in his capability for self-defense. Fan Xian had managed to use the distraction of his childish tears to get his opponent to let down his guard. He focused all his strength into his fingers, fully expecting to be able to stop his assailant in his tracks. He hadn't expected that he'd only tear away some clothing. It seemed like something serious was about to happen. Chapter 6, The Pillow. Chapter 6, The Pillow. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Although Fan Xian was only 4 years old physically, he carried a grown man's soul within him. The bloodshed that had surrounded him on the day of his birth into this world was imprinted upon his mind and had always weighed upon him heavily. He knew that one day, his own mysterious past would catch up with him. It seemed that today was that day. His sneak attack had not been successful. His pathetic tears, intended to confuse this unexpected visitor, were of no use now. He quickly racked his brains in search of a means of escape. If he cried out, his assailant would make short work of him. Currently, the man wasn't moving. He was clearly still confused by Fan Xian crying out Papa. Seeing that his sneak attack had been ineffective, Fan Xian decided to rely on the innate advantage of his youth. He looked up into the visitor's eyes and wailed, "Papa! Papa!" As tears streamed down his face, he nervously continued to plot his escape. "It's no use pretending, young Master Fan." The visitor's tone was indifferent, and yet seemingly without a trace of menace. "You're a smart one, it seems. Quite an instinct for self-preservation for one so young. But it should be quite obvious to you that I am not Count Sinan." The night visitor gestured with the knife in his hand, and then moved toward Fan Xian. Fan Xian's face remained streaked with perfectly innocent tears, but his heart pounded. "Who are you?" he sobbed fitfully. "Your father sent me to find you. So don't scream." The night visitor's eyes were tiny, brown, and not particularly pleasant to look upon. The wrinkles in the corners betrayed his age, and his manner of speaking reminded Fan Xian of dirty old men who tried to trick the young servant girls into relinquishing their maidenhood. But Fan Xian didn't give anything away, and he perfectly played the role of a frightened child, startled and slightly angered. "You're not my papa." Then, as if he hadn't seen the knife in his assailant's hand, he turned tail and climbed up on the bed, grumbling. "I don't even know what my papa looks like." The man laughed darkly, advancing toward the bed. Suddenly, turning around and looking behind the visitor, Xian's eyes flashed with surprise as he shouted out, "Mama!" It wasn't exactly a great diversion. He would have not been fooled had anyone else tried it. After all, the night visitor was a great master who owned an entire laboratory in the capital. But as he had no reason to suspect this young boy of trickery, the night visitor believed him when he heard his cry out, "Mama!" The night visitor's face betrayed a look of shock as he whipped his head around to look. Of course, behind him was only a tightly closed door and the deep dark night. A thwack echoed throughout the bedroom. His head covered in blood, the man fell to the floor. In his hand, Fan Xian held a chunk of the porcelain pillow. Still rattled, Fan Xian looked down at the man, gripping the severed chunk of porcelain tightly. He gritted his teeth, raised his arm, and brought it down full force upon his attacker's head. There was a sickening thud. Despite the fact that this night visitor was a grand master, he'd be out of it for a while thanks to the blow from that pillow. A servant girl's voice arose from outside. "What was that?" "It was nothing. I dropped a cup. We'll clear it up tomorrow." "Tomorrow? If young master steps on it, then what will we do?" "I said we'll deal with it tomorrow." Hearing such a forceful response from the usually gentle and innocent young lad, the servant girl decided not to press the matter. Fan Xian went back to one side of the wardrobe, and with some difficulty, pulled out a heavy winter quilt. He tore it up into strips with his fingers, twisted it, and securely tied up the man who lay on the floor. At this point, he discovered that his back was soaked in cold sweat. A sudden fear gripped him. This was the first time he'd ever tried to kill someone, in either his previous life or this one. He wasn't sure whether he'd actually killed the man or not, but he'd taken a great risk. If this man was a skilled fighter, then Fan Xian's own little life would have undoubtedly been snuffed out. Passing his hand over the night visitor's cloth-covered face, he found that he was still breathing. He wasn't sure why, but he suddenly got it in his head that he should do his visitor in for good. He shivered. It seemed he had become so hard-hearted after his rebirth, he was almost ready to do something so heartless, without even the slightest hesitation. He was unaware that deep within his heart, he saw himself as someone who had already died once. His rebirth in this world was a particularly precious gift, and he would not allow anyone to threaten his life. It was a simple principle. Just as one can only realize the strength of wine after one gets drunk, one can only know the value of life after one has died. Gripping the knife in his hand, he pondered. He still wasn't sure whether he should kill this nighttime visitor who lay on the floor. Suddenly, he thought of someone, and a smile crept across his face. Quietly, he pushed open the door, and crawling through a hole that the dogs used to come in and out, he came to the shop that stood on the street corner outside the Count's compound. Tap tap tap. He knocked gently on the shop's door, his voice low so that no one else in Danzhou could hear him in the night. But Fan Xian knew that the person inside would hear the knocking. Although he pretended not to know him for the past 4 years, when things came to a head, Fan Xian thought of him as the only person he could trust. "Who is it?" The vendor's dull and emotionless voice came from the shop. Fan Xian wondered if this man really was the same as he was outside the capital years ago, meticulous in all his affairs. He rolled his eyes, and in a quiet voice he responded, "It's Fan Xian." Sure enough, the wooden shop door opened without a sound, and the blind youngster stood at the doorway like a ghost, startling him. Fan Xian looked at the person who had brought him to Danzhou Harbor. He looked at this man with cheeks that seemed untouched by time these past 4 years and eyes covered by a length of black cloth, and he couldn't help but wonder, how was it that this man hadn't aged at all? Chapter 7, The Guest. Chapter 7, The Guest. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. With an unconscious assassin lying on his floor, he had little time to ask questions. "Someone came to kill me," he said, getting straight to the point. "I knocked him unconscious and he's lying on my floor." The blind youngster cocked his head slightly. His heart skipped a beat, but his face didn't move an inch. He bowed his head courteously. "Young Master Fan, what on earth are you talking about?" "There's no time to pretend. You know who I am." Fan Xian laughed. No matter what, he'd always pretend he didn't know him. Pulling the blind boy along by the hand, he tried to lead him back to the estate. "You're still talking nonsense, young master." The blind boy furrowed his brow. It seemed doubtful that this young child could know his identity when he had bought Fan Xian to Danzhou. Wrapped in swaddling clothes, he was no more than a few months old. He shouldn't have been able to remember him. Could the Countess in Count Sinan's mansion have told him who he was? It was the dead of night. In the distance, dogs howled mournfully. Someone in some house had used the wrong door. Wu Zhu's face remained indifferent as he listened to Fan Xian talking beside him. Finally, he closed the door of the shop and made his way over to the Count's compound. Fan Xian let out a relieved sigh and followed, his small strides struggling to keep up. Coming to the Count's house, the two boys squeezed through the dog hole and stood there in the bedroom. Wu Zhu saw the unconscious assassin on the floor. Fan Xian looked at the man, unsure whether he was alive or dead. "Wu Zhu," he asked nervously, "why did you always pretend not to know who I was when I came to your shop?" Wu Zhu cocked his head again. He paused for what seemed like a long time before he finally spoke. "Young master, you really have amazed me." He was indeed rather taken aback. Even though he knew that the boy standing before him was the lady's child and so would no doubt be an unusual young boy, he would never have expected a 4-year-old to be so mature, let alone capable of matching wits with Master Fei. "Let's deal with him first." With great difficulty, Fan Xian had managed to turn the assassin over, and he removed the cloth covering his face, revealing his true identity. His facial features were thin, and he seemed to be getting on in years. The beard on his chin was streaked with flecks of white, but for some reason, there appeared to be a faint green tinge, as if he were ill. Somewhat perturbed, Fan Xian jumped over behind Wu Zhu and grabbed his sleeve. "This assassin doesn't look like a nice guy," he whined. "This is Master Fei, head of the 3rd Bureau of the Overwatch Council." Wu Zhu squatted on the floor, feeling the assassin's jawline. He is one of 3 people known to be masters of the use of poison. He is adept at using it, identifying it, and remedying it. For someone as fearsome as this to be struck down by a kid like you, holding a chunk of porcelain pillow? I don't know whether you're extremely lucky or if his luck just ran out. He was unlucky, Fan Xian said quietly to himself. Granted, he was rather astonished to encounter such a powerful figure, but thinking on it, it was much worse luck for such a man to encounter a freakish young boy whose soul came from another world. "Don't touch him," he warned Wu Zhu. "What if there's poison on his body?" Wu Zhu didn't pause, nor did he explain anything, but his determination suggested to Fan Xian that he wanted to show there wasn't a poison out there that could harm him. Fan Xian knitted his brow with a pained expression. "Uncle, what do we do about him?" He wasn't always of a mature temperament, but in this world, this blind youngster was the first person he had known, and the only person who he dared to trust completely. He knew that he was a powerful warrior, so he made sure to act both cute and deferential, and uncle seemed the best thing to call him. His gaze darted from place to place, and finally fell upon the knife. He gritted his teeth. The best thing to do, he thought, would be to stab this Master Fei to death. Sensing his movement, Wu Zhu stood up. "You are so different from the lady," he said, shaking his head. "So young and yet so ruthless. I don't know who taught you to be like that. I learnt it myself." Fan Xian didn't dare offend this warrior, not when he was the only person he trusted. "Uncle, I know that you've spent all this time in the shop protecting me. And I know that you're worried my mother's enemies could find me because you're here, so you didn't stay in the Count's house. So it's a good thing that I'm a little ruthless. Wu Zhu shook his head again, saying nothing. Fan Xian knew that this sworn servant of his mother was beginning to get suspicious. He laughed. "Uncle, what do we do next?" His meaning was clear. Killing was an area in which Wu Zhu excelled. Wu Zhu's response came as a surprise. "Young master, you got the wrong man," he said coldly. "Ha? The wrong man?" Fan Xian stood dumbfounded, slowly lowering his head to look at the assassin's bloodied face. "But either way, we can't stand around doing nothing." "Master Fei is head of the Third Bureau of the Overwatch Council," Wu Zhu said coolly. "But secretly, to be precise, he is a subordinate of your father. So he hasn't come to Danzhou to kill you. If he wanted to, I don't think there would be anything you could do about it, you'd already be dead." Fan Xian fought back. The assassin now lying on the ground had said that his father had sent him, but... Hell, you've become just like Teabag. Who'd believe this old leck? Fei Jia had been in the Overwatch Council for years. He was now in his 50s, and though he had a reputation as an expert in poisons, the truth of it was he was already semi-retired. If he hadn't had an offer from a powerful person to teach in Danzhou, and he'd had the courage to turn it down, he'd never have left the capital. But he didn't expect to be assaulted, left bleeding and close to death the first time he laid eyes on his student. Looking at the cherubic face of this young boy, with his big blinking eyes, he felt a twinge of fear mixed with shame. He knew exactly who this cute little kid was, and it filled him with a sudden anger that he couldn't express. He turned to face a young lad who looked like some kind of servant, ready to take his anger out on him. "You! Untie me this instant. I am Master Fei, and the Count has paid a lot of money for my services." The servant appeared to be even more arrogant than he was. He didn't pay any attention to him at all. "I don't recall it ever being stated in your bosses in my agreement that you would come teach," he said coolly. "Master Wu?" Fei Jia's muddied eyes widened, though they were discolored brown from the use of poison. He could see clearly now who the servant was. "Why, it's you!" Fan Xian stared at the now awake assassin. This was puzzling indeed. Chapter 8, The Cemetery. Chapter 8, The Cemetery. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Fan Xian was perplexed by Fei Jia. Why would a father care so much about his illegitimate child? Why would he hire a teacher especially for him? If all he needed was someone to teach him to read, then why did he send for this old weirdo? Fan Xian could see that Fei Jia recognized Wu Zhu. He didn't feel it was right to interrupt their conversation, and so he sat on the bed and played dumb, with a distracted look on his face. Waiting for the masters to explain everything, Fan Xian loosened the bedsheet that he had bound Fei Jia with, then hid behind Wu Zhu giggling, acting the fool. But the two imposing men in front of him were fully aware that he was no ordinary child. Daylight was beginning to break. The sounds of crowing roosters and servants boiling water could be heard faintly in the distance. "At some point, I'd like you to explain how you know who I am," said Wu Zhu coldly as he led Fei Jia out of the door. Fan Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had no idea how he should explain it. When he traveled the hundreds of miles to Danzhou with Wu Zhu 4 years ago, he was barely a few months old. He racked his brains, but couldn't think of a good excuse. All he could do was blame that strange old man for his frightening intrusion. The city of Danzhou had begun to rouse itself awake, but the unremarkable shop showed no signs of being open. Hidden in a secluded room within the shop, Wu Zhu eyed Fei Jia coolly. "What is that cripple up to?" Fei Jia could be considered a great expert in more ways than one, but faced with the rumored cold-blooded viciousness of the blind youngster, he was nervous. "The young master will one day be a grown man," he replied, "and he'll face a lot of problems in the capital. The earlier he is prepared for them, the better chance he has of success." Wu Zhu lifted his head to face him. Though he knew full well that he was blind, Fei Jia always felt that behind the cloth that covered his face, Wu Zhu was staring at him with murder in his eyes. "If you object, Master Wu," he said, I shall return to the capital. I am sure that the master will treat your complaints seriously. Wu Zhu shook his head. I thought the cripple sent you for more than that. It's not that simple. Correct. Wu Zhu was the only one who dared to speak about the master that way, thought Fei Jia. The master has never found the box that the lady left behind, he said, bowing his head as he spoke. He is very worried that someone may find it, and so he has asked that you advise him on the matter, Master Wu. It's no use looking, said Wu Zhu flatly. The lady destroyed it before she passed away. Fei Jia nodded and turned to leave. Stopping, he frowned. There's something odd about the young master. He's only 4 years old, and yet you've let him study such a powerful form of Jinqi cultivation. Are you not worried something might happen? What's odd about it, replied Wu Zhu as he stared at the man who was soon to be the young master's teacher, is that I never taught him any Jinqi. That'll be your job. Fei Jia rubbed the wound on his head, which was beginning to ache. He had a bad feeling about all this. Forcing a smile, he took his leave. After he had left, Wu Zhu made his way into a secret room within the shop. There in the corner stood a dust-covered box. Though his eyes may have been covered by a length of black cloth, anyone could have seen that he was deep in thought. Later that day, a strange man came to the count's mansion. Presenting a card with his name on it, he received an audience with the countess. Somehow, he gained her trust, and was invited to serve as the second tutor for the young master of the Fan household. The servant girls quickly spread this strange news. How could this roguish-looking old man, his head covered in bandages, be qualified to act as tutor for the adorable young master? In the library, Fan Xian kneaded his tutor's back, massaging it with his fists. Considering the ugly business with the porcelain pillow that had transpired the night before, he felt that he had best get back in Master Fei's good books as soon as possible. It wasn't my fault, sir, he said in a voice so sweet and childish that even he felt repulsed by it. You had a knife, and I'm just a little boy, so I was scared. I had the knife because I had to pry open the door, thought Fei Jia. I just wanted to take a peep at what the fabled bastard child had grown up to look like. How was I to know he suffered from insomnia? It was perhaps an inevitable misunderstanding, and unfortunately it had left him with an aching head. There had to be some way he could be compensated for his troubles. I thought you were going to teach me something in secret, said Fan Xian. That's right, replied Master Fei. In a lot of folk tales, a young child meets some strange traveler and learns some mystical art, and no one around them has any idea what's going on. That sort of thing actually happens a lot. Fan Xian fixed Master Fei with a stare as he talked. But there are more than just fools in this world, and you are not my daughter-in-law, and I do not care for climbing walls every day. Fei Jia stared sternly back at the young boy. Given that I've pretended to be a teacher, it is better that I use this as an opportunity to teach you. Fan Xian giggled and climbed onto his lap. Teacher, do you know my papa? What is he like? Fei Jia's face went red. He knew this young child was ruthless, no matter what sort of innocent act he put on, yet he was filled with a sense of powerlessness. On hearing the question, he paused in thought for a moment. The Count is a friend of my boss, so he asked me to come and teach you. You can call me your teacher. Teacher, what are you going to teach me? Fei Jia laughed, and his brown-flecked pupils flashed with an unusual light. I am a master of poisons. I have come to teach you how to use poison to kill, and how to avoid being poisoned by others. He thought his words would frighten the young boy to tears, but he quickly realized that the little boy standing in front of him was no ordinary child, so trying to scare him in this way would be of no use. Sure enough, Fan Xian's big eyes were filled with excitement, and he fluttered his long eyelashes as he blinked with fervent interest. What are we waiting for? Do you want me to go catch some rabbits to experiment on? Or maybe some frogs? Fei Jia turned away, dumbfounded. Was this kid really only 4 years old? Several months later, at a burial mound a dozen or so miles away from Danzhou Harbor, faint dawn began to break in the pale eastern sky. It spread across the gloomy cemetery, making it seem even ghastlier and more dreadful. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Fei Jie stood outside the cemetery looking at the young master who was stooping in an open grave with trembling brow. Under the pretext of going on an outing, Fei Jie had taken Fan Xian away from the countess for several days. They had actually gone to the cemetery to dig up corpses to study the structure of the human body. He knew that the young master Fan Xian was no ordinary child, but as he watched him acclimatize so quickly to the gloom of the graveyard, steady his mind, and dissect the corpses as he had been learning that month, he couldn't help but feel rather horrified. Fei Jie was a professional, used to dealing with corpses all the time. But he had never come across a 4-year-old boy who was so calm around dead bodies. The prim, handsome boy, surrounded by the fetid stench of death, wore a face mask as he yanked the entrails out of a half-rotted corpse. It was an utterly ghoulish scene. This second life was about as miserable as the first one, thought Fan Xian horribly. Chapter 9, Age is just a number. Chapter 9, Age is just a number. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Pulling down his face mask and washing his hands with clean water, Fan Xian started recording the features of the corpses. He analyzed the diseases the deceased might have contracted, taking detailed notes in a black, leather-bound notebook Fei Jie had given him. After he was finished, he stood up, his face somewhat pale, his long eyelashes fluttering incessantly. "Is there anything else to do, sir?" Looking at him, Fei Jie frowned. He hadn't expected the kid to have such guts. Before he could open his mouth to say anything, the nausea had finally gotten to Fan Xian. He ran to the edge of the graveyard and began to vomit violently. When the nausea had finally passed, he stood up again. A soft look of pity glanced across Fei Jie's face. Had he been too harsh, ordering a 4-year-old boy to get up close and personal with such terrible things? As he watched Fan Xian vomit, Fan Jie suddenly realized that this was the first time he really seemed like a child, rather than an old soul in a young body. "It's okay. You've got some first-hand knowledge now. We can discuss it another time." Before Fei Jie could finish his sentence, Fan Xian's young voice interjected. "It's a shame Danzhou's such a small town. Not enough dead people. Otherwise we might be able to find fresher corpses." Fei Jie's heart skipped a beat, and he slowly turned his head to look into Fan Xian's innocent eyes. He wasn't sure exactly what he was expecting to find in them. After a long while, he spoke coldly. "Why? Huh? Why aren't you scared? Why aren't you angry at me for making you do these things?" Fei Jie fixed the young boy with a bewildered frown. Fan Xian lowered his head. "Teacher," he said respectfully, "you said you would poison someone so I would be able to watch and learn. I'm scared. I'd much rather dig up corpses. So there are some things in this world that frighten you." "There are." Fan Xian looked pitifully at his teacher. "I'm only 4.5 years old. Age is just a number." Fei Jie nodded, then shook his head again. "Even though you're young, there are some things that you might not understand but will have to learn anyway. A nobleman's bastard like you will face plenty of plots and attacks. One's worthless sympathy can often be the thing that leads to one's downfall." Fei Jie had the odd feeling that the child fully understood everything he'd just said. At that moment, rays of daylight found their way into Fan Xian's eyes, setting them off with a shimmer. Fei Jie was briefly taken aback. There was something wholly otherworldly in the boy's eyes. Over the years, his poisons had killed countless people. During the year of the late emperor's northern conquest, his poisons had killed thousands of soldiers from the northern Wei kingdom. His crimes would undoubtedly damn him to hell. Then why did the sight of this innocent child cause him such unbearable unease? After putting right the nameless grave they had disturbed, the bazaar master and student pair walked eastward toward the dawn. "You must have a lot of questions," said Fei Jie as they took to the road. Fan Xian grunted in affirmation, a sweet smile spreading shyly across his face. You're very good to me, teacher. Fei Jia hadn't expected the child would answer so tactfully. If you can smile about something like this, he said, laughing bitterly, I really wonder how mature you are. Better to laugh than to cry. That's true. Fei Jia stared at the city walls in the distance, furrowing his brow. Your father owns a great estate in the capital. A lot of people will struggle to take it from you, so you'll have to become strong and learn as much as you can. Fan Xian said nothing. He was deep in thought. He'd always heard that his father, Count Sinan, was well trusted by the emperor, and that he lived in the capital. The year before last, there was a great political upheaval in the capital, and a great many nobles had died in a coup. Finally, His Majesty had taken control of the situation, purging the houses of countless aristocrats. Although his father was one of those nobles, he had somehow managed to retain the trust of the emperor, and had even greatly improved his standing. But Fan Xian still couldn't understand what kind of a state could lead to his own death. How could it cause his father to enlist this formidable intermediary from the Overwatch Council to serve as his teacher? I understand. One day, someone will try to kill me, so you're teaching me to use poison. Really, I'm scared someone will try to poison me. Right. Killers have many methods, but poison is the easiest and least likely to arouse suspicion. Fei Jia rubbed the crown of his head. My job is to teach you about such matters within a year, so that no one can kill you by poisoning one of your meals. But why only now? Surely you've been worried that somebody might poison me for the past few years. Fan Xian needed clarification, so he continued asking questions, all the while he couldn't help but worry that his teacher would sense a maturity beyond his years. Fei Jia smiled, but his words were grim. Because last month, Count Sinan's concubine gave birth to a son. In other words, you already have a rival for Count Sinan's estate. And that concubine has connections within the Overwatch Council. Your father was worried something might happen to you, and it wouldn't be convenient to dispatch someone to guard you for a long period of time, because that would arouse suspicion. So he sent me to teach you. Fan Xian noted that Fei Jia had said both Count Sinan and your father. I'm a bastard, said Fan Xian, smiling. By law, I have no right to inherit my father's title. So the concubine shouldn't worry about me. One can never be too sure of anything in this world, Fei Jia snapped back. Although you've got Master Wu protecting you, he can't be your nanny. Poison in your food might not hurt him, but it will still kill you. And if you die, you don't know how many people might die alongside you. Fan Xian's misgivings grew stronger. What sort of power did he wield, this father he had never seen? It was clearly far more than someone of his stature should normally have. The morning sun was bright, and as Fei Jia led his charge toward the walls of Danzhou, their shadows, one tall, one short, stretched out upon the ground. Fei Jia observed Fan Xian's face, still rather pale. Truth is, dead people are nothing to fear. Okay. And don't use Jinqi to control your emotions. If human emotions aren't given the proper outlet, even if your powers of Jinqi control are at their peak, you'll become a murderous monster. I understand. Obediently, Fan Xian scattered the Jinqi within his body and stopped suppressing the fear and disgust he felt at handling corpses. At that moment, Fei Jia suddenly spoke. There are still some rotten entrails in your sleeve. You taking them home for breakfast? Arg! The child's frightened shriek and the subsequent sinister laugh of his teacher pierced through the quietude of the rustic dawn. Chapter 10, No Shame in Asking. Chapter 10, No Shame in Asking. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Over the year that passed, young Fan Xian began to learn all that Master Fei knew about poison. Occasionally, they would find the time to leave the city, searching high and low for poisonous ingredients like strychnine trees and purging nuts, as well as tasting various types of fungus. There were countless times when Fan Xian was overcome by such a powerful stomachache that he would have feared for his life if he didn't have such a grandmaster in poisons by his side. Of course, in order to fully pursue his studies, under the command of Master Fei, his young and delicate hands were responsible for the deaths of innumerable rabbits, and toads would flee at his approach. That year, Fan Xian turned 5. Strangely, after Fei Jia had arrived in Danzhou, Wu Zhu no longer made the effort to avoid Fan Xian. Every time Fan Xian slipped away to Wu Zhu's shop to drink wine which, as a child, he shouldn't have been drinking, Wu Zhu made him a few bar snacks to go along with it. Fan Xian was curious. Wu Zhu was a servant of his mother's, why didn't he care that he drank wine? Fan Xian knew that his mother was no ordinary lady, and that was why she had such a dedicated and powerful servant as Wu Zhu. But he couldn't be sure that the blind boy's strength and skill would always protect him. Without even realizing it, Fan Xian had gotten accustomed to Wu Zhu being close by to guard him. He'd gotten used to occasionally sighting Wu Zhu down some alleyway or next to some street-side tofu seller, his eyes covered by that length of black cloth. Over the year, the Jinqi within Fan Xian's body continued to make slow, steady progress. He was on the verge of making a breakthrough, but the powerful Jinqi that accumulated in his sleep became somewhat unstable and began to affect his moods. He knew that there were many unknown dangers in this still unfamiliar world, and that there were many things about Count Sinan's estate in the capital that he did not understand. After he awoke, he set himself a goal: live well and make progress every day. And because of this grand goal, in order to keep himself alive so that he could someday carry out his 3 grand missions, he dedicated himself to his practice. In his past life he was paralyzed as a result of his debilitating muscle disease. So to find himself able to move freely in this new life made him value it all the more. Every day he rose early to strengthen his body, climbing up onto every surface he could, working so diligently at it that it began to perturb Fei Jia. Unfortunately, he could never find a truly appropriate way to train himself physically. He showed far more diligence than any other child, but he usually consoled himself with the fact that, being a young man in his 20s, it was only proper that he be more committed than those other snot-nosed brats. But nobody knew the truth. He wasn't born this committed, he was just hyperactive. He'd been confined to a bed for over a decade, there was no way he'd let himself get lazy now. Night fell, and Fei Jia sequestered himself within his private room. He leant on his writing desk as the oil lamp flickered. The white hairs on his temples seemed to have turned darker since he came to Danzhou. With a goose quill in his hand, he wrote something down on white paper. A knock came from outside. "Come in," Fei Jia said softly, not bothering to lift his head. Fan Xian pushed open the door, lifting his feet over the high door threshold. He scratched his head and approached with a big grin. "What are you writing, sir?" Fei Jia didn't seem annoyed in the slightest. He pushed his paper to one side and turned around. "What's wrong?" He'd spent the better part of a year in the company of Count Sinan's baseborn son, and he wasn't sure why, as the poison master of the Overwatch Council, feared by corrupt officials and underworld criminals alike, he felt some sort of warmth and kindness when he laid eyes on the kid. He was young, but he was tough and hard-working. He didn't look at poison with the contempt and disgust that most people did, and that pleased Fei Jia. And most importantly, he was smart and thoughtful, so much so that he didn't seem like a 5-year-old child at all. "Master Fei." Fan Xian scrambled up onto a chair with some difficulty, finally managing to plant his buttocks on it. "I would like to know what my father is like." This wasn't the first time he had asked about the pasts of Count Sinan and his mother, but every time he had, Fei Jia had refused to say a word. "Your father is an incredible man," replied Fei Jia. "Of course, your mother was even more so." The words meant nothing. The Overwatch Council was responsible for investigating the kingdom's biggest criminal activities and probing into official corruption. It was greatly feared throughout the land, and Fei Jia had been a member since its earliest days, rising up to the lofty post of director of the Third Bureau, feared even by the capital's criminal underworld. And such an imposing figure, a grandmaster of the use of poison, had come to the faraway town of Danzhou to tutor Count Sinan's baseborn son, simply because the Count had ordered it. It was clear that Count Sinan wielded great power in the capital, but it was hard to say whether that power stemmed from his official status or from other, less upright means. Fan Xian still knew nothing about his mother, who died on the day he was born, but his intuition told him that she was no ordinary woman. He didn't know why, maybe it was the blood, her blood, that ran through his veins, but he had always felt a vague yearning for this woman he had never seen. Fei Jie did not seem like he wanted to carry the topic any further. Now that the count's concubine has given birth to a son, you have no chance of inheriting his estate. So what are you planning to do? Fan Xian smiled sweetly. You taught me how to use poison, and how to cure it. I've learned quite a lot about medicine. Worst comes to worst, I could be a doctor. Fei Jie stroked at his beard. You're right, he said with a hint of pride. Even the doctors of the Imperial Palace don't know any more than me about medicine. As my only student, you could easily become a physician. They discussed the option of becoming a doctor, but deep down, both knew it was little more than a pipe dream. Teacher, I'm having problems with my Jinchi practice, said Fan Xian suddenly. I was hoping you could help me. That's why I came here tonight. Fei Jie was unparalleled in his mastery of poison, but that was all he would teach Fan Xian. Life is limited, he told him, but there is no limit to methods of killing. Therefore, we should devote our limited lives to the limitless pursuit of the most efficient method of killing. And to Master Fei, poison was the most effective method for killing. Fan Xian had the world's greatest master of poison as his teacher, why was he bothering with Jinchi? When it came to the sorcery that Fan Xian couldn't stop worrying about, Fei Jie felt the same as any other citizen of the kingdom of Qing, it was of very little use when it came to combat. But this was the first time in a year that Fan Xian had brought it up, and Fei Jie couldn't help but feel curious. He stretched out his fingers and took Fan Xian's pulse. Then he went pale. Chapter 11, The Fifth Grandmaster? Chapter 11, The Fifth Grandmaster? Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Fei Jie slowly frowned. Because he believed that the blind man was possessed of great power, he never considered the potential problems with Fan Xian's Jinchi training. And yet today, while checking his pulse, he discovered something unusual. Seeing his usually obscene teacher being all cautious, Fan Xian realized too that something was wrong. Grinning, he asked, "Is there a problem? Look at you, grinning like that, aren't you afraid of becoming too obsessed?" Fei Jie stared at him, continuing, "The last time, I only knew the Jinchi you were training with was tremendous, but never did I imagine it to be like this." Fan Xian scratched his head, "Tremendous? Tremendous how?" Fei Jie answered seriously, "Quite tremendous." Fan Xian looked back, also seriously, "Teacher, we're just talking nonsense here." Fei Jie is an expert at poisoning, not a grandmaster of martial arts, so naturally he could not determine what sort of ability Fan Xian's nameless Jinchi was. He could, however, very much feel the dangerous power of the Jinchi emitting from the child's body. After some thought, he urged Fan Xian to go find Wu Zhu, but unexpectedly, Fan Xian sighed sadly and said that Uncle Wu Zhu only listened to what his mother said and gave the book to him. He himself had never trained and also refused to say too much on the matter. Fei Jie raged, "Master Wu is being too unreasonable. You are the young master of his house, why did he, instead of instructing you himself, make you learn such a dangerous ability without any guidance?" For the past year, he had taken this 5-year-old as his greatest source of consolation during his later years in life. Even more than that, he hoped Fan Xian would carry his mantle in the future and glorify all he had learned. For those reasons, Fei Jie became angry at the blind Wu Zhu when he heard this. "Is Uncle Wu Zhu really strong?" Fan Xian squinted as he asked his question, looking like a little fox. "Of course." Fei Jie leisurely thought of the past. "It's just that not that many people in this world know of Master Wu's existence. Have you heard of the 4 great grandmasters?" Of course Fan Xian had heard of them. In today's world, worshipped by the common people like gods, they were the 4 great grandmasters whose martial arts prowess reigned supreme. Counting on one hand, there were 2 in the kingdom of Qing, 1 in the kingdom of North Qi, and another in Eastern Yi City. In the current world, Qing had already held an overwhelming advantage, having been led by its emperor. But strangely, after the political bloodshed from the year before, the nation prospered while the emperor became rather quiet and no longer attempted to expand his territory. But that aside, it was only natural for the strongest nation to have two of the strongest people. Indeed, we currently have two of the grandmasters residing here. Fei Jie laughed coolly. Humans are foolish, they only recognize the strength in fighting. Never would they realize that if one's skill with poison were to reach otherworldly proficiency, he too could be a grandmaster. Fan Xian suddenly cleared his throat to stop his teacher's gloating. If we exclude the most mysterious temple, Qing has two of the four great grandmasters, one of them being the younger brother of the teacher of the current Jingdu commander of defense, Yi Luyun. Fan Xian opened his eyes wide, thinking that this was a pretty big reputation. But the defense force was in charge of safety for the entire region, the most important position. That commander's teachers, younger brother, Yi Luyun or whatever, must have been very strong. There's another strong one, and he supposedly lives in the royal palace, though no one has seen him. Hey, teacher, we were talking about Uncle Wu Zhu. What's the hurry? Fei Jie gave Fan Xian another stare. The one named Yi Luyun lived through 17 duels without losing a single one. But once, when your mother came to the city for the first time, she beat the current commander of defense to a pulp. That commander, named Ji Zhong, happens to be Yi Luyun's nephew, and for that reason he wanted to stir up trouble for your mother. Fan Xian was stunned. He had no idea that the mother he never saw was once such an arrogant character. Fei Jie chuckled, but something happened later. Yi Luyun suddenly stopped troubling your mother, and Yi Zhong even went to Taiping Temple to pour tea for her and apologize. Ha! No one knows what happened, it's an absolute mystery. But I'm guessing Yi Luyun and Master Wu Zhu fought once behind the palace walls. Master Wu is your mother's servant, so it's not unusual for him to come out and deal with such things. Fei Jie raised the teacup that was by his hand and took a sip. Who won in the end? Fan Xian's eyes were full of curiosity. While he knew that Wu Zhu was strong, he did not expect the blind man to have the experience of dueling one of the four great grandmasters, Yi Luyun. No one knows, but it was probably a draw. Fei Jie chuckled. Apparently, after he went back to his sword school, he trained his swordsmanship for half a year while blindfolded. After that, he gave up the sword and picked up a series of ancient sanso, truly becoming a grandmaster. Thinking back, that battle must have brought him much enlightenment. Fan Xian propped up his little face, thinking, for great grandmasters? Does that mean Wu Zhu is the fifth? Fan Xian's eyes sparkled in awe of the fact that his own blind servant would be so ridiculously strong. When he ventures out into the world someday, who would he have to be afraid of? Suddenly he had a question. Teacher, didn't you say these things are secret? How do you know all this? Fei Jie said coolly, I'm a high-ranking official in the supervising department. For us, there are no secrets in this world. For some reason, Fan Xian had always been interested in the strong people of this world, as if some years later he would run into one of them, which is why he asked, the other three, teacher, have you seen them? The other one in Qing only exists in legends. I suspect he is in the royal palace, but no one has actually seen him. Fei Jie said, as for the Grandmaster of North Qi, that would be their head priest, that perverted bald man named Kui. Bald? Fan Xian assumed that a world without Buddhism wouldn't have monks. A monk, I heard Kui was once a pilgrim, kneeling on the temple steps for 3 months, subsisting on the cold and dew. Somehow, he managed to move those in the temple, and thus received divine theology and became a grandmaster. Fei Jie spat out in disgust, appearing to be jealous of the pilgrim named Kui. You can tell that Baldy is a liar from a glance. Temple? Temple, the place is a temple. Teacher, you're talking nonsense again. The temple is the most mysterious existence on the continent. Supposedly it was the place where our ancestors worshipped. But unfortunately, other than the extremely fortunate bastards, no one could find exactly where it is, and so no one knows what it is like inside. Maybe this temple doesn't exist at all? Fei Jie hit Fan Xian's small head hard. I don't care if you mess around every day, but how dare you be so disrespectful towards such a holy place? Fan Xian held his head and looked at his teacher in shock, first from the fact that his teacher, who kills with poison without blinking, turned out to hold reverence towards a temple, and second, from the fact that he himself accepted what he heard so easily, superstitious things like 4 great grandmasters and temples. Looks like I fit in this world after all. Chapter 12, Overpowering Qi. Chapter 12, Overpowering Qi. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Who has evidence to prove the existence of this temple? Fan Xian still possessed the empirical views of a modern man. Answered Fei Jie proudly. Kuhi, one of the 4 great grandmasters, became one of the strongest on this continent after came to be in the temple's favor. Isn't that proof enough? Or perhaps Kuhi took too many stimulants and used the temple as an excuse. Fan Xian retorted. Blasphemy. While I envy the luck of the bald Kuhi, for the past few decades, he held the utmost reverence for the gods, and I do admire that. How can he use temple as an excuse, and what is a stimulant? It's a medicine which boosts the body, something like an elixir. He must have had too much, otherwise how did he lose all his hair? Fan Xian was joking with his teacher. Fei Jie ignored him. The temple is like the Tianmai, they both are found in the books, and in the royal chambers of all kingdoms, with the most important part are the sacrificial temples. It's just that the temples themselves want no part in worldly matters, and never interferes. It is for that reason that all the ceremonies are made at the heavenly altar 3 miles away from the palace. Qing and Northern Qi both conduct large-scale sacrifices at their altars, but they never use it to influence politics and other national business. Only some pilgrims believe the temple to be ruins of the realms, and take on journeys to train their hearts and bodies. Fan Xian was smiling, but inside he thought, what is this temple really like? If it's part of a belief system, then why doesn't this world have things like churches? If those fundamental organizations don't exist, then this belief system would have no authority equals no benefit, and without benefit, no reason for any organization to exist. And so, he didn't believe what his teacher just told him about the temple being in existence which transcended this world. But at the same time, he thought, if a belief system really is based on such a mysterious place, it's not so bad, since it doesn't seem to interfere with people's lives. Alright, teacher, you've been off topic for too long. You haven't told me what's going on with this Xinqi in my body yet. Seeing a rare childish tantrum, Fei Jie checked Fan Xian's pulse carefully, then stated, as I said earlier, the Xinqi inside you is very powerful. Even though you've been training for such a short amount of time, the amount of Xinqi in your pubic region and meridian have far surpassed what a body of your age is capable of containing. Is it that serious? Fan Xian looked uneasy. I don't know. Then you're just trying to scare me. I'm not trying to scare you. It's just that you right now are like a leather bag used to hold alcohol. The bag can only hold so much, but the amount of alcohol inside keeps on increasing. If you continue, I'm worried that you will end up bursting. Recently, while practicing, Fan Xian felt some burning pain around his waist, but other than that, there weren't any unusual symptoms, so he was reluctant to believe his teacher. He shook his head. My teacher is scolding me for being a glutton, I believe. Try moving your Xinqi like you do every day in practice. Fei Jie frowned slightly. Fan Xian did as told and closed his eyes, naturally entering the meditative state of his training. The warm cloud of qi around his abdomen began to slowly expand, gradually moving towards the limbs along the meridians of the human body. Fei Jie too closed his eyes, setting his fingertips on the boy's wrist, judging carefully. After a while he frowned, saying, Don't hold it back on purpose, you're only a 5-year-old child, as powerful as your Xinqi may be, it can't harm me. I'm worried that your body is too frail and can't handle it. Oh. Fan Xian had indeed been controlling the strength of his Xinqi, so he slowly released it out through the pubic region. Thinking back on what Fei Jie said, Fan Xian couldn't help but agree, of course, The amount of jinchi he is can't hurt that toxic old thing, and therefore, if he releases too little of it, his teacher wouldn't be able to make an accurate diagnosis. While thinking that, he closed his eyes again, with this nameless art of jinchi resounding through his mind. Do not keep the force within you and bring destruction, let it flow from you like water from a spring. As he chanted, the jinchi inside began jumping as if being issued a command. It joyously came out of from his pubic region, traveled to his back along the meridian, and came rushing towards the wrist on a strange path. A dull noise was heard from the book chamber. Fei Jie violently opened his eyes as he felt his fingers being deflected off the child's wrist by a dense wave of jinchi, and being unprepared, Fei Jie himself was flung against the wall, the impact of which created a dull thud. There was a burning sensation in his fingers, and his chest was in pain. Fei Jie spat out blood. On the other side, Fan Xian felt stuffy and raised his head. Only then did he discover Fei Jie's miserable state. Shocked, he hurried and helped his teacher up. Fei Jie waved his hand, signaling that he was fine, and got up on his own. Wiping away the blood from his lips, he stared at the little boy with a strange look that was hard to interpret. Fei Jie mumbled to himself, he's 5 years old, for f***ck's sake. And yet his jinchi is this overwhelming? If you keep training, one day, the jinchi inside you will explode and kill you. Fan Xian was stunned to hear his teacher use such strong language. He didn't think the rebellious jinchi in his wrist would make his teacher bleed. Despite being hurt, the first thing Fei Jie thought of wasn't his own well-being, but rather that of his student. Realizing this, even though Fan Xian sometimes locked away his feelings while hiding in the body of a small child, he felt somewhat moved. The wooden door opened, and a black shadow rushed in. A pair of idiots. Even now, the blind Wu Zhu still talked with a cold tone. He led Fan Xian over and put his fingertips to the child's slender neck. After a pause, he said coldly, "You're not hurt, just shaken from seeing Fei Jie throwing up blood." He then took another look at Fei Jie, and remained, "Fei Jie, you are teaching him to use poison, I trust you're qualified. But young miss once said that your martial abilities are one of the weakest of the 8 masters in the capital. And since this is something I gave young master, it's better if you don't say anything unnecessary." In Danzhou City, Fei Jie was a rather inconspicuous, somewhat trivial man. But here in the capital, he was a very impressive character. Now having being injured, though mostly through his own carelessness, he was unhappy after hearing Wu Zhu putting it like that. Adding to his own worry was Fan Xian learning such overly powerful ability at the age of 5, his expression darkened. Chapter 13, The Crude, Simple Explanation. Chapter 13, The Crude, Simple Explanation. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. With a dark expression, Fei Jie spoke coldly. I know I am not qualified to question the training method that you passed on to Fan Xian. However, I am very curious. Why did you not teach him personally? Knowing that he was only 5, even if he was truly talented, for something so dangerous you should have been there for him as his mother's servant. This was something understandably reasonable to say. After all, it was Wu Zhu who left the obscure jinchi training method next to Fan Xian's swaddle. This meant he had an obligation to ensure that no problems arose during his training. Fan Xian glanced awkwardly at Wu Zhu, his eyes pausing on the black cloth wrapped below his brow. I did not leave this for the young master. The lady left it, Wu Zhu said deliberately. Fei Jie had no intention of offending the blind man, but he was growing agitated. Cunning. For someone with such profound training, even just a simple tip or two could have saved Fan Xian from training in such a perilous manner. After a pause, Wu Zhu suddenly spoke. I have never practiced jinchi. With this, he simply turned and left, leaving behind the dumbstruck master and apprentice pair. What did he just say? He said he never practiced any jinchi. And his voice faltered when he said that. Fei Jie watched Fan Xian's feigned sophistication and felt rage boil up inside him. Just where did a 5-year-old boy learn to speak with such cynical wit? It's hard to imagine a man without any Nigong coming to a draw in a Sanso fight with Lu Yun, one of the 4 great grandmasters. At that time, Yi Luyun was still using his sword, as he had not yet completed his Sanso training. Master, can someone without Nigong Jinchi become as powerful as Wu Zhu? Fan Xian questioned sincerely. Fei Jie's brows furrowed in thought as he spoke. Only if he carried out every single movement with strict precision would he be able to fatally injure someone with his iron rod before they could react. Fan Xian naturally remembered the night he had arrived in this world in the arms of the blind young man and how the iron rod he held dripped with a steady stream of fresh blood. However, this kind of speed and power are beyond what humans are capable of. Fei Jie shook his head, then suddenly cleared his throat. He quickly sat next to the desk and peered at Fei Xian. Little one, if you can't grasp this art, then it is best that you stop. I guarantee that with my method you will never have to worry about anyone bothering you. I will consider it, Fan Xian answered maturely. After some thought, Fei Jie retrieved a sachet of medicine and placed it in Fan Xian's tiny hands. Take this. It's a kind of expensive medicine. If your training ever goes awry, consume 1 pill with plenty of water. Fan Xian nodded his head in response. Thank you, master. He knew that the medicine was extremely valuable. Fei Jie smiled faintly as he looked at this child who was like an adult, then spoke suddenly. Isn't it strange that I'm treating you so nicely despite the fact that your father forced me to come all the way to Danzhou just to teach you? Fan Xian didn't say anything, but merely stared at him with an expression of thanks. Fei Jie laughed and shook his head, patting Fan Xian's head. Perhaps, at my age, having a student as clever as you is something worth being happy about. For now, don't think about the Count's estate in the capital, Fei Jie said seriously. Even though you're still young, I hope you remember what I'm about to tell you. Hearing the seriousness in his teacher's tone, Fan Xian sat up straight and listened carefully. Your family is far more complicated than you could ever imagine. This matter involves not only your own survival, but the lives of many others, so you must remain vigilant at all times. In the years that you grow to be an adult, you must learn how to protect yourself so that in the future you can protect others. In the future, protect whom? Fan Xian was puzzled. Fei Jie laughed as he pointed at his own nose. Someone inseparable from you, like myself for instance. Fan Xian nodded hazily. He thought that the situation was indeed complicated. Even having lived in 2 different worlds, he still could not understand what his teacher was getting at. All right, go to your room now and get some rest. As for that corrupt Badao Kung Fu, it's probably best not to practice it anymore. Fan Xian prudently returned to his room. When he opened the door, he saw Wu Zhu sitting silently in the corner. With the lights off, the room was just an inky patch of gloom, yet despite this, the piece of black cloth that covered Wu Zhu's eyes seemed even murkier and opaque than the night itself. Wu Zhu. Fan Xian bowed his head in respect. A faint, monotone voice traveled from the corner where Wu Zhu sat. The tome is divided into 2 parts. The first is called Badao, and the second one has no title. The tome was given to you by the lady, so I left it beside you when you were young. I have never learned these spiritual methods, so I cannot teach you. I believe, however, that since it is called Badao, one can assume that the way it uses qi is more aggressive. If you encounter any issues during training, then it's your own problem. With this, the piece of black cloth disappeared. What a crude, simple explanation, and what an odd, apathetic man. Fan Xian sighed and climbed into bed, then retrieved the nameless book from a secret compartment. He thought about his training process and realized that when Jinchi filled his dantian, it did not follow the flow of the meridians as it should have. Instead, parts of the Jinchi split into the Shufu channel, which leads directly to the Shushan, located above the back of the kidney. The Shushan passes through the spine. Fan Xian had learned both in his past life and in his lessons with Fei Jie the vital importance of the spine. As the spine is directly connected to the brain, a single careless move could leave one trapped in a vegetative state. However, as Fan Xian meditated during his daily lunchtime naps, the Badao Jinchi in his body would travel through his shushan and become relaxed and calm. The agitation would subside and a feeling of serenity would wash over him, like eating ice cream on a hot summer day. This was how he had trained since he was 1 year old. Could it be that he had been doing it wrong? Fan Xian did not think that, immersed in the martial arts world, he would end up taking the path of corruption. Yet, like a man desperate for relief, he found himself addicted to the pleasures of the Badao path. If he stopped training, the remnants of the Badao Jinchi within him would one day burst through his mortal body. Blind Wu Zhu told him that the consequences of his training were all up to Fan Xian himself. To train, or not to train? That was the question plaguing Fan Xian at that moment. Chapter 14, The Sea Salt Merchant. Chapter 14, The Sea Salt Merchant. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. It was early in the morning, and the birds were chirping away. The maids had just finished cleaning the house and were starting to prepare breakfast. The return to the city of Count Sinan's daughter, Miss Fan Ruoro, left only 1.5 person to answer to, so there wasn't much to be done. After having completed all her chores, Donger, an older maid, went to wake Fan Xian, but was instead shocked by his poor condition. She called the doctor right away, who informed the maid that it was nothing serious after having checked the young boy's pulse, reasoning that it was probably something the boy ate, afterwards leaving a prescription and parting with his pay. After Fei Jia came to Count Sinan's house, Mr. Cici, who was a fan of classical literature, left subtly, as if he was the morning wind. Fei Jia looked at the young boy, who had 2 dark circles under his eye, and chuckled. They say that the hearts of youths are like the sun, ignorant to human hardships. But what happened to you? How did you end up so sleep-deprived that you needed a doctor? Fan Xian had been thinking the whole night but still hadn't decided whether he should continue with his Jinchi training. His original intention was to treat this nameless spiritual art as entertainment in this boundless life. However, if it endangered his survival, it was best that he be cautious. Due to the lack of sleep, he became absent-minded. Having heard his teacher Fei Jie talk about the ignorance of human hardships, he recited intuitively, "I was young and ignorant of hardship and sorrows, and I loved climbing high. I climbed high, I feigned hardship and sorrow to help me create, yet now that I've tasted hardship and sorrow, I speak but hold back, I speak but hold back." Oh, how exquisitely cool this autumn day is. The study room quickly fell silent. Fan Xian, who had not made a single sound for half a day, struggled to pry open his heavy eyelids and yawned. "Don't be angry, teacher. I had a late night." Fei Jia watched the boy as he stroked his beard subconsciously, and without realizing it, he stabbed his chin with a goosefeather pen. Painfully awakened, he questioned sluggishly, "Earlier, that poem, who wrote it?" "Poor old man Xin." Without thinking, Fan Xian accidentally revealed Xin Chizi's surname, only to realize his mistake. Fan Xian stuttered as Fei Jia's eyes lit up. "Old man Xin is a two-way merchant who collected sea salt last month." Not bad for a merchant. I wonder what his full name is. Xin Chizi. Fan Xian snuck a peek. Fei Jia had already resumed being his normal self and began teaching. There was so much more to teach than just biological points, and so his load was a heavy one. Fan Xian returned to his bedroom after lunch and was once again faced with the complicated question of whether he should continue with the dangerous Shinchi training. As he held the yellow book in his hand, he began to feel depressed. More than anything else, he should probably be depressed about the poem he accidentally recited in the study room. The ugly page, written on a wall on the way to Basan, was a poem written by Xin Chizi. After he was criticized, his poems expressed a mellow bitterness. Fan Xian was of course quite familiar with it and had recited it, unaware of the trouble that he would bring upon himself. He wondered if his teacher believed his feeble excuse, but judging from Fei Jie's reaction, Fan Xian wagered that he probably believed the original author really was a sea salt merchant. Fan Xian was not obsessively concerned with morals, so to him, there was nothing hateful about plagiarizing poems. From his point of view, to keep the knowledge of these poems to himself rather than making good use of them was equivalent to violating a national treasure. He had plenty of time in the years that he had lived in this world to come up with ways of making a living. It took no time for the work of plagiarism to secure its place in the top 3 position on his list. During his thoughts, Fan Xian often brainwashed himself. Rather than a poacher, he was a preserver, a mighty idealist, sharing and spreading the cultures of Earth. However, he had not planned on plagiarizing like this, nor at this moment in time. He had planned to at least use the author's name as a pen name for their work. Today, in the same situation as in the study room, if you plan to plagiarize as a 5-year-old, then your choice of work should have been Song for the Goose by Luo Binwang. The lively imagery of this poem better conveys the model child prodigy image. If you were caught humming words such as "I speak but hold back, oh how exquisitely cool this autumn day is" at such a young age, you would not be thought of as a child prodigy, but rather, as a child freak, one who looked normal on the outside but deep down bore 365 painful scars, conveying the bitter passing of the 4 seasons. On the one hand, Fan Xian was thinking about these trivial matters. He was able to rely on these years to stabilize an ever-intensifying biological clock. When it came time for his daily nap, Fan Xian gradually fell asleep, and in his dreams, he was in the middle of meditating on the immense danger that Fei Jie considered to be the overwhelming power of Jinqi. It was on this day that Fan Xian decided he would accept his fate and continue his training with this overwhelming Jinqi, since all that was needed for the training was for him to sleep anyway, and he'd worry about any issues when they came up. After Fan Xian's nap was over, Fei Jie continued with his unfinished letter. The completely dried writing suggested that the letter was written the night before. This child is prettier, braver, wiser, more determined and mature than anyone. If he were to hide himself among all the 5-year-olds of Qi Kingdom, he would still be easily identified. From my observations this year, I have found that he is more than perfect to inherit the family fortune. The biggest concern is his background identity. The writing stopped. It was at that point in the previous night Fan Xian questioned him about Jinqi. Fei Jie sighed, and paused as he remembered the words Fan Xian had said earlier that day. He continued writing. "I speak but hold back, oh how exquisitely cool this autumn day is." How am I supposed to believe that those words came from a 5-year-old boy, knowing that the art of prose has deteriorated these past few years? I find it hard to even believe a merchant may have written this. What's more, the young master panicked afterwards, and this is something that I have rarely seen happen in the year that I have been acquainted with him. The biggest question here is how Xin Shizi had the opportunity to meet with Fan Xian even though I am with him most of the day. At the end of the letter he requested sincerely, "Please ask the people of Dongsan Road to find out exactly who the sea salt merchant Xin Shizi is, and also his reason for making contact with Fan Xian." The answer as to why the young master was so anxious over these words take priority. Please hurry. Fei Jie ended the letter with a crooked signature and put down his pen. A few days later, the Overwatch Council of the capital city sent spies out and hunt for a sea salt merchant. Although they found numerous illegal private sea salt traders afflicted with government officials, they could not find a merchant with the surname of Xin. Rumors spread from the city that the director of the council, feared by all, was furious with the lack of results. He punished the spies by taking 3 months' worth of their pay. The spies searched everywhere under the sun, their faces thunderous and ready to kill. May God have pity on the unlucky man named Xin Shizi in this world. Chapter 15, Farewell for now, Fei Jie. Chapter 15, Farewell for now, Fei Jie. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. With the years passing, fall arrived once again and chrysanthemum flowers blanketed the mountains. Fei Jie's teaching career in Danzhou Harbor was originally set to end in the summer, but he loved the air, the ocean wind, and the cuisine at Count Sinan's estate. In particular, he so much enjoyed teaching Fan Xian that he extended his stay for a few more months. After those few months, Fei Jie, an expert in taking life by poison and also in prolonging it in the elderly, rubbed his fattening tummy. He had regrettably received a letter from the capital and reluctantly informed Count Sinan's mother of his leave. Knowing that Fei Jie was sent by the capital, the countess made no effort to persuade him to stay. She comforted him instead before gifting him a red envelope as an act of thanks. Down by the road heading west of Danzhou Harbor, teacher and students said their goodbyes. Why don't you listen to my advice and discontinue your Jinchi training? It won't end well. I haven't encountered any major problems with it, at least, not yet. If there are no problems, then why did you go through barrels of alcohol in the kitchen? It was an accident, Fan Xian answered distressfully. In recent months, the Jinchi in his body became increasingly aggressive and these incidents occurred often. Due to these incidents, Fan Xian had no choice but to sacrifice his bedtime ghost stories with the maids as he was afraid that in the heat of the moment his hand might run astray on one of the maids' bodies and he would make a deeply regrettable mistake. Learning the art of poison is learning the world's greatest killing method. What's the need to learn anything else? Because poison can easily harm the innocent. Fei Jie stared into the eyes of the little boy and asked, "Are you sure you're not turning 6 this year?" Fan Xian looked at his teacher innocently. "It's not my fault I'm an early bloomer." Fei Jie sighed and tooted. It really wasn't easy keeping his mind sane around the little rascal for so long. It was time to leave. Fei Jie rubbed the back of the boy's head and looked back towards the city of Danzhou. "In the future, if you ever come to the capital, to be a doctor, remember to look me up." "Very well." Fan Xian bowed in respect. He truly appreciated the eccentric old man. Over the years, his old soul longed for someone to converse with. Blind man Wu Zhu was too cold for consideration, so the role was filled by his teacher, who had an impressive background. Throughout the time they knew each other, he could sense how they had grown close. "Stop practicing Jinchi. You can be quite garrulous sometimes, sir." "Maybe it's because I'm too old." Fei Jie rubbed Fan Xian's soft black hair with one hand while messing his own white hair with the other. "Anyway, that Jinchi is worthless. It's too powerful and uncontrollable." Fei Jie hadn't given up on changing Fei Xian's mind. "There's a formidable swordsman in the city of Dawni who owes me a favor. I could introduce you to be his student." Fan Xian inhaled a cold breath. "Are you talking about the master swordsman of Dawni City?" "That's right," Fei Jie said enticingly. "One of the 4 great grandmasters. His practice is much more powerful than yours." Fan Xian was interested in something else. "How do you know him?" "Well, when he was 8, his father called me in to treat the boy's sickness. Judging by the fact that he hugged trees all day, the little monster was obviously just dumb. I treated him half-heartedly and left with my money. I never would have known that a few years later I'd hear that he learned the Siga sword style and became a great grandmaster." Fan Xian looked at him with disdain. "You treated him half-heartedly? Let's not even mention the fact that you practically stole your pay. You nearly killed a world-class warrior. That is quite worthy of contempt." Fei Jie feigned anger and walked towards the carriage in the distance. "I have taught you everything about biological poisons and all knowledge related to it. However, there is one key piece of information that I have yet to tell you." Fan Xian ran after him, his tiny legs working as fast as the wind. "What is it?" "Finding the right antidote is easy. Finding the right poison is easy. The hardest part is the administration of the poison." Without turning his head, Fei Jie continued walking. Fan Xian, however, stopped in his tracks and carefully turned those words over in his mind. In the past year that he had been with Fei Jie, he had learned that in the field of poisons, the hardest thing to do was to find a poison that was colorless, odorless, and tasteless. So the secret was in how the poison was administered. He began to giggle shyly all of a sudden. It's not like he was preparing to be an assassin or planning on killing the emperor. Why was he stressing out over this matter? All he needed to do was be confident that he wouldn't fall victim to poisoning under the hands of the ant in Count Sinan's estate. He watched as the carriage disappeared into the distance with dust following in its trails. Left at the side of the road, Fan Xian performed a deep bow. He realized that the eccentric old man had not wanted to come to Danzhou at first, but after a year of running around together cutting up dead bodies and frog legs, they had grown used to each other. Neither of them would ever forget this relationship. With the lonely departure, Fan Xian could not help but feel sad. Fei Jia really is a great man. It's just a shame he looks a bit miserable. There was a long period of time afterwards in which Fan Xian was unable to adapt to the departure of his teacher. A normal noble boy his age would probably have been playing with his friends. Although he was the only noble child in Danzhou, there were plenty of possible playmates close to his age. Fan Xian knew that at the end of his story, he would not be able to associate with his peers. Since his mental age was older than other children, he often felt like he was babysitting. Not everyone wants to be the king of other children to satisfy what little ability they have. This was similar to how, back in Fan Xian's former reality, no stereotypical macho man would ever want to be a kindergarten teacher. After Fei Jia left Danzhou, Fan Xian lost the only person he could converse with. He felt like his life was starting to get boring. He stood on the front steps of Count Sinan's villa and watched as crowds of people passed by and began to feel lonely. He had no idea what he could do trapped in the body of a child. He remembered back to when he first arrived in this world, of how he had thought of wonderful things that he could do and he couldn't help but laugh. In his previous life, when he lay on his sick bed, his lack of ability was obvious from his appearance. He had thought that, at least compared to the people of this world, he would have some extra skills like making soap or molding ugly glass cups. That was only the beginning of the list of simple yet beneficial things he could do. When Fan Xian realized that soap and glass already existed and were nothing special in this world, he didn't feel too beat up about it. However, when he realized that Fei Jia's carriage horses had saddles and steps to help get on the horse, he felt so overcome with failure that he began to sob lightly. Chapter 16, A Letter from the Capital. Chapter 16, A Letter from the Capital. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. The skies above the city of Danzhou darkened suddenly. The thick heavy clouds that hung over the heads of the people looked like patches of wet, dirty wool, or maybe burned cotton candy. The shore-dwelling inhabitants there were so accustomed to the weather that they knew it would still be a while before rainfall, so no one panicked. It was unlike previous years when the weather looked like it was about to take a turn for the worse and the handsome illegitimate son of Count Sinan's house could be found shouting from the neighboring rooftops at the entire city, "It's about to rain, bring in your laundry." The only main street in Danzhou Haribor was filled with food and trinkets. Seeing a pretty boy in the crowd, one of the merchants tried to make conversation. "Master Fan, why don't you tell us to bring in the laundry anymore?" Fan Xian smiled shyly and said nothing. He grasped his maid's hand with one hand and held some tofu with the other. Nobody was surprised that he helped the servants. Everyone knew that the illegitimate son of Count Sinan's house was unlike any other noble child in that he loved helping those beneath his station. In the 6 years since Fei Jia left Danzhou Harbor, Fan Xian had grown to be a fetching young boy who emitted a sense of reliability. Back at the house, he handed the tofu to the servants before greeting the countess and picking up a piece of paper next to her. Returning to his study, he placed a letter from his little sister next to the piece of paper on his desk and the expression on his face immediately lit up. This year, the Emperor of Qing Kingdom made some changes to his reign title and year to reflect the name of the country, a peculiar move that nobody anticipated. Although it might have seemed that the civil servants were fine with the change, they complained when nobody was around. During those days, it didn't matter if you were a scholar at the Ministry of Education or a kanji-drinking novel writer, if you were with the new language party or the old one, you still had to pay the 8th Bureau of the Overwatch Council to review a report. This topic was heavily covered by sour old scholars. After the emperor's reign title was changed, next on the list was pushing new laws. These new laws were nothing new and only served to reorganize pre-existing ones. The only thing the public found refreshing was the introduction of newspapers at the start of the new year. Newspapers? No one had any idea what they were until the first issue, after which a collective O marked the end of the public's interest. The newspapers were produced by the imperial palace and every issue had to be approved by the emperor himself before publication. This prevented the possibility of any problematic articles that could incite backlash. The following issues cost the expensive price of a silver coin and were bought by those attracted to their novelty. Some of the higher status people began to suspect it was a ploy set by the emperor and wondered if he was planning on building a new garden. Included within the thin paper were pieces of useless information. These ranged from landmarks to historical figures, but the main feature of the paper was articles covering the private life of government officials, like how the general was beaten by his wife or why the commander of defense in the capital was missing a tooth. There were even peripheral articles related to their neighbors, the northern Qi kingdom and the Dongyi city. However, the government officials only paid attention to their own close circle. In the beginning, they laughed at the articles, but soon became embarrassed when it was their turn to be featured in the newspaper. Knowing that the emperor was behind the newspaper, nobody dared to complain. The newspapers were printed in scarce numbers and the entire city of Danzhou had only 2 copies, one of which could be found in Count Sinan's house, as they were subscribers. The piece of paper Fan Xian had stolen from his grandmother's room was the much-discussed newspaper. After a quick scan of the paper, Fan Xian could not control his facial expressions. He wanted to stick his entire fist in his mouth. What kind of era was this? Tabloid newspapers? And ordered by the emperor, no less. The new mail order law enacted by the royal family meant that the brother-sister pair could secretly send letters to each other with secrecy. Fan Xian frowned as he looked at the newspaper. For a while now he had heard people discussing the new laws, which in his opinion were a product of nonsense by the emperor. However, everyone knew that the emperor was not one to rub the wrong way. Fan Xian was not in the mood to change the world. He wasn't even interested in the first place, but when this world began to grow similar to his own, he was naturally interested to see how things worked behind the scenes. After much meditating, Fan Xian still hadn't gotten to the bottom of the matter. Smiling wryly, he pushed the paper aside and self-deprecatingly thought to himself that perhaps another person with larger ambitions had also traveled to this world. Anyhow, these matters were of little relevance to him. It was the letter next to the paper that carried greater importance. In Fan Xian's memories, Fan Ruoro was someone related to him by blood that had stayed in Danzhou for a while during their childhood. His poor little sister was lanky and dark compared to his graceful and pretty appearance. They had not seen each other for many years. Fan Xian wondered what she looked like now. Had her sparse blonde hair darkened? Had she become prettier? Fan Xian was even struggling to remember if she was called Fan Ruo or Fan Ruoro. I am such an incompetent brother. Fan Xian thought he didn't care for his sister enough. Even his soul had experienced 2 different lives, he was still related to her by blood through this body. 2 years ago when Fan Ruo began school, she often sent letters to Danzhou. Fan Xian, on the other hand, hardly replied, as he was too busy going through Wu Zhu's relentless training, his daily Badao Jinshi practice, and also reviewing the poisons book Fei Jia had left. For some unknown reason, Fan Ruoro, who turned 10 that year, was extremely reliant on her faraway brother and frequently sent him letters. Perhaps it was because the horror stories that they had shared in their childhood were deeply ingrained in her mind. At first, she mostly wrote about how she missed her grandmother dearly and her memories of Danzhou Harbor. For the past 6 months, though, she wrote mainly about her boring days at the estate in the capital and hardly talked about their home in Danzhou Harbor. Fan Xian brushed the letter lightly with his fingertips, his pretty face tinged with concern. On the paper was his sister's delicate handwriting. She had written about her life in the capital recently and how she had been accepted into a school for aristocrat ladies. It was as if this was the natural pathway in life for someone like her. Chapter 17, I offer this kitchen knife to you. Chapter 17, I offer this kitchen knife to you. Translator, Nio_bo_studio editor, Nio_bo_studio. It was apparent from what was written in the letter that there was always something troublesome going on that didn't match Fan Ruoro's age. Thinking back, after the head wife died, the woman who had given birth to a son started to become more and more arrogant in the capital. Because Uncle Sinan was always busy with official affairs, Fan Ruoro was alone in the capital. Perhaps there were some minor problems in her daily life. Picking up a brush and dipping the tip in ink, Fan Xian paused for a moment to think before writing his reply. In his letter, he was rather roundabout in telling her to spend as much time with Count Sinan as possible, and to behave herself in a lovable and mellow manner. She must not openly complain, but she should occasionally show her hidden bitterness. Secondly, she must stand her ground in front of that woman and a certain proud younger brother. As people would often say, make yourself too kind and people will take advantage of you. If Fan Ruoro didn't wish to be treated unfairly, at the very least she should show her willingness to defend herself. Thirdly, she needed to be kind to the house servants, especially to Count Sinan's aide. She needed to observe the uncle with a pure, innocent gaze as the latter displayed his boring methods. Finally, and as slightly as possible, she should offend the female master in the capital and bear the consequences for a bit. Then she should find a way to let the male master know about it. Any man would have a strange desire to protect, especially his own daughter. Under such circumstances, Count Sinan would certainly remember the daughter left behind by his late head wife. But there were still limits to such methods, and Fan Xian hinted as in the letter. Fan Xian didn't know if this trick he picked up in his previous life from romance novels would work, but he believed that if Ruoro was bright enough, she would figure it out. Afterwards, he impatiently waited for her to write back. He was afraid he might bring trouble to the 11-year-old girl. 2 months later, Fan Ruoro's letter came. From the content, Fan Xian could tell that his younger sister had been happy recently. He didn't know if it was due to his suggestions or if there was never an incident of mistreatment in the capital in the first place. In the letter, Fan Ruoro asked why treat the servants kindly. Seeing this made Fan Xian realize that, in a hierarchical society such as this, not everyone was equal. In response to her question, he wrote back a few anecdotes to explain to her that kindness benefits both others and oneself. Fan Xian had originally planned on copying down some stories from the Decameron and send them along with the letter. In his previous life, Fan Xian remembered the leading critics always praising Giovanni Boccaccio for glorifying romance and equality between men and women in his words. But after giving it some more thought, Fan Xian gave up on the idea, as he remembered there were a lot of adult content in the Decameron. This was a small episode of Fan Xian's free time that somehow provided him with some mental sustenance, and it got to the point where seeing how that girl was doing in the capital became one of the highlights of his life. Although Fan Ruoro was very young, she could sense her older brother in Danjo was no ordinary child. Despite their age difference, the siblings' exchange of letters like these showed that Fan Ruoro was slowly being influenced by Fan Xian. Her vocabulary was much more mature than that of other girls her age. She had also started to notice the minute changes occurring in the world. Kites in spring, fish in summer, bluebirds in autumn, geese in winter. Between the exchange of letters, seasons passed. When he wrote to Fan Ruoro, Fan Xian always shook his head and smiled uneasily. His arms during these years had never been healthy, either swollen or in stabbing pain. Sometimes he could not raise his right hand and had to resort to writing with his left. Fan Ruoro was astonished by how her older brother's handwriting seemed to change with every letter. Everything began on that night 6 years ago. After old Fei left, little Fan Xian was feeling lonely and sneaked outside through a dog hole. He arrived at the strange grocery store that was often closed. Familiar with the route, Fan Xian came to the back door, took out the key from the dense vegetation under the stone steps, and entered. It had been pitch black inside the store, but with Fan Xian's arrival, a small oil lamp was lit. Little Fan Xian sniffed the air and easily found the yellow wine Wu Zhu had prepared for him. Smiling sweetly, he took up the bowl and drank. Wu Zhu did not drink. Fan Xian had never even seen him eat, and this was something he had gotten used to early on. Understandably, such a scene was rather absurd, a 6-year-old boy indulging himself in alcohol like some free wanderer. Anyone who saw this would surely do a double take. Wu Zhu always let Fan Xian drink with no intention of stopping him. He even prepared some appetizers for the young master. While yellow wine was not very strong, drinking too much would still make one a bit tipsy. Intoxicated, the cute Fan Xian squinted, watching the forever expressionless blind man, who didn't seem to age. "Uncle, how come after all these years your appearance hadn't changed? It's like you don't get old." Fan Xian then continued to answer himself, "It looks like after becoming strong enough, you can obtain eternal youth, but uncle, didn't you say you never trained using Nigong? Uncle, how many people in this world are truly strong? How are the levels established? 9 levels in total? 9 again?" Why, the drunk little thing didn't realize he was conflicting himself. "What level are you? Don't have one? Then, what level is that idiot who does the Siga sword style in Dongi? Don't have one either? What about the uncle of what's his face? Still no level?" All those were spoken by Fan Xian himself. Finally, he chuckled, "Could it be that I too will train to no level?" The blind Wu Zhu was chopping radish into thin strands. His hand was slow yet steady. The knife was quick on the way down, but as soon as the blade came in contact with the chopping board it was immediately withdrawn. The level of accuracy was scary. The result was strands of radish of equal thickness, as if they had been shaped by industrial tools. They lay flat on the chopping board, looking very exquisite. Wu Shu raised his head and blanked out slightly. He walked up to Fan Xian and put the kitchen knife in the boy's hands. Chapter 18, Blood and Tears. Chapter 18, Blood and Tears. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. That night, Fan Xian stared blankly at the radishes on the chopping board, gripping the vegetable knife. After having spent time digging up and dismembering corpses, he was to embark on his second course of study, extremely useful, but extremely tragic. Sometimes he found his life truly meaningful. Out of the blue, 2 bizarre teachers had come into his life who didn't seem to mind his thoroughly precocious nature. The skills that Fei Jie and Wu Zhu had taught him, methods for poison and murder, were rather abnormal. Late in the night, a slight tapping could be heard from the back of the store. "Business is slow today," said Wu Zhu, leaning forward and speaking coldly. Fan Xian wiped the sweat from his brow. Looking at the mountainous pile of radishes that he had cut up, he smiled, moving his right wrist. He had discovered that, after years of chopping radishes, he had developed a quickness on par with Wu Zhu, and when it came to the fineness of the shredded radish, he was starting to catch up. But his right wrist still swelled and ached. The sound of chopping still echoed through the store, and he knew that the difference between Wu Zhu's control of the knife and his own was enormous. Although he didn't understand what chopping radishes was supposed to do for his practice of martial arts, he was still aware that Wu Zhu was capable of going toe-to-toe with the 4 grandmasters. So he began to immerse himself in the act of radish chopping, beating out a rhythm on the chopping board. Of course, this was not the only training he undertook with Wu Zhu. He spent many hours training in conventional techniques such as the horse stance and mountain climbing. Wu Zhu's demands on him were great. He spent so long in the horse stance that he found it near impossible to squat upon a chamber pot. He chopped vegetables until his wrists ached, and he ran so far that he found it difficult to get up in the morning. But the hardest part was that every 3 days, Wu Zhu would take him to a remote place outside Danzhou to train, although it was more accurate to say he simply beat the young boy senseless with all of his unparalleled strength. His was a bittersweet childhood, filled with blood and tears. This was how her ladyship had trained her servants back in the day, explained Wu Zhu. Fan Xian felt somewhat apprehensive about his training. It had to be hard, strict, and practical, and involve a great amount of physical practice. In Fan Xian's previous life, this had been the principle that had gained China a great many gold medals. But Fan Xian did not complain. Instead, he simply smiled at the tasks that were assigned to him. On the surface, it seemed like he was only following orders. But his adult's intellect told him that this truly was all for his own good. The powerful Jinshi within him had grown all the more violent over the years. He could hold it within the Dantian and Shuashan points in his pubic region and his spine, but in the rest of his still developing body, he couldn't prevent it from overflowing and cutting off various meridians. He often found it appearing to overflow outward, and when that happened, the nearby furniture in the house usually ended up being damaged as a result. If this carried on, one day, the speed of his Jinshi flow would surpass the growth of his meridians, and he would explode and die. He still didn't know if Wu Zhu even knew of any methods to control such a powerful Jinshi flow. All he could do was train his body, and so his physical capabilities improved greatly. As he chopped radishes, he trained his powers of concentration, and as the years passed he could feel his control over his Jinshi becoming more stable. When it came to death, no one in the world had had the experiences that Fan Xian had. No one feared death or cherished life quite as much he did. So he suffered all of Wu Zhu's training in silence, knowing that it would help him to overcome the side effects of the power that raged within him. Thinking about it later on, he understood the deeper meaning behind Wu Zhu's actions. If Shinshi were fire, and the body were a stove, then training one's muscles was equivalent to forging a stronger stove, while training the mind and spirit was like making a larger hole in the stove in order to control the fire more effectively. As he suffered Wu Zhu's blows in training, he reminded himself, a strong sword cannot be forged without striking the steel. But it still hurt like hell. Morning came. Fan Xian awoke and rubbed the dust from his eyes. He rose from his bed and slipped under the servant girl's blanket. Sniffing her bodily aroma under the covers, he was satisfied. The servant girl, Cece, was combing her hair when he noticed that he was already awake. Smiling, she walked to the edge of the bed and pulled the covers off the boy, who had wrapped himself up like a cocoon. She stopped combing, gathered up her hair, and went to prepare hot water for a bath. Fan Xian climbed off the bed and sat on the cotton pillow he had given Cece. He lifted up his pants and peered in, and recited the words from a drinking game he used to play in his previous life, making rock-paper-scissors gestures. Who's horny? I'm horny. Who's horny? You're horny. He raised his eyebrows and lifted his pants again, looking down. I'm horny, he said to himself. You still don't know how. He'd spent many years in this world, and had gotten used to being waited on hand and foot. He yawned and waited for the servant girl to return. After waiting for what seemed like ages, he fell back to sleep, and found himself being awoken by a hot towel being rubbed in his face. The distant sound of angry shouting came from the courtyard. Fan Xian dressed himself and, led by his curiosity, he made his way out the door. He soon came across a rather awful scene. In the garden, Zhou the housekeeper was severely scolding the servant girl Cece. It seemed that he was angry because she was rushing to prepare the hot water and had not combed her hair or dressed properly. The other servant girls surrounded them, clearly frightened. Zhou the housekeeper had come from the capital a few years ago. Fan Xian knew that he had been sent by the count's mistress to spy on the household, but he had seemed like an earnest enough man throughout that 1 year, and Fan Xian had never caught Zhou doing anything suspicious as he watched him in secret, so he let him do as he pleased. But this scolding of the servant girls displeased Fan Xian. He was a very protective person. Squinting his eyes, he went forth and interceded, but for whatever reason, Zhou was not in a mood to be trifled with. Cece was to be punished. Fan Xian knitted his brow and looked up at the housekeeper with his adorable face. They're my servants, he said, smiling, and I'll deal with them myself. They were ordinary words, even a little weak. But the servant girls knew what they meant, and it filled them with fear. They did not know whether the danger of a clash between the two branches of Count Sinan's estate, one in the capital, one in Danzhou, could be kept back much longer. Chapter 19, A Matter of Dignity. Chapter 19, A Matter of Dignity. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Housekeeper Joe was somewhat arrogant today for some reason. He forced a fake smile. Young master, regarding the things in the house, the Countess said I'm still in charge. Housekeeper Joe stretched out the title of young master intentionally as he said it. His disrespect was obvious. Smiling, Fan Xian noted the hint of contempt in the housekeeper's eyes. While he never felt bad for being an illegitimate child, being looked down upon and treated like a bastard were still uncomfortable experiences. Seeing things going downhill, a certain smart girl went away to find the Countess as the other maidservants only observed nervously. Although on the surface the two houses were connected, everyone knew that young Master Fan Xian's background wasn't all that glorious. Besides, all of the estate's supplies for living in Danzhou Harbor came from the capital, from the hands of the second wife. Because he had a close connection with the second wife, the housekeeper dared to show the young master such disrespect. After all, in everyone's eyes, the one to inherit the grand property of the Sinan branch house would only be that little young master in the capital, not the 12-year-old youth standing here smiling lovingly. The servants, as much as they loved and respected Fan Xian, dared not offend the second wife at such a crucial moment. They stood to the other side of Fan Xian. Only Fan Xian's personal maidservant tightly held his hand. Fan Xian understood very well what the servants were thinking. Anyone who wanted a better life didn't exactly have it easy, and therefore would not feel sadness or disappointment. They only tilted their heads, looking at this unhappy housekeeper Joe with curiosity, thinking he had always been calm, so what finally made him snap? Housekeeper Joe was Count Sinan's second housekeeper in Jingdu. Because he made some small mistakes in the capital, he was chased far away to the remote Danzhou harbor. However, housekeeper Joe did not believe he had actually departed from the lavishness of the capital, and did not grieve over it. Count Sinan's head wife had been dead for many years, and his second wife gave birth to a son 7 years ago. Because the second wife's family had some reputation, naturally, she wanted to take advantage of the situation and aim for a proper place. It was during a time like this housekeeper Joe arrived in Danzhou. Undoubtedly, he had come with ill intentions. In order to fulfill his duty, he meticulously managed the Count's estate and was exceptionally respectful towards the Countess. He was also kind towards the servants and rarely meddled with the private affairs of others. But every time he saw that little mongrel, the one who led to his disguised exile, he couldn't help but show his true feelings. No one knew why, but he was a bit afraid of the young boy, despite the latter being only in his early teens. Because no matter where he went, he could almost always see that boy's faintly smiling face and his pair of clear eyes. As neat and pretty as that face was, anyone would feel disturbed if it followed them around constantly from the moment they woke up. When housekeeper Joe kindly greeted the servants, little Fan Xian's pretty face was hidden among the flowers, staring at the housekeeper blankly. When housekeeper Joe scowled over the statements of account, little Fan Xian propped his face up on the windowsill of the accountant chamber, staring at the housekeeper innocently. And when housekeeper Joe made his report to the Countess with utmost respect, little Fan Xian rested his face next to the Countess, staring at him with infinite curiosity. After several months like this, housekeeper Joe was almost driven insane. He could see that innocent beautiful face at all times. It was like the face of a ghost floating in white mist. A face that beautiful could only belong to a ghost, a face which stared at him so intensely. With his psyche almost at its breaking point, he even began to become paranoid. Could that boy know he was sent here to deal with him? But then housekeeper Joe thought, that little mongrel is too young, how could he know the dangers of the adult world? But, why is he always looking at me? Why? Just like now. If I were him, I'd feel humiliation. How could he still smile like that? Housekeeper Joe smiled coldly, thinking, thing will be over soon, there is no need for me to get upset over this brat. Fan Xian didn't realize his unscrupulous observation of housekeeper Joe would be so taxing on the housekeeper's psyche. But even if he had known, he wouldn't feel sorry about it. He was only curious as to what methods this aunt in the capital would deploy to deal with him. But after seeing housekeeper Joe scolding his maidservant to save face, Fan Xian's expression turned gloomy. After hearing how the housekeeper pronounced young master, Fan Xian's smile slowly faded. I heard young master chased a maidservant out of the house a few years ago. Such unruly behavior certainly won't do. Housekeeper Zhou continued to talk with disdain, ignoring the youth's gradually worsening expression. You are still young, it would be best from now on if you didn't worry about the things in the house. Fan Xian laughed. Are you warning me to stay put? Housekeeper Zhou claimed he wouldn't dream of it, but his tone was overflowing with arrogance. Who would dare? It's just that before coming here, the second wife ordered me to look after you, since you are still of tender age. So then you aren't afraid of me using my authority as your master to slap that big mouth of yours? Fan Xian asked, curious. Housekeeper Zhou chuckled, stroking the sparsely grown beard on his chin. He said, young master, even though you lost your mother as an infant and lacked discipline growing up, everyone knows that you still had the upbringing of a learned scholar. You wouldn't treat your servants so harshly. The housekeeper looked at the beautiful youth before him and laughed to himself on the inside. A mere child he is, to think he would try to use his authority to threaten me. Oh. Fan Xian came back to his senses, as if just realizing his identity as an illegitimate child. He turned and left. The maidservants, while secretly wanting justice for the young master, took a breath of relief since no conflicts had occurred. Cici held Fan Xian's hand as her eyes began to tear up. She felt sorry for the young master, but was afraid he would become upset. Only after side-eyeing Fan Xian and discovering tranquility in his eyes did she finally come to peace. Taking Cici's hand, Fan Xian led her inside and set up 2 stools by the door. He made Cici sit on one of them before making his way into the garden with another stool. The maidservants had not yet dispersed. Housekeeper Zhou was still savoring his earlier display of courage. Fan Xian set the stool directly in front of Housekeeper Zhou. Those nearby were puzzled. Housekeeper Zhou was no exception, and was about to raise a question. But little Fan Xian had already stepped onto the stool. At only 12 years of age, Fan Xian was not very tall. On top of a stool, he was only the same height as Housekeeper Zhou. The people were confused, not knowing what Fan Xian was about to do. At that moment, Fan Xian puffed 2 breaths into his right palm and raised it high. What are you doing? The sentence hung in Housekeeper Zhou's mouth and came out with a shower of spit. Fan Xian brutally swung his little hand forward. With a loud and crisp smack, Housekeeper Zhou tumbled over to the ground. A red handprint appeared on his face, and there was some blood on the corner of his mouth. He was physically stunned by the hit. There was no way he would have expected such strength to come from a child, not to mention, this child actually dared to hit him in the first place. Little Fan Xian hopped down from the stool, flexed his wrist, and took a handkerchief from a maidservant standing close by. He wiped hand as he looked at the housekeeper, who was groaning while holding his face, and said in a light voice, even a learned scholar would resort to violence. Even though I don't abuse my servants, I am more than happy to show you the style of a son from a wealthy family. Chapter 20, Standing at the Top. Chapter 20, Standing at the Top. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Zhou the housekeeper laid on the ground miserably, the mark on his face red as a peach blossom. He spat out a few broken teeth and was half dizzy in shock. He directed a weak gaze full of fear and horror towards Fan Xian. I seriously don't understand what you guys think, Fan Xian said in a quiet voice. Did you really believe I wouldn't hit you? You seem to have forgotten your place. Perhaps a more cultured master wouldn't do anything to his servants, but that is not me, unfortunately. Don't tell me you're going to hit back? So, that's that. All you can do is to deal with it and endure, laugh, or go cry about it to the countess or back in the capital. But, from now on, don't go into the back garden. I dislike seeing you. After saying this, he dusted his pants off and turned to Cici, who was sitting dumbfounded on the stool. He told her quietly that he wanted to go out and left the count's estate. Behind him, looks of fear inevitably surfaced on the faces of the servants. None of them would have thought this cute, gentle boy had such a violent side to him. The contrast between the two sides shook everyone to the core and made it all the more terrifying. At this time, the Countess had arrived in the back garden too. She looked at the groaning housekeeper on the ground and thought of that child. She couldn't help but express a glint of meaningful happiness. Chasing the head servant out of the house last year, and slapping Joe the housekeeper silly today, the 12-year-old Fan Xian finally established his authority in the Count's estate. Along the shore 5 kilometers from Danzhou Harbor was a dangerous region covered by reefs. The sea winds churned up the blue water, smashing it against the rocks into huge sprays of white foam. On the east side, there was an extremely narrow passage hidden among the hazardous rocks. Fan Xian came along that path. He turned his body with his back to the sea. Listening to the deafening sound of waves at his back, he looked up. In front of him was a series of steep cliffs. This mountain was formed naturally next to the sea. Behind the mountain were ancient forests and swamps spanning hundreds of li, making scaling the cliffs the only way to reach the apex. Taking a look at the cliffs, Fan Xian frowned slightly. In his mind, he traced the path he always took while climbing. However, the sea winds had been strong recently, and the rocks which stuck out from the cliff were loose. If he were to climb to the top today, he must be more careful than usual. The sea crashed into the reefs behind him, but the rocks proved cold and insurmountable, with only some seawater reaching the shallows, making this area of the shore wetter than others. Fan Xian's shoes got wet from standing there and his feet felt quite uncomfortable. Taking off his shoes, Fan Xian put them in a clean cavity just below the cliffs. Taking some coarse sand and rubbing his palms together, he began to adjust his inner jinqi. Having readied himself, he planted his right hand securely onto an inconspicuous outcropping and deftly lifted his entire body into the air. He began to climb up as if he weighted next to nothing. He ascended rapidly. With his entire body flattened against the cliff surface, he looked like some strange animal which was adept at climbing. Each time he reached out his hand, planted down with his foot, or lifted himself upwards, it all seemed effortless. There were no signs of difficulty. After only a short while, he was close to the top. The sea wind whirled behind him, blowing away his body heat and sweat, making him feel refreshed. I bet even Guijing couldn't climb this fast. But the blind man at the top of this mountain will be much fiercer than Ma Yu. Fan Xian thought back on what happened in the garden as he continued to climb. Something didn't feel right to him. That precious housekeeper of the second wife stayed put for over a year. Why did he happen to mess up today? The sea winds carried moisture, making the exposed rocks somewhat slippery. Seeing that he was almost to the top, Fan Xian relaxed his focus. Thinking about what happened earlier only distracted him further. His right hand slipped and he almost fell. As dangerous as that seemed, Fan Xian did not panic and directed his jinqi into his right hand. With 3 fingers, he latched tightly onto the only piece of projecting rock that could support him. Shaking slightly, his fingers looked as if they were deeply embedded into the rock, unmovable. A wooden stick reached down from above, gesturing him to grab it. Fan Xian seemingly wanted to avoid this stick very much. He didn't even look at it and started to swing his body. With the tip of his feet, he kicked against the cliff's surface, providing him with the momentum to propel his entire body to the top. The maneuver was as risky as it looked. You weren't focusing enough. That could cost you your life. At the mountain top, on the edge of the cliffs, Wu Zhu stood facing the sea breeze. His clothes were made from coarse fabric and a strip of black cloth covered his eyes. Fan Xian ignored him and sat down in a lotus position. After a short period of adjustment, he stood back up and told Wu Zhu about what happened today at the house. He also expressed his suspicions, hoping Wu Zhu could provide a definitive answer. You think a single slap will keep the housekeeper in check? Wu Zhu asked coldly. I do, as long as Grandma is on my side, Fan Xian said as he lowered his head. While he didn't imbue that slap with jinqi, the great power stored within his fragile young body over the years was still frightening. More importantly, he displayed his gloomy temperament at the most crucial moment. This was dreadful indeed. Then that's enough. Wu Zhu didn't appear to want to probe deeper into the matter. This is only my suspicion, but why did the housekeeper decide to stir things up today? He has spent over a year in Danzhou Harbor with his tail between his legs. Under normal circumstances, there really isn't any reason for him to show his ugly colors now, unless he feels that he's had enough and something will happen in Danzhou soon. Maybe, in his eyes, I'm no longer a threat to my half-brother in the capital, and so he no longer sees a need to please me. Fan Xian smiled bitterly, a look which did not match his youthful face. It was indeed strange, now that he mentioned it. If Fei Jia was somewhat uncertain and fearful regarding Fan Xian's early maturity, Wu Zhu, on the other hand, was unconcerned about this. It looked as though Wu Zhu would not react to anything when it came to Fan Xian, even if Fan Xian were to turn into a tree demon. Fan Xian thought that perhaps it was because Wu Zhu was blind and unable to see the expressions that Fan Xian unknowingly made, expressions which shouldn't appear on the face of a child. That's trivial, Wu Zhu said suddenly. He obviously felt Fan Xian was overanalyzing the subject. I predict someone will come to kill me. Is that trivial? Fan Xian laughed. Wu Zhu coldly replied, Fei Jia and I have taught you so much. If you can't handle something as trivial as that, then it becomes non-trivial. Fan Xian thought about it for a moment and accepted the fact. He understood that Master Wu Zhu would not take care of things for him this time. Let's begin. Okay. After a long while, in a remote area above the cliffs, Fan Xian removed his tunic. Again. He moaned dejectedly to the side. As soon as his voice floated away from the cliffs, a wooden stick came down from above, mercilessly striking his back with a muffled crack. Chapter 21, Pain. Chapter 21, Pain. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Currently, the overwhelming Jinqi inside Fan Xian had reacted automatically, forming a dense layer which blanketed his back. However, the wooden stick was even faster and stabbed him before the Jinqi could react. The term stab meant that the stick was thrust in a straight line by its owner, with all the power focused into the tip. Fan Xian let out a cry. Although the youth's body was protected by Jinqi, the blow he just received sent pain down to the bone, causing his body to curl up. One moment he was writhing on the ground in pain, the next he pushed off against the ground with his hands and started to roll while assuming the same curled-up position. Fan Xian ferociously kicked behind him. Seeing a beautiful young boy performing such an insidious kick was enough to shock anybody, though what answered his kick was a simple slapping sound. Fan Xian half-knelt on the ground, continuously massaging his ankle. He inhaled the cold air as his face twisted from the pain. He knew begging for mercy would be useless, as proven early on these past few years. All he could do was eye the blind man standing 3 meters away and calculating his next move. As agreed, if he could land a single blow on the blind man, even a corner of his clothing, it would be considered a victory for Fan Xian, with the reward being a month-long break. Having suffered several years of being beaten, Fan Xian had yet to accomplish that, due in part to Wu Zhu being alarmingly swift and not giving away his position. Even more terrifyingly, Wu Zhu made no extra movements that would give away what he planned to do next, making him unpredictable to Fan Xian. As an example, with Wu Zhu, indicators such as line of sight cannot be taken advantage of. Secondly, that inconspicuous wooden stick every time Fan Xian tried to get near Wu Zhu using Jinqi or underhanded tricks, that stick would move like the claw of a demon from hell, mercilessly slamming into Fan Xian's wrists, ankles, or even his fingers. They weren't broken, but they hurt. The pain was unbearable. What absolutely baffled Fan Xian was that, no matter how hard he tried to muffle the sound of his movements, Wu Zhu, through his blindfold, could still locate and hit him every time without fail despite the roaring of the waves crashing into the rocks below. Ayayaya. Taking another hit to the wrist, Fan Xian cried out, his voice dragging like he was singing Beijing opera. He distanced himself away from that merciless blind man. A small, nameless yellow flower bloomed meekly on the cliffs. Fan Xian lay on the edge of the cliff, his strength gone. The sea below had already calmed down, glistening gold from sunshine. The reefs that were constantly bashed by the waves finally gained a moment of peace and began to slowly dry. Some crustaceans climbed over them, looking like tiny black dots when viewed from above. Touching the painful spots on his body, Fan Xian navigated his qi to inspect his interior condition. He discovered that his rampaging jinqi had been partially absorbed into the shueshan behind his waist, while the rest of it was used up trying to defend against those relentless stick strikes. The jinqi inside him right now was calm, just like the sea before him. Fan Xian knew resting now would do his training no good, and so, in spite of the soreness and pain, he got up with great difficulty and assumed a lotus position as he began to carry out the maneuvers from the scrolls of power. He shot a glance at Wu Zhu, who was standing at the cliff's edge. The black strip of cloth which covered Wu Zhu's eyes flapped in the sea wind. "That's really cool, not just acting cool." Fan Xian made a silent judgment about the blind man. He said in a quiet voice, "Careful, uncle, or you'll fall." Naturally, a powerful character such as Wu Zhu would not die from simply falling off a cliff. Fan Xian was only making meaningless chatter. "Don't get distracted." Wu Zhu only spoke one emotionless sentence and stopped responding to Fan Xian. Fan Xian signed and started to calm himself, entering a state of meditation. After who knows how long, he came back to himself among the sea winds, and discovered the sun had already changed its position. And Wu Zhu, not too far away from him, still kept the same posture, looking like a sturdy flagpole which could never be broken. Fan Xian stood up, noticing his body had completely recovered, his jinqi full to the brim. The pressure on his meridian also died down significantly. While his muscles, ankles, and wrists still ached, those would be taken care of once he returns to the branch house and rub on the medicine he prepared himself. Walking through the wind, which carried the faint smell of the sea, Fan Xian walked over and stood next to Wu Zhu, and would have been shoulder to shoulder if he weren't so much shorter than the blind man. Fan Xian picked up a rock and chucked it towards the sea with all his might. Currently, jinqi was flooding throughout his body, making his strength much greater than that of regular people. The rock flew far, and when it finally hit the water, the splash could barely be seen by the naked eye. Somewhat full of himself, Fan Xian thought not even those master martial artists could match his arm strength. Seeing the powerful waves and the birds flying freely overhead, his spirits got a boost from what was around him. He spread his arms wide and roared at the sea. "Capital, I will arrive one day." Wu Zhu still stood there in silence, as if not hearing Fan Xian. "What are you going to do?" Fan Xian blanked out a bit before realizing Wu Zhu, who was always reserved with his words as if they were gold, finally spoke. He answered, smiling, "I'm going to see exactly what the world is like, of course. The outside world is dangerous," Wu Zhu said in his usual cold tone. He did not turn around. Fan Xian shrugged his frail shoulders, looking somewhat mischievous. "With Uncle Wu Zhu protecting me, what would I be afraid of? After the lady was born, I forgot some things." There was a pause in Wu Zhu's otherwise unchanging tone. "There are many people in this world who could harm me, and naturally they could harm you too. Uncle is so modest." Fan Xian laughed sweetly, thinking, "In this still unfamiliar world, I have only you as my bodyguard. If ever you decide to walk away, what would I do? If I was with you in the capital, I would bring you trouble." Fan Xian raised his head, looking at Wu Zhu's almost eternally expressionless face, and thought for a moment. He then answered, with some embarrassment, "I would protect you." Wu Zhu finally turned around after hearing this, and intensely looked Fan Xian in the eye, and said, "The lady, she said the same thing." Fan Xian smiled, knowing part of his shamelessness came from his mother after all. Chapter 22, The Poets. Chapter 22, The Poets. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Why do you wish to see this world? Wu Zhu seemed to be pondering something. The place you are standing right now, isn't it part of this world? Fan Xian didn't know how to answer that question, for he came from another world, and therefore would naturally be curious about many things in this world. Furthermore, he needed to find the answer to a question which had been bothering him for the longest time: how did he end up in this world? Fei Jie once mentioned the temple 6 years ago, when he still taught at Danzhou. At the time, Fan Xian thought, other than no divine intervention, what else could turn a person dying from illness into the youth he was today? He had been intrigued by this temple ever since and wanted to see what was inside. The capital, too, was a place he really wanted to visit. Fan Ruorowo didn't know if she could live a happy life under her stepmother's protection, and left Fei Jie for a few years. Just for a bit, Fan Xian wanted to visit that perverted but cute old man. Most importantly, because he had been bedridden for so long in his previous life, his current life so far in Danzhou as a child had presented Fan Xian with a jarring contrast. The contrast manifested in Fan Xian's heart like a ball of fire, burning his psyche, stimulating his hopes, making him want to do something, gain something. Peace and ambition, privilege and happiness, romance and beautiful women, these nouns didn't exactly match each other, they were incompatible. And yet they flashed across Fan Xian's mind. After thinking for a while, he answered carefully, since you only live once, the only way to make the most out of this unrepeatable game is to go around seeing different sights and meeting different people. That was what Fan Xian really thought. During his previous life, he gave a lot of thought on his deathbed on how he would live in his next life, should there ever be one. Wu Zhu said, "What do you plan to do?" "First, I must make sure I survive." Fan Xian kneeled to pick up another rock. When he threw it this time, there was no, and the rock shattered on the reefs below, which is why I must obtain the means to protect myself. And then? I've set 3 goals for myself. Wu Zhu quietly listened. First, I am going to father many, many children. Second, I am going to write many, many books. And third, I am going to live a very, very nice life. Fan Xian was extremely calm as he said such absurd things. There wasn't the slightest sign of embarrassment. Deep down, he reasoned that, since this world was not Earth, then as the sole example of a human from Earth, it was his biological duty to pass down the human's legacy by fathering many children in this world. At the same time, he believed he also represented the civilizations of Earth. Humanity's accomplishments in art through the millennia could not be found in this world. If he couldn't write, or should it be copy, many, many books and let literary legacies such as Chao Shuichen's works and Kill Bill shine in this ignorant world, he would feel sorry for the sages of this parallel universe living in solitude, and of course, he would feel most sorry for himself. Naturally, he also saw himself as the only earthling who could observe this world, and therefore he had to make sure he could live a comfortable life. Only by doing so could he live to a ripe old age and observe for as many years as possible. It wouldn't be until many years later that Fan Xian finally admitted those were all excuses to rationalize and glorify his hidden desires, his perversion, shamelessness, and greed. On the cliffs by the sea, Wu Zhu seemed to require some time to fully understand what Fan Xian's 3 goals really. Calmly, he analyzed, then you need to marry many wives, find many souk, and hire many servants. Souk? Fan Xian knew the term but was still unsure what it meant here. Scholars in poverty who write manuscripts for other people. They have no rights to authorship. Fan Xian grinned. He had originally planned on making big names like Old Chao and Old Sha be his ghostwriters and had no need for souk. As he thought that, Wu Zhu continued his overly simplistic analysis. If you are to marry many wives, hire many servants and souk, then you need to earn a lot of money. If you want to earn a lot of money, then you need a lot of authority. The more authority you need, the closer you must be to this nation's center of power. Wu Zhu neatly turned around to leave. As soon as you turn 16, we're going back to the capital. Behind Wu Zhu, Fan Xian stayed where he stood, staring blankly. He had merely expressed some of his not-so-unreasonable ideas, but somehow this slightly mentally challenged strong one deducted them to be related to a matter of national power. Not to mention he just cleanly made decision to go back to the capital. Fan Xian still remembered, on the day he was born, Wu Zhu carried him on his back and escaped from the capital. Fan Xian didn't know if he should laugh or cry at his current situation, so he slapped himself hard to get out of his trance. He caught up to Wu Zhu, and said, "Uncle, I told you what's on my heart, shouldn't you reward me with something? What do you want to know? My mother, why were people after us in the capital? Regarding the lady, I will tell you everything once you turn 16, as that's the lady's final wish. As for the people after us, you don't need to know, since they all died 10 years ago. When they got back to Danzhou Harbor, it was already noon. Fan Xian parted from Wuzhou a distance away, and Fan Xian made his way into the city by himself. The people of the city had already gotten used to seeing this young master wander outside on his own. Although there were no wild beasts or dangerous places around, people still felt the Count's estate was too careless regarding the safety of this illegitimate son. After all, in their eyes, Fan Xian was merely a 12-year-old boy. For the Danzhou inhabitants, who lived carefree without needing to pay taxes to the imperial court, they had plenty of spare time to come up with some odd theories. For example, they wondered if the people of the branch house wanted the illegitimate son to get eaten by wild beasts or fall down a cliff. With that idea in mind, seeing this cute boy live in this supposedly dangerous mansion made their hearts race. Fan Xian didn't know what they were thinking and kept smiling slightly. Lowering his head just a little, he returned to the Count's estate. The servants were waiting for him, knowing that he would return to eat. The Countess sat on the old, wooden armchair, her eyes half closed as if she were sleepy. Chapter 23, Makuzi. Chapter 23, Makuzi. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Young master is back, a male servant shouted. All the servants immediately busied themselves with preparing lunch. Fan Xian and the Countess sat opposite each other at a large table in the hall. The table was scattered with a mess of various dishes. Something was off about this scene. Rather than retreat to the back courtyard to eat, the idle servants simply stared at Fan Xian's chopsticks. Several of the younger servant girls were quietly salivating. They seemed hungry. This was an unwritten rule in the Count's mansion. Fan Xian stringently demanded it, and the Countess acquiesced, so everybody had gotten used to it long ago. As long as young Master Fan was having a meal in the mansion, others could only be permitted to eat after he had personally tasted and approved of each dish. The servants didn't understand why the young master, who had always been gentle and tender, insisted on such an unreasonable rule. One time, however, Dunger, the servant who was closest to Fan Xian, tasted the saltiness of his food before Fan Xian did. She was subsequently driven from the mansion by a ferocious Fan Xian. After that, everybody knew that the young master did, after all, have a shameless aristocratic side to him. When Donger cried and left, the Countess just stared at her coolly without a word. The entire mansion was silent, except for the sounds of Fan Xian chewing and sipping soup. All of the servants quietly stood beside him with their arms at their sides obediently. Like all noble households, whatever food the master didn't eat was always sent to the servants' quarters as a reward, so Fan Xian ate less of each dish. He just picked away at the food with his chopsticks. He ate slowly and carefully, with thin lips pressing and relaxing like two beams of light opening and closing. The Countess was gently caressing a statue and mouthing a silent prayer. After a long time, Fan Xian had tasted each dish. He laughed sweetly with bright, beaming eyes. He pointed at a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots and told one of the servants, "This one's good." The servant girls breathed a sigh of relief and began to fill their bowls with rice. The idle servants could finally go to the back courtyard, but another servant went to the kitchen and brought the remaining stir-fried bamboo shoots out to the hall, placing them in front of Fan Xian. "Help yourself, ma'am." Fan Xian stood up, saluted the Countess, and received the bowl of food with both hands before politely placing it in front of the Countess. He repeatedly added the stir-fried bamboo shoots into his bowl, munching on them with a pleasant expression. On his handsome face, that kind of smile seemed exceptionally grotesque, as though he'd finally found something he'd been after for a long time. For some reason, the servant girls standing to the side, upon seeing the smile on the 12-year-old boy's face, couldn't help but shiver as they recalled the powerful smack that Joe the housekeeper took that morning. "I'll go to my room to finish my meal." Fan Xian told the servants this before taking a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots and a bowl of white rice and going to his room in the side courtyard. It was very impolite of him to leave before his elder had finished her meal, but the countess didn't say anything. In his bedroom, he ate some emetic powder and then started poking his fingers down his throat. After digging around for a while, he finally vomited out the remnants of the meal. He then immediately took several pills he had prepared himself out of the drawer and washed them down with fresh water. He directed his jinqi throughout his entire body and discovered there didn't seem to be any problems. This finally put him at ease. He looked at the plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots. Smiling bitterly, he dumped them out into the chamber pot behind his bed. They had been poisoned with makuzi, a method often used by the secret agents in the Council of Auditors. Makuzi is a beautiful, tangerine-like fruit which grows in the southern islands. Its flowers emit a strange, pungent odor and its fruit contains poison. When the fruit's juice is mixed with food, the dish is unlikely to change color and it will still smell normal. On the contrary, it will actually make the dish more fragrant. It was frequently used by the spies of the Council of Auditors in carrying out assassinations. After entering the body, the poison takes effect that night, when the victim convulses before dying. This is very similar to death by infection, thus making it difficult to divine the true cause of death. As the only student of Fei Jie, the inventor of this poison in the Council of Auditors, Fan Xian immediately identified its slightly bitter taste when he tried the stir-fried bamboo shoots. The murderer was actually quite clever, for they knew to mix the makuzi fruit juice with bamboo shoots, which were themselves bitter. The reason Fan Xian didn't immediately leave the countess just now to purge the poison was to keep her from being frightened. Now, he suddenly felt scared when he considered that if it had been some kind of fast-acting poison, instead of makuzi, he'd already be dead. Fan Xian took his teacher's advice in always being attentive to his diet. He worried that his aunt in the capital might strike a vicious blow. That's why he had to cause such an odd scene while eating just now. To keep the servants safe from any poison, he requested that he taste each dish before anybody else could begin eating. He was like the eunuch in the imperial palace responsible for testing each dish before the emperor could eat it. Though Fan Xian believed his own life was more important than anybody else's, he wasn't willing to have innocent people die for him. Seeing that the young master had come to the kitchen, the servants quickly stood up and offered him a stool. "Younger master, are you still hungry? Do you want to eat something?" one of them asked with a smile. Fan Xian smiled and said, "Those stir-fried bamboo shoots were delicious." The chef standing next to him laughed, "I'm glad you enjoyed them." "Yes, they were quite fresh." "When were they bought?" Fan Xian nodded enthusiastically and asked carefully. "We bought them this morning, so of course they were fresh." "Oh, right. Did any outsiders enter the kitchen today?" Mr. Ha, who normally delivers food, was ill. His nephew came instead. "All right then. I should get going." Fan Xian took a piece of smoked meat from the plate the chef offered. He ate it and, smiling bashfully, said, "Don't tell the countess that I came down here to pilfer food." When Fan Xian left, the servants began talking about him. They all commended the character of the count's illegitimate son, saying he was free of any aristocratic vices. It was just that, his rules for eating were a little too much. In an alleyway in Danzhou Harbor, Fan Xian was scaling the back wall of some building with his hook-like fingers. When he exerted his strength, he was like a climbing civet cat. He was at the food delivery man Mr. Ha's house. For many years, there were a total of only a dozen or so servants at the count's mansion, all of which were natives of Danzhou Harbor, with the exception of several maids who had been replaced. So Fan Xian didn't suspect any of them. Though Fan Xian had met Mr. Ha before, he thought it was strange that he should fall ill at such an opportune moment. Mr. Ha's room was pitch black, but for Fan Xian, it was as bright as daytime. He quietly slipped into the room and smelled a trace of blood in the air. Chapter 24, Assassin. Chapter 24, Assassin. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Mr. Ha's corpse lay on the bed, covered by a cotton blanket, with only his feet poking out. The smell of blood was faint, meaning the assassin had done some cleanup. Fan Xian would have missed it had he not developed a sharp nose while under Fei Jie's tutelage. Fan Xian stood quietly in the corner. The darkness hid the assassin, and also Fan Xian. Trying to mimic blind Wu Zhu's techniques, Fan Xian relaxed himself as much as possible. Jinqi flowed slowly inside his body as his heartbeat merged with the noises outside. The assassin should still be around. The Overwatch Council's secret agents were always thorough. After poisoning Fan Xian, they would certainly stay until the night in order to ensure the bastard's son was dead, after which they would leave Danzhou under the cover of darkness. Since the assassin was posing as Mr. Ha's nephew, they must be familiar with the layout of the building, so they wouldn't want to change observation spots. Unfortunately, Fan Xian couldn't have expected how things would develop. He studied the room carefully. Other than Mr. Ha's cold body on the bed, there were no other people in the room. He slowly followed the wall, moving further into the room, careful not to noisily bump into any furniture. His eyes glanced over some inconspicuous corners of the ceiling. He snuck along the wall to the window where light shone through. Mr. Ha obviously wasn't rich enough to afford more windows, so the room was poorly lit. Fan Xian stood beside the window, hiding his presence by taking advantage of the contrast between light and dark. After standing there for a long time, he frowned. Had he been wrong? Perhaps that poison-toting assassin was long gone. If that was the case, coming to the house right away instead of keeping Zhou under watch was obviously the wrong move. Fan Xian walked to the bed, wanting to take a look at how poor old Mr. Ha died. But he became tenser the closer he got to the bed. He heard the sound of suppressed breathing. Because of the noises from the market outside, the breathing wasn't audible until Fan Xian closed in. The assassin hid behind Mr. Ha's body when he noticed someone had entered the house. The breathing behind the body was extremely steady, about 7 breaths per minute. If Fan Xian didn't have his unusually abundant jinqi enhancing his hearing, he never would have noticed. Fan Xian stopped, staring at the bed. He didn't know if it was a trap. From outside came the lively calls of merchants. Fan Xian could pick out the faint sound of a certain carriage. He knew there was a market directly in front of this building, and that a horse-drawn carriage would have trouble navigating down the narrow road, and thus waited quietly with his dagger. The assassin also waited quietly. He didn't see who entered the room, but at this point he could tell that the intruder was equally patient. A long time later he started to feel like he had underestimated the dangers of Danzhou. He regretted remaining here to ensure the death of his target. As the carriage passed through the market, the merchants on both sides began to hurl insults at the driver, who was obviously vexed. If he wasn't short on time, he never would have taken this route. With great difficulty, the merchants cleared a path for the carriage. The driver thanked them and was ready to proceed. However, the carriage smashed a crate of eggs, infuriating the egg merchant. The merchant held onto the reins, refusing to let go. The market descended into chaos. Meanwhile, in the house beside the marketplace. Hearing the disturbance outside, Fan Xian took advantage of the noise and brought his right foot down hard. He vaulted himself to the side of the bed and mercilessly thrust a thin dagger into the area behind Mr. Ha's body. At that instant, Fan Xian got a clear look at the assassin's face. His eyes were cold and the brows above them were a little messy. Fan Xian could tell he was relatively young. His appearance was average, with slightly thick lips and dry skin. Caught completely off guard, the assassin suddenly moved his right hand. A small, black crossbow bolt burst out of the blanket, flying straight at Fan Xian's face. Fan Xian had already landed with his arm up. His entire torso was defenseless. The bolt sped like a beam of light. Fan Xian started to react as soon as the bolt was fired. For 5 years, Wu Zhu had beaten him with a stick that swung much faster than this bolt. When he landed, he didn't put all of his body weight down, and his other foot didn't come down. Twisting his toes, With his entire body stuck in a powerless position in the air, he retreated a few inches to the right. The bull brushed past Fan Xian's left cheek, burying itself deep into the roof with a dull thud. The assassin was absolutely astonished. He couldn't believe that the person who came was this attractive youth who should have already been felled by poison. What was even more unbelievable was that this kid could dodge a point-blank, concealed crossbow shot. Presently, Fan Xian's dagger plunged deep into the assassin's body with a disgusting, muffled sound. Fan Xian felt like he was stabbing into a slab of pork with a kitchen knife. Because he had to dodge the arrow, Fan Xian's aim was off and he stabbed the assassin in the shoulder. He was still alive. The assassin writhed like an eel in water. He readied his left hand to give Fan Xian a lethal strike, but the pain in his shoulder combined with the force of being slammed into the bed caused him to fall. The concealed crossbow slipped out of his fingers. He braced himself, but when he tried to get up, the pain was more intense than he ever could have imagined. Moreover, that boy's dagger had pierced through his shoulder and stuck into the bed. He had been pinned to the bed alive. With the assassin completely neutralized, Fan Xian's left hand clutched around his throat. The assassin finally showed his fear of death. His thick lips parted slightly, as if wanting to say something. Fan Xian's heart tightened as he felt a chill. He didn't give the assassin the chance to talk or retaliate. With a crunch, Fan Xian broke the assassin's neck. His head slumped to the side and he died instantly. Fan Xian kept his hand on the assassin's broken neck for a moment, feeling the crushed pieces of bone. As the assassin's blood gradually cooled down, Fan Xian finally removed his hand and crouched over, panting heavily. Chapter 25, Tofu Like Jade. Chapter 25, Tofu Like Jade. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. It took some while for Fan Xian to finally calm down. The cold sweat made his clothes stick to his body. He took the long, thin dagger off the assassin's shoulder. The terrible sound the blade made as it was dislodged from flesh and bone made him pause before he finally removed the small, insidiously hidden crossbow from the dead assassin's sleeve. The slender blade was covered in some sort of black, opaque substance. Fan Xian knew that Master Fei created a black coating that was not only poisonous but that could cause excruciating pain for anyone wounded by it. He carefully placed the blade inside a scabbard made of elephant hide and glanced at the corpses, those of the assassin on the bed and old Ha the vegetable seller underneath it before he turned to leave. As he opened the door, Wu Zhu was standing quietly at the corner of the stairs. "If the carriage hadn't come, what would you have done?" he asked. Fan Xian lowered his head and said nothing for a long time. Finally, having managed to get a hold on the horrible feelings that his first kill had brought up in him, he raised his head and smiled. "I would have stayed still like he did, and waited for you to come." They climbed down off the wall again. The lessons he had learned climbing the cliffs outside Danzhou had finally been put to use that day. Fan Xian lowered his feet onto the floor and walked ahead, knowing that Wu Zhu would leave him, and that when he was in danger, he would appear again. He walked through the hustle and bustle of the market and stayed quiet, his right hand dangling by the side of his thigh as it trembled gently. He walked with heavy steps through the market and came to a stop in front of a stall. It was a tofu stall, and the hawker was a fair-faced woman in her 20s, with pale, delicate hands and an apron tied around her waist. "Donger," Fan Xian called out to her, smiling. Donger was the servant girl he had driven out of the count's manor. When he was younger, he would lie on her bosom and sleep. They had always been close. After Donger had left the manor, she had opened a tofu stall at the market, so Fan Xian often dropped by to buy some tofu to take home. A gentle smile crept across Donger's face when she saw who it was. "Young master," she asked as she let him in, "what brings you here?" He sat on a small stool, and as more people came in to buy tofu, Donger glanced at him awkwardly. Fan Xian nodded, and allowed her to see to her customers first. Looking around, he saw that there was a crib at the back of the stall, with a little girl inside it who seemed to be 2 to 3 years of age. Her cheeks were rosy and her clumsy and delicate hands reached out at the little bell attached to the crib. Fan Xian reached out to pick up the little girl and play with her. Donger turned around and hurried back to clasp her to her bosom. "Don't get your clothes dirty," she grumbled. "You'll only create more work for those servant girls." Fan Xian giggled. "Donger, when I was the same age as your daughter, didn't you hug me like that every day?" Donger laughed. "Young master, how can you compare yourself to us mere servants?" It was rather curious. Donger had been chased out of the count's manor for testing a dish before Fan Xian had had the chance to. But by the sound of it, she bore no malice toward the boy at all. Fan Xian scratched his head, unsure of what to say. Donger realized that something was wrong with him, so she picked up her daughter and cooed to her, "This is the young master, can you say that?" "Young master. Call me uncle," insisted Fan Xian. He sat at the tofu stall for a long time, watching Donger cut tofu, weigh it, and wrap it up in paper while he played with the young girl, getting her to call him uncle. After a long while, he managed to expel the gloom from his mind, and stood up to say goodbye to Donger. "You've come all this way," said Donger, a little embarrassed, "and I don't have anything good for you to eat." Fan Xian smiled. "Donger, do you think I'm not eating well?" "That's true," Donger laughed with a young woman's bashfulness. "Thank you for buying all these things for my little girl, young master." Fan Xian shook his head and smiled. "I just hope you don't hold it against me for chasing you out of the count's mansion." Donger smiled and said nothing. She trusted the young lad, and even though she'd never understood why he'd flown into a rage over her testing a little bit of food, she knew that he didn't do it on purpose. What was more, after she'd left the manor, the young master would secretly send her money. After she'd married, she'd lived comfortably with her husband and her child. A large part of why she came to work at the tofu stall was because it made it easier for the young master to come see her. Fan Xian waved goodbye to her and stepped out into the market. Looking back, he saw the gentle young lady holding her daughter Xiaoni as she cut the tofu floating in the water. Leaning forward slightly, her body was still slender and supple. With no trace of the passing years upon her, she looked just as she had 10 years ago, when she would hold him tight. Fan Xian had found an excuse to chase her away because she was his personal servant girl. If anything had happened to him, she wouldn't be safe either. In Fan Xian's early years, he had loved her most, and loved to climb all over her, often fantasizing about what they could do together when he was grown up. But he had forgotten one very important point: as he slowly grew up, she would also grow up, and now he was 12, she was in her 20s. It was just like the story of Bao Yu and Changwon in the Dream of the Red Chamber. It seemed hopeless. "When you were born, I had not been born. When I was born, you were already old. You regret that I was born so late. I regret you were born so soon. When you were born, I had not been born. When I was born, you were already old. I regret that we could not be born at the same time, so that I could spend all my days with you." As he made his way back to the manor, he hummed a tune to himself and fantasized about how he could get Donger to love him and attempt to rid himself the image of the cold dead eyes of old Ha and the assassin staring at him. Because he had eaten stir-fried bamboo shoots laced with poisonous makuzi for lunch and had snapped a man's neck in the afternoon, he found he had very little appetite at all. He could barely eat anything before going to his room that evening. When night came, he found himself somewhat hungry. Holding an oil lamp, he walked to the kitchen alone, taking care not to alert any of the servants. Entering the kitchen, he washed and cleaned a fish, his vegetable knife like a bird in flight. In a flash, he descaled and removed the belly, and used the techniques Wu Zhu had taught him to cut thin shreds of ginger. As his knife fell upon the chopping board, it made no sound, and he put the ginger shreds into a small bowl with some vinegar. Over a large flame, he steamed the fish belly in steaming water. As he squatted, watching the stove and the steam that gently rose from it, Fan Xian had an amusing realization. Fei Jie and Wu Zhu were teaching him how to kill and avoid being killed for his mother's sake. But objectively speaking, they had also taught him how to be a good medic and a successful cook. Chapter 26, The Old Man in the Blanket. Chapter 26, The Old Man in the Blanket. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. 3 minutes later, Fan Xian took up the steaming plate of fish in his hands. He covered it with some exquisite soy sauce that had been sent from the south and watched the beautiful amber juices flow over the plate. The aroma flowed through the kitchen as he mixed the steamed fish with the sauce. He found some leftover rice from that evening, combined it with the steamed fish, a little ginger and vinegar, and ate happily. The next morning, when he went to say hello to his grandmother, the servants informed them that a thief had sneaked into the kitchen during the night. When Fan Xian realized what they meant, he couldn't stop himself from smiling. "I cooked myself something to eat last night," he said to the housekeeper as he kneaded the old woman's shoulders. "Don't worry about it." The housekeeper stared at him, dumbstruck. The young master wasn't a young child. Why didn't he call for the servants' help? Instead, he'd insisted on doing it by himself. It would have been no laughing matter if he'd burned himself. Fan Xian could tell that the housekeeper was pondering something. "I read about a way to steam fish in a book," he said to the countess, acting cutely. "I wanted to try it. If it was good, then I'd cook it for you as a surprise. That's why I didn't want the servants to know. I didn't realize it would cause such trouble. I'm sorry." The excuse seemed reasonable. Nobody would have suspected a thing. The countess did not react. "That's fine," she said gently. "You just have to remember to clean up after yourself after you've finished doing something." She had always been rather strict with Fan Xian. It was rare for her to speak so kindly. Fan Xian felt something was amiss. There was a trace of tenderness in her words. "Why?" "I already know what happened last night," she continued softly. "Housekeeper Joe failed in his duties. It's outrageous that you were able to sneak around in the kitchen like that and do something so dangerous without anyone noticing. I've already sent him back to the capital. They can deal with him there." Fan Xian was taken aback. He remembered that, after the killing, he'd completely forgotten to investigate the matter with Zhou. It was clear that Zhou was responsible in some way for allowing the would-be killers to sneak into the house and poison his food. He was disappointed in his own carelessness. In the library the next morning, he skimmed over a few of the books that had arrived from the capital before heading out again. As he passed the market, he suddenly realized what his grandmother had meant when she had said, "You just have to remember to clean up after yourself after you've finished doing something." One corner of the market had already been burned to ruins. Oddly, the fire had not spread to any of the neighboring buildings. Only one building had been burnt to the ground, with nothing left remaining. The people gathered around were enthusiastically discussing the fire. Thanks to his small stature, Fan Xian was able to crouch nearby and eavesdrop. 2 people had died in the fire, their corpses left completely unrecognizable. The place that had burned down was the building where Fan Xian had killed a man the day before. Had the fire destroyed the corpses and wiped out all traces? Fan Xian thought about how his grandmother had already sent Zhou the housekeeper back to the capital, and when he connected that fact to the wretched pile of ashes in front of him, he broke out in a cold sweat. He understood now what had happened. He never could have imagined that his strict, gruff grandmother could come up with such a meticulous plot to keep her grandson safe. He thought of the countess and how she spent most of her days resting. He found it hard to reconcile that image with the smoldering rubble that stood before him. Fan Xian loitered amongst the people in the crowd. As he looked at the charred stones and blackened wood and took in the smell of burnt house, he realized something. The people around him had noticed his arrival. After having greeted Fan Xian, they were ready to say something to him. He acted as if he hadn't heard them and left the market, wandering toward the old grocery store. "The housekeeper has been sent back to the capital," Fan Xian said. Wu Zhu stood in the shop, facing the quiet street. He didn't react. The local residents had all rushed to the market to see what all the hubbub was about, so the streets were empty. "The building we went to yesterday burned down," continued Fan Xian. Wu Zhu still made no response. Fan Xian grabbed his sleeve, speaking in a firm whisper. You think I'm stupid for forgetting to deal with Zhou, don't you? I even had to get my grandmother to clean up after me. Wu Zhu turned towards him. Are you trying to make me feel sorry for you? Do you think that you're so young, that you don't know how to deal with such things, so you've lost your self-esteem and you've come seeking my pity? His voice seemed almost curious, much livelier than his usual emotionless tone. Fan Xian smiled. I don't have that much self-esteem. It's just that I don't feel good about killing a man. And... He stopped talking. Deep down, he felt that if he hadn't had Fei Jie and Wu Zhu as teachers after having come to this world, he wouldn't be much stronger than any other child of nobility, and maybe he'd already be dead. Caught in this power struggle and surrounded by a web of secrets, it seemed like knowing a little more was of no use. Anyone who sought to ride the waves of power also had to be proficient in such underhanded and intricate means. Compared to them, he was still just some naive kid. There's the feeling of killing a man, and the feeling of being killed. Which would you prefer to experience? Asked Wu Zhu. Fan Xian wasn't sure how to respond. Of course nobody wants to be killed. Since you already know the answer, don't ask me. Wu Zhu handed him a seal. There's something else I need to tell you. The Countess expelled housekeeper Zhou from Danzhou Harbor. She didn't have him killed, because she thought it best that the people of the capital didn't make a fuss about this. Fan Xian looked at the seal. It seemed familiar, he'd seen it used on paperwork around the Count's house. It belonged to Zhou the housekeeper. He raised his head and looked at Wu Zhu with suspicion. You killed him? Wu Zhu nodded. Fan Xian suddenly remembered the assassin's identity. Why were the poison and the follow-up methods used by the assassins so similar to the methods of the Overwatch Council? He asked, puzzled. Ask Fei Jie. It was a bright spring day in the capital. In the west end of the city stood a square building, its exterior painted gray-black. Within this sinister-looking building, in a secret room, a thin-faced, clean-shaven man sat in a wheelchair, his legs covered by a smooth woolen blanket. The glass windows of this hidden room were covered completely by a thick black cloth, not a single speck of sunlight could enter. Many years ago, this man had contracted a serious illness somewhere in the north. From that point on, he began to fear the light. Master Fei, how goes the investigation in Danzhou? The old man asked the strange, gray-haired man, the same age as he was, who stood before him. He gazed into his brown pupils and smiled. Fei Jie sat in his chair, sipping tea, looking at the strange smile that crept across the lips of his superior officer. Which of us is the real old pervert, he thought. Chapter 27, The Overwatch Council. Chapter 27, The Overwatch Council. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. The majority of the departments that handled the nation's political affairs were situated on Tianhe Avenue, in the eastern district of the city. Few citizens lived nearby, and the street was exceptionally wide, with many beautiful and grand wooden buildings on either side. These buildings were the center of the empire's authority. For example, the Department for Army Affairs was located at the crossing and sported a great stone lion at the entrance. Its gaping mouth and powerful claws stood in the direction of the rising sun. The interplay of light and shadow gave it a fantastic yet bizarre look, like some great prehistoric creature. As a representation of the military might of the Qin kingdom, it was sorely lacking. But the true center of the kingdom's power lay in the bowels of the palace in the northern part of the city. Save for its tall watchtower, the palace lacked the towering height of the other government offices, but the thick palace walls and magnificent courtyard within made it feel like extremely sacred ground. The officials of the kingdom of Qing all knew, rather well, actually, that His Most Revered Majesty didn't deal with day-to-day matters of the administration. For them, the most terrifying part of the imperial bureaucratic machine was neither the buildings that housed the departments of state nor the imperial palace. It was that square-shaped building in the west end of the city, with its sinister gray-black walls. That was where the Overwatch Council presided. The Kingdom of Qing was divided into 3 ministries and 6 departments, the 3 ministries being the Overwatch Council, the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of War, which was a step above the Department for Army Affairs, and of the 3 ministries, the most powerful was the Overwatch Council. It had the power to investigate, arrest, and in certain situations, held judicial authority. No other department had authority over its powers. In a sense, it was an unchained beast that acted on the orders of the emperor, like an agency of His Majesty's secret agents. Or rather, the Overwatch Council was, in truth, the emperor's secret police. The officials of the Kingdom of Qing were always rather concerned. His Majesty was a genius, his powers granted to him by heaven itself. He could even keep in check the sinister Director Chen and the Council's countless secret agents and hidden powers. But if something were to happen to His Majesty, who could take the reins of this ferocious beast? Bureaucrats who had suffered under the whims of the Council cursed it in secret. The Council was no beast, it was simply a treacherous and despicable wild dog. Within a hidden room of the ministry's chambers, a secret dialogue was taking place. The assassin who was caught in the fire at Danzhou was one of the ministry's men, under the jurisdiction of the Dongshan Road Division, said Fei Jie to the director, his voice hoarse. The 4th Bureau has always been in charge of operations abroad. The Department of Internal Affairs discovered during the course of their investigations that an official in the 4th Bureau was a distant relative of the master's second wife. That must be how the mission was carried out. Has he been identified? This was the old man's greatest concern. Fei Jie narrowed his faint brown eyes, filled with uncertainty. I believe that among the 8 people who are aware of this incident, no one will leak it. And although Master Wu was a close confidant of the lady, he was rarely seen at that time. No one is aware of his identity these days, and Yi Luyun, the only person who he has met, is now a grandmaster. There is no way he could travel to Danzhou for leisure, it is far too much of a coincidence. So there is no need to worry about anyone figuring out his identity as a result of Master Wu. The director's thin, prominent fingers drummed on the table as he pondered. Back then, when I ordered you to dispose of every one of the Black Knights who had laid eyes on Wu Zhu, you asked me for leniency. Now it seems that you were wrong. Fei Jie laughed. A strange light flashed in his eyes, stained brown by years of exposure to poisons. There had already been a great many deaths that night. Fei Jie did not seem, at least on the surface, the least bit afraid of the old bureaucrat before him. His status and experience preceded him. He hissed as he laughed. It is foolish to kill without good reason. The lady used to be fond of saying that. Have you forgotten? The old man smiled. It seemed that he was reminiscing about happy memories. But his smile remained the same even as he gave his sinister orders. The Dongshan Road is under the jurisdiction of the 4th Bureau. As all the necessary signatures were obtained for authorization and there were no errors in the process, there's no reason to hold accountable for this incident. As for the others, deal with them as you wish. He smiled as he thought aloud. Using my own power to kill the people under my protection. Is it a coincidence, or do you think someone is trying to probe into something? This second wife is quite a woman. Yan Ruohai of the 4th Bureau is useless at his job, he continued. He'll sign off on anything and will happily kill anyone as long as it's not his own son. He's causing trouble. Freeze his salary for 3 years and send his son, the one named Yin Bingyun, to work in the north. Don't let him return until he has risen up the ranks by at least 2 grades. The director took the documents from the Department of Internal Affairs that were laid out on the table. Writing down his final concluding remarks, he signed his name, Qin Pingping. Whenever Fei Jie saw the director's shriveled and unsightly signature, he wanted to laugh, but he had no choice but to hold it in. He knew that this weak and girlish signature was going to send high-ranking officials to their deaths and send an even higher-ranking official's son off to infiltrate the bleak lands behind enemy lines, forbidden to return until he could prove that he was of exceptional worth. That was a fate worse than death. The old man laughed to himself. I grew up with Fan Jian. I didn't expect his family affairs to cause me such grief. Send one of your best men to investigate how the second wife is involved in all this. Fan Jian was Count Sinan's personal name, the name of Fan Jian's father. Fei Jie knitted his brow, and his brown eyes trembled. Impossible. They should be under the impression that the child died long ago. You misunderstand me. I'm also certain that they are unaware of Fan Xian as the lady's son. The director smiled. His Majesty has always demanded that we keep our distance from the nobility and the bureaucracy. And yet, the year that you were sent to Danzhou, even though it was kept secret, it is still possible that they may have found out. Whether it was the Empress or the Prime Minister, our connection to Count Sinan is a source of great intrigue. There is a power hiding in the shadows, and it lent its services to the second wife in order to test the reactions of both ourselves and Master Fan. For this reason, it is important that we do not react too forcefully. Do you understand? Fei Jie suddenly found himself filled with doubts over the attempted assassination in Danzhou. He couldn't be sure that it wasn't a result of the director's intentional leaking of information. The old man wheeled himself to the window, lifted up a corner of the curtain, and gazed out. Anyway, he said coolly, we need to talk about the box. Whether or not Wu Zhu is telling the truth, we cannot let it fall into the hands of our enemies in the north. It's a pity we don't know how big it is, or even what it looks like. Fei Jie stood next to the director, following his gaze out of the window. When I end up in hell, you'd better be right behind me so we can play cards together. The director laughed. Fei Jie knew that the director was not as old as he looked. But I'm a good guy, he said, smiling. I'm going straight to heaven. A shadow drifted like a gust of wind from a corner of the secret room, pulling down the black cloth and blocking out the strong sunlight from shining on the old man. It moved without a sound. This was the person who had killed the staff-wielding sorcerer outside the walls of the capital many years ago. Fei Jie pointed at the black shadow. I reckon he'd be the one who came with you to play chess. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the tiles on the main hall of the imperial palace shone with a deep gold light. As pedestrians passed by the entrance to the Overwatch Council, they found themselves crossing to the other side of the street. It was as if they feared that its gloomy air would spill out onto the street. A stone tablet stood by the entrance of the ministry's chambers. Gold words were painted on the table, I wish for the freedom of all peoples of the kingdom of Qing. One must suffer mistreatment without surrender, one must suffer great calamities without retreat. Should disaster strike, do not be afraid to face it. Do not submit to the whims of beasts. A name was written underneath, Yi Qingmei. No one knew who Yi Qingmei was, but the people of the capital all knew that the tablet was placed there when the Overwatch Council was built. It shone with a golden light, as if it were in contact with the tiles of the imperial palace far away, as if it hid away the darkness within both buildings. Chapter 28, Nighttime Reading with a Beautiful Girl. Chapter 28, Nighttime Reading with a Beautiful Girl. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Danzhou had recovered from the revelation and was settling back into its peaceful ways. Nobody seemed to be that bothered about the relationship between Old Ha the vegetable seller and the other man who had died in the fire. The authorities had no explanation for how the fire had started, and people didn't seem too bothered about that either. Order had always been kept in Danzhou. Thanks to the observant eyes of the local neighborhood watch, the criminals and adventurers who could be found all across the north had no chance of applying their trade in the city. Because the center of trade had shifted southward, His Majesty had exempted the 7 counties neighboring Danzhou from taxation. Although this hadn't greatly enriched the lives of the locals immediately, it at least made sure that everyone had grain to spare. There would be no revolts over crop failures like there had been 30 years before. And although Danzhou was next to the sea, the natural disposition of its people wasn't affected by the unpredictable weather born from the sea. Within the city, the people kept their cool and were always respectful toward the city's noble families, showing the appropriate reverence and care toward the estate of Count Sinan. Although they were all well aware that Fan Xian was an illegitimate child, they still called him young Master Fan, and made sure never to show any of the contempt they might have felt. This was what troubled Fan Xian. Apart from the unfortunate business with Zhou the housekeeper, where he had acted with the full entitlement of a scion of a rich family, he had not had any opportunity to play such a part. Strolling along the streets of Danzhou, the people treated him amiably and respectfully, no one ever tried to provoke him. The Jinshi within him slowly accumulated, refining and strengthening his meridians. Most of the energy that drained off to the Shuashan point located on his lower back wasn't causing any issues, but wasn't sure what purpose it served staying there. Fan Xian had always played the part of an earnest, tactful young gentleman. But as the days went by, he felt stifled. And now that he knew he was strong enough to kill a would-be murderer, he looked forward to the day when he could play the hero, delivering justice and rescuing beautiful women. But Danzhou was peaceful. Too peaceful. Soothing incense burned in the study, its faint aroma comforting the soul. Fan Xian held a delicate writing brush in his hand, writing earnestly on a sheet of fine writing paper that was about the width of 4 palms. Because literature was divided into modern and classical styles, one wrote with either a goose quill or a brush. The goose quill was easier to use and was used throughout the offices of state in the Jingdu. When Fei Jie came to Jingdu to teach him, he had also used a goose quill. But the fine craftsmanship that went into the goose quill's sharpened tip required a true master's touch. If used for a long time, the tip could easily be deformed, and so it was not widely used. Fan Xian preferred the writing brush. He thought it was a great stroke of luck that this world used Chinese characters and that using a writing brush made for much more beautiful penmanship. He decided to practice his calligraphy diligently to avoid embarrassment. On the other hand, he also felt that only the calligraphic beauty of the writing brush could honor the story that he was writing. Cici, his personal servant girl, held the ink sticks with her slender fingers, slowly and softly grinding them clockwise on the inkstone. Her gaze fell onto the paper the young master was writing on. When Qin Zhong saw Xining alone in the room washing the tea bowls, he ran up to her and kissed her. Xining was taken aback and stomped her foot. "What are you doing?" "Do it again," and I screamed for help. "My lady, I beg of you, I am overcome with emotion," said Qin Zhong. "If you will not do as I ask today, I shall die here on the spot." "What do you want from me?" asked Jinam. "I will only do what you ask if you help me get away from this prison and leave these people." "It can be done," said Qin Zhong. "But distant waters cannot quench the immediate thirst." Cici glanced at the page and blushed. How can Jineng be so shameless? Fan Xian lifted his head curiously at the servant girl's complaint. "How is Jineng shameless?" he asked, beaming. When he was in the study, or in some other place people were unaware of, he would always call for the servant girls. This habit had started with Donger. The servant girls couldn't say no, and the old lady of the house didn't care, so they could only do as he asked. They had long been used to his behavior, there was nothing strange about it. Cici's cheeks were as beautifully red as the sunrise. "That nun," she stammered, "she speaks and acts so carelessly, but young master, what is a nun? And what sort of place is this Manta nunnery?" Fan Xian giggled. Wait until I get to the part about Qin Zhong and Jining's illicit relations, he thought. Then you'll see what carelessness means. But Cici's question made him realize, if there were no Buddhism in this world, then there were no monks, and indeed no nuns. He scratched his head with his empty hand. He wasn't sure how to explain it. Nuns are like ascetics, he finally responded. And Manta nunnery is a bit like a temple. Cici was shocked. Young master, don't write such things. The temple lies in the mists of the heavens, and takes pity on the common people. It doesn't get involved in earthly affairs. How can it be such a filthy place? Fan Xian cut his explanation short. I understand, he said, smiling. I will be more careful with my writing. He wrote a little more, and then a thought struck him. He asked Cece to leave so that she wouldn't lay eyes on some of his raunchier work and report it to the old lady. When he was young, he would tell Donger stories to scare her. Donger thought that he had been taught the stories by his teacher Cece, and she had gone to tell the old lady. It led to Fan Xian being made to write lines from memory as punishment for days. Cece warned him to be careful again, set down the ink stick in her hand, and left. As he watched her walk away gracefully, Fan Xian felt his heart pounding. Grasping his pen, Fan Xian pondered. Copying out Dream of the Red Chamber was a lot more complicated than just copying a few poems from the old masters. He had started writing the year before, and he had probably copied it out from memory 15 times. Luckily, his memory was strangely clear, and he could recall his previous life without even the slightest gap. Indeed, it was lucky that it was so clear, because he could finally remember by heart the beautiful and hard-to-recall prose that Chao Shuochen had written. The only thing was that the characters and the setting were completely different to this new world. He wasn't sure if the people who read it would understand it, so there were some important parts that still needed to be slowly altered. But he still had total faith in his version of Dream of the Red Chamber. A cow is a cow no matter where you take it, and the same could be said for Dream of the Red Chamber. Chapter 29, The Book Thief. Chapter 29, The Book Thief. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. In his previous life, Fan Xian had loved to imagine himself as some classical scholar who read books next to a beautiful girl. He insisted on keeping Cece close by as he wrote all day. The combination of the smell of burning incense, her delicate aroma, and the smooth glide of his writing brush on paper made him feel exceptionally at ease. But he realized that if his writing were to be discovered, it would likely cause him a lot of unnecessary trouble, so he decided to keep it to himself. Fan Xian had always felt that he had to prepare properly for life in the capital both physically and spiritually. And it was nothing like copying some short poems to be recited on the spot at some banquet. Like Dream of the Red Chamber, matters had to be prepared for well in advance. He wasn't sure why, but he had always thought that his future lay in that faraway capital at the heart of the Qing kingdom. Perhaps it was because of his father, the high-ranking official. Perhaps it was that silly little girl. Or perhaps it was the nameless yet intriguing mother who he had never met. He pondered for a while, then picked up his brush and finished the part where Bao Yu and Qin Zhong get up to some unspeakable things. After the ink had dried, he slipped it into an envelope, and got ready to send it off to Fan Ruoro in the capital. He never left any part of the manuscript at the mansion in Danzhou. As soon as he had written a chapter, he would immediately send it away to the capital immediately. He found it hard to suppress his desire to share the experiences of his past life with the people of this new world. It was like hiding the most beautiful piece of jade in the world beneath his bed, unseen by the world, for many years. His heart ached terribly, and he longed to show the world, or at the very least just one person, the stunning beauty of this secret he kept. A collector who refuses to show a work to the world can be only one of two things, a pervert or a thief. Fan Xian knew he was no pervert. Though he was definitely a thief, he was a smart one, and no one in this world would ever know. So Fan Xian, ignoring Fan Ruoro's age, sent her a manuscript every month. He told her that it was a work called The Story of the Stone, and was written by a fellow named Chao Shuochen, who he had come across by chance. Every month, he would write a chapter and share it with his little sister. Although in the first 15 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber there were parts where Bao Yu meets with Qin Keqing in his dream and has his first lustful liaisons, Fan Xian was certain that the young girl would not be influenced negatively by his years of letters, or regard her brother as some sort of perverted freak. Sure enough, when Fan Ruoro read Chao's words, ignorant of their origins, she appreciated them even if she could not truly understand them. Yet she began to develop a taste for it, especially when she read the part where Dayu entered the mansion, and every month she would urge her brother to send her more of Chao's work. When Fan Xian received her letter, he couldn't help but feel depressed. The next chapter did not exist, and he would not be able to copy it very quickly. Even if he copied 70 or 80 chapters one day, he would still end up like a eunuch. After he had finished copying for the day, Fan Xian began to read a book, as he usually did. His study was filled with all kinds of works, all sent from the capital by the Count. Every time he thought about the Count's attempts to expand his book collection, his impression of this father he had never met would always change. At the very least, he knew that a maturing boy needed such things. In a country with no pornography, Fan Xian had no way to stave off boredom and loneliness save for manipulating the powerful Jinqi within his body and tormenting the servant girls, and so he dove headfirst into the many and varied books held within the study. The books covered all kinds of topics, from agriculture to the laws of the land, nothing was missed. There were also some of the classics of the world, packed tightly onto the shelves like bricks. Fan Xian had built the shelves according to his vision. They were simple, and each shelf was lined with the lemongrass that grew in Yaozhou. This herb prevented bookworms from getting into the books, but it seemed that few people were aware of its properties in this world, and so outside of the estate it was only used as a cooking ingredient. After reading books for many years, Fan Xian discovered traces of many things that he had studied in his previous life in the classics of this world. They only appeared slightly different in their writing styles. And thus ended his plan to becoming a great scholar of his time by copying the works of Han Fizi, Xuanzi, Laozi, Suanzi, and many other old masters. Whether it was on the subject of poison, practicing his Jinqi, or reading, Fan Xian was always committed to his studies. With steady and hard-working dedication almost unseen in a boy his age, he continued to gain knowledge. He knew he was no different from the people around him. He had not arrived in a world where the average IQ was 50 points. The only advantage he had was some of the knowledge he had from the society of his previous world, and the fact that he had gained self-awareness earlier than the average toddler. The oil lamp crackled and let off a small ball of flame, lighting up the room. As Fan Xian bent over his desk to study, his eyes began to droop, and he fell asleep. After his morning bath the next morning, Fan Xian went to greet the Countess in her room before going to the hall for breakfast. Ever since the incident with the assassin, his impression of his grandmother had changed greatly. Apart from the morning greetings he had been doing for years, he would also chat with the kindly-looking old woman, trying to make her laugh. I heard that one day His Majesty once called his Prime Minister, the Chancellor, the Director of the Overwatch Council, the head of the palace eunuchs, and a group of high-ranking officials to the palace hall to discuss matters of state. That day, a meteor fell from the sky, smashed through the roof of the palace hall, and squashed all of His Majesty's ministers flat. His Majesty summoned the imperial physician to treat them, and he waited outside the sick room. Soon after, the imperial physician came out and His Majesty asked him, "Doctor, could you save the Prime Minister?" The physician shook his head. "I'm afraid I couldn't save the Prime Minister," he said. As she listened, the Countess's face was full of suspicion. She couldn't understand why a child would speak about affairs in the capital. They were treacherous things of which she had boundless first-hand experience. She eyed him uneasily. His Majesty asked, "What about the Chancellor?" The physician shook his head sadly. "I couldn't save him either." "Then what about Eunuch Hong?" The physician shook his head again. His Majesty got angry. "Then who could you save?" The physician perked up. "Your Majesty is most fortunate, the kingdom has been saved." On hearing the last line, the Countess immediately burst into laughter, to the point where she was close to tears. She pointed her finger at Fan Xian's innocent face. "You little devil," she scolded. "If we were in the capital and you told that joke, they'd haul you off to the Overwatch Council." Chapter 30, The Past. Chapter 30, The Past. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Although no other nation could match the power of the Kingdom of Qing, there was no end of scheming within the corridors of the imperial court. In the eyes of the citizens, the government's most treacherous officials were the Prime Minister, the Chancellor, and Eunuch Hong Gangan, leader of the palace eunuchs, all mentioned in the previous joke. It went without saying that the director of the Overwatch Council was also infamous, but out of respect for his relationship with Fei Jia, Fan Xian had decided not to make him the butt of the joke. He'd based the joke off of one he'd heard about Taiwanese politics during his previous life. He also relayed it in a letter to his sister, which had amused her greatly. After telling it to his grandmother, that seemingly befuddled but actually shrewd old lady, she'd burst out laughing too. Having made the most powerful woman in Danzhou laugh, Fan Xian told her that he would be going out for a while. She didn't seem to mind. She'd gone back to her usual expression, that of an unruffled as an old well. She sent him off with a disinterested grunt of approval. As he left the manor, he felt thankful for his growing closeness to his grandmother. After all, grandmothers had taken care of him in a lot of different ways. As he thought about it, he remembered a rumor he had heard. The House of Fan had been a great clan in Jingdu, but his father Count Sinan's branch of the family was small and insignificant, so they were often pushed around. Not long after his grandmother had given birth to Count Sinan, she was pressed into service as the wet nurse of Prince Cheng's household, unheard of for a member of the nobility. Luckily, the previous emperor had no heirs, and as a result of his overactive sex life, he died an untimely death. The two most likely successors to the throne were murdered by an assassin from the kingdom of Northern Wei, and the prince who had ordered the assassinations was also assassinated. Eventually, after an absurd and complicated chain of events, nothing particularly out of the ordinary for the politics of the kingdom, the ever-cautious Prince Cheng managed to ascend to the throne. Cheng spent a number of peaceful years as emperor, and when he passed away, the title of emperor was passed on to the current emperor. The emperor led expeditions to conquer the barbarians to the west and the kingdom of Northern Wei to the north. The once mighty kingdom of Northern Wei fell to pieces in the chaos, breaking up into the kingdom of Northern Qi and a few small vassal states, as well as the always neutral city of Dongyi. The role of the emperor was historically to achieve political and military victories. But the current emperor was also considered a great master of both literature and martial arts. As a result, there were often officials who presented petitions to His Majesty, asking that he go up to the highest mountain to take part in rituals to thank heaven for peace and prosperity and praying for blessings at the temple. But for some reason, His Majesty had always refused. Officials would try to win the emperor over with elegant coaxing, assuming the emperor was just fishing for compliments, but were instead beaten to a bloody pulp. The old mistress was the wet nurse of this decisive warrior of great power, an emperor who kept himself hidden within the palace. Fan Xian had been suspicious about his father for years. Count Sinan's secret power far outweighed the power he should have had as an official. He had even gotten Fei Jie from the Overwatch Council to be Fan Xian's teacher. But knowing now that his grandmother had been the emperor's wet nurse, his suspicions had been resolved. His father Count Sinan was much like Chao Yin, a noble who lived during the reign of the Kangxi emperor in Fan Xian's previous world. Chao Yin's mother, Sun Shi, had been the nanny of the Kangxi emperor, and so Chao Yin was trusted by the emperor throughout his life, becoming a close aide to the emperor. Even though he was only a minor official, he was allowed to report directly to the emperor. When Kangxi went on expeditions to the south, the Chao family would often accompany him. Chao Yin was feared by officials across the country. In the later years of Kangxi's reign, Chao Yin was investigated for running up huge debts in the treasury. However, Kangxi saw to it during that time to pardon him again and again, situation after situation. It was not until after Chao Yin's death that his family fell on hard times, having growing distant from the emperor. And so Chao Yin's grandson, Chao Shuiqin, came to Beijing at the age of 18, and wrote Dream of the Red Chamber. This was the story that Fan Xian had copied and brought to this world. Master Chao, it seems that although we find ourselves in different places, we are kindred spirits. It seems appropriate that I'm copying your book. Thinking on the similarities between Chao's family and his own, he couldn't help but laugh. He gently folded up the letter that contained the 10th chapter of the story of the stone and left the manor. On a cliff overlooking the coast, Fan Xian closed his eyes in meditation. His body was filled from head to toe with a mysterious feeling. Because he had been a materialist in his past life, he now found that this powerful energy swirled around him and gave him a dreamlike feeling, almost as if he were falling in love. Love is always a bittersweet thing, and his practice with this powerful energy brought him both pleasure and pain. It was clear that it was changing his body in exceedingly mysterious ways, greatly improving his strength and his responses. But it often refused to do as he commanded and would scatter, putting him in danger. Because of the years he had spent being beaten senseless by Wu Zhu, his Jinchi had become more well-behaved. But today he was approaching great danger. It was the final day of his Jinchi training. Wu Zhu stood calmly to one side, looking at Fan Xian, who sat cross-legged and in a deep meditative trance. He held his wooden stick in his hand like he usually would. Following his will, the Jinchi that had pooled into his dantian flowed slowly out and was carefully guided through the meridians in his chest and belly, and as it had done for the past dozen or so years, it disappeared without trace, sinking into the Shuashan point in his spine by his kidneys. But the leftover Jinchi stayed strong, and as it flowed through his meridians it felt like thousands of hot knives scraping at their walls. Fan Xian trembled all over, and cold sweat caused his clothes to stick to his body. His eyes shut tight and his long eyelashes quivered as he endured indescribable pain. After many years of practice with this powerful energy, he had found that even the greatest of difficulties could be surmounted after a quick rest. After that, things had been easy. He had never imagined that getting past the first scroll would be quite so hard to bear. The Jinchi continued to rampage through the meridians in his chest and belly, scouring them deeply and endlessly. This sometimes allowed the meridians to grow larger and wider, and allowed Jinchi to flow much quicker, but it could also cause immense damage. The power to expand one's intangible meridians also caused intense mental pain that was difficult to stand. Fortunately, 12 years of diligent practice made it so that Fan Xian too was able to make his meridians significantly stronger. No energy overflowed through the walls of his veins, something that would have led to really serious problems. His powers of concentration had been greatly honed throughout his strange lives, both in this world and the last, making him much stronger than the average person. Though it seemed like a long time had passed, the sun was only just rising above the eastern sea. As it hung there in the distance, it threw its warm red light upon the cliff, shining upon two lonesome figures, one standing, one sitting. The Jinchi reversed its flow and headed upward. Powerful and ruthless, it broke through the thin barriers of his body. Flowing from the cycle gate point in his chest straight to the Tianshu point in his belly, it suddenly shot up to the top of his nose, slicing like a knife. In the red dawnlight, Fan Xian felt as if he had been suddenly struck by lightning. His head shot up, looking up at the sky, his mouth wide open, unable to make a single sound. Chapter 31, The Singing Visitor. Chapter 31, The Singing Visitor. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Take off your clothes. Wu Zhu's wooden staff smacked the top of Fan Xian's head with a loud thwack. The Jinchi continued to rush forth from the top of his nose. It seemed as if a faint light was emanating from him, especially his forehead, which glowed uneasily with a dense, multicolored light. He couldn't see clearly, and a feeling of gloom seemed to spread from the point where the energy was stuck, filling Fan Xian with distress. He could only stare up at the sky in despair. At that moment, Wu Zhu struck his forehead at the point where the energy was accumulating. As it hit his body, the wooden staff felt like it had struck his soul. His brain suddenly felt as if it had caught fire, like black clouds being parted by a bolt of lightning, filling the sky with powerful rays of sunshine. Take off your clothes. This phrase was from a classic of the kingdom of Qing adages of old. It was said that Zhu Zhenchen, tutor of one of the current four grandmasters, Ku He, a great teacher of the northern Qi kingdom, had received great teachings from heaven itself. When he became enlightened, he exclaimed that the human body was like an undershirt, only once one had shed themselves of it could one achieve greatness. And in the books that Fan Xian had read in his previous life, a similar saying had brought Buddhist monks to the point of enlightenment. The Buddhist monk Xing Yuan would often say, "If you shed your fleshy undershirt, you shall be filled with the wild joy of enlightenment." And so when Fan Xian, confused and in great pain, heard Wu Zhu's words, he understood their meaning, and the point at the top of his head became free of its block. Daylight broke, and his mind was clear again. He guided the energy through his body, and convinced himself that the pain flowing through his meridians was the suffering of someone else, that it was not even remotely his own. By setting aside all attachments to life and letting go of all bodily perceptions, one could attain the mood found within the scroll of power. A single person's body cannot hold the powerful energy of heaven and earth. Only by abandoning one's body and becoming one with heaven and earth, and by becoming a part of nature, can one obtain control over such powerful, chaotic energy. The Jinchi in his body slowly began to settle, and the point on his forehead had opened. The energy flowed out with gentle vigor, going down past the Tianju point on the back of his neck straight into the Shuashan point that existed on his back. His Shuashan point had always seemed calm, but today, he could feel it had changed slightly. A small amount of Jinchi began to seep out and replenish the Dantian point in his pubic region. And so the circulation of Jinchi throughout his body finally formed a free-flowing loop, a channel forming a perfect circle, in faint harmony with the outside world. After some time had passed, Fan Xian woke up groggy. A dark and foul-smelling liquid had trickled out beneath him. He looked at Wu Zhu, who stood beside him seemingly unmoved, and smiled weakly. "Thanks, looks like you really hit hard." Although his body felt weak, he could feel his spirit flourishing. He closed his eyes and felt the conditions within his body, getting used to this new flow of Jinchi. He could sense that this once ruthless Jinchi, though still powerful, was clearly flowing more smoothly and freely. Fan Xian let out a sigh. It was hard to imagine that he had managed to master the Jinchi that he had only been able to read about in wuxia novels in his past life. He was gripped by a sudden and unclear urge, and unthinkingly, he slammed his right hand into the ground below him. There was a muffled thud and a hiss, like a red-hot poker punching a hole through a rag. A shallow palm print had appeared on the ground, its edges completely smooth. Fan Xian raised his right hand and looked at it, then lowered his head to look again at the palm print in the rock. He measured it with his hand, making sure that it was truly his palm print that had just made such a mark, and stared at it in amazement. Finally he regained his focus. "That's amazing," he said with a gasp. "That's Jinchi leaking out," said Wu Zhu. "It'll clear up soon." "Didn't you say you'd never trained with Jinchi? How do you know how to teach me?" "I've watched others train, so I knew what we had to do today." "So it's like you've never eaten pork, but you've seen a pig run before." Fan Xian, realizing that he'd just insulted himself, smiled faintly. "That was really dangerous back there," he continued. "If you hadn't been here with your stick, I'd probably be a vegetable again." "What do you mean, a vegetable?" asked Wu Zhu coolly. Fan Xian looked up at the sky and let his mind wander, paying no attention. A short while later, he realized that Wu Zhu was an empiricist. If that blow hadn't brought him to his senses, and instead knocked him unconscious, then the ruthless Jinchi in his body would have scattered, turning him into a puddle of blood and guts. He shivered, and put such terrifying thoughts out of his mind, looking at the wide sea before him. His mind was free, and he felt excited about his newfound mastery. He had finally freed himself from his gloomy mood over the incident with the assassin days before. In the days following the incident, Fan Xian could not understand why the assassin had chosen to use poison. Had all of Fei Jie's training led up to that day? It seemed too great of a coincidence. It had been a bold move from the Count's second wife. Even if she had the support of some high-ranking official somewhere, to use poison in such a way suggested that she didn't care about his grandmother's life in the slightest, even though she had been the emperor's wet nurse. Could his father really have had no idea that this was going on in the capital? As he pondered, the sound of distant singing came from far below the cliffs. The cliff bordered the sea, far from Danzhou, and it was dangerous ground. There was a great reef in front of the cliff that prevented fishing boats from getting close, so it remained quiet and undisturbed. This was why Wu Zhu had chosen it as the best place to train Fan Xian in the art of killing, and was why hearing this distant song put Fan Xian on edge. Though he was nervous, he made sure not to act rash. Lying on his stomach, he crawled toward the cliff's edge, staying behind the rocks while looking down toward the source of the singing. As he looked down, he saw a small boat drifting through the black reef, appearing and disappearing in and out of the sea foam. The boat weaved in and out, and it looked almost certain that it could smash into the reef at any time, killing its passenger. But it carried on its way through the rocks regardless. The person on the boat stood alone, wearing a bamboo hat and singing away. Flowers fall once they appear, stones stand still 1,000 years. But both must go just as they came, and floating clouds are just the same. The song was gentle, but perched atop the cliff, he could still hear it clearly through the roar of the waves. When he heard the song, Fan Xian thought about a line by a poet from his past life named Taidaku Matsunaga: flowers blossom but for an hour in the daylight, but compared to the 1,000-year pine, there is little difference. How this boatman seemed to be so free and easy was a mystery. As he pondered, he heard Wu Zhu's voice. Hide. Fan Xian hid himself behind the rocks. He sensed the movement of a shadow next to him, and watched in horror as Wu Zhu leapt from the 100-foot cliff. Chapter 32, Tipping the Boat. Chapter 32, Tipping the Boat. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Before he went in training and developed his Badaojinshi, Fan Xian did not believe a human's body could be harder than rock. But after one of his palm strikes left his handprint on a rock, he changed his mind. Even now, he still didn't believe a person would be completely fine after jumping several tens of meters down a cliff, especially without slowing down during the descent. Wu Zhu helped him disprove that thought, and at the same time gave him unparalleled fright. Fan Xian would have never imagined the true skills of this world's strongest to be this terrifying. The black cloth which covered Wu Zhu's eyes resembled flowing black silk as it trailed during Wu Zhu's high-speed descent. Wu Zhu, however, was like an arrow striking down with the force of thunder. He aimed his feet at the small boat. Wu Zhu wasn't using Qigong, he was merely free-falling with the help of gravity. While falling several tens of meters, he never stopped gaining speed. By the time he was about to land on the boat, he was going tremendously fast. A frightening whooshing sound could be heard as he fell faster than the sound of the wind, as if he had split the air itself. The force Wu Zhu carried reached the boat before his body did. On the boat sat a singing man wearing a bamboo hat which was violently blown away. The bamboo hat flew far away before landing in the sea, exposing the man's face. The man had a simple, humble expression, his eyes clear as autumn waters. However, his pupils contracted when he saw the pair of feet crashing down from above. A pair of hands, pale as white jade, came out of the man's sleeves and waved gently. With his fingers parting like bare branches sprouting new leaves, countless jets of qi rushed out of his fingertips. In the moment before Wu Zhu landed on the boat in the restless sea, those jets of qi forcefully blew the boat 2 paces backwards. Wu Zhu brutally crashed down like a meteorite. Due to the boat being blown back 2 paces, Wu Zhu landed on the deck, not on the singing man. There was no way this small boat could withstand such force, and before the sound of rushing air died down, there was a loud crunching noise. Because Wu Zhu landed on the bow of the boat, he forced the entire front half of the boat into the water, while the stern was lifted out of the water, pointing to the sky. The singer was catapulted high into the air. While airborne, he could do nothing but spread out his arms, looking quite miserable. With a huge splash, the boat broke from the intense impact and sank. A black shadow erupted from the waters, locking onto the singer, who was still in the air. In the blink of an eye, fingers shot out like swords, aiming at the singer's throat. The singer moved his hands, as though he were constructing the beams of a roof. With great steadiness and grace, he forcefully blocked Wu Zhu's killing blow. Small explosions tore through the air, the result of strong qi clashing against each other. It was hard to count just how many techniques these 2 world-class warriors unleashed in this short exchange. Moments later, the 2 shadows separated, landing on the 2 sides of an extremely narrow sandbar just beneath the cliffs. On the sea, the boat's flotsam slowly surfaced, looking like debris left in a jar. The back half of the boat was still floating, ownerless, looking quite desolate. Your assassination failed, so you have to pay me back for the boat. The singer stared at Wu Zhu's blindfold and smiled. He reached out and waved with his hand, as if expecting immediate payment. There were about 9 meters between him and Wu Zhu. In response to this hand gesture, Wu Zhu frowned, turned his body to the side, and took 2 steps back with unparalleled quickness. With a light shuffle, the ground where Wu Zhu was standing moments ago appeared thickly dotted, as though rain had fallen on the sand. From 9 meters away, with a slight wave of his hand, the singer's strong chi penetrated through the sand. In this world, not many could accomplish such a feat. Why have you come here? Wu Zhu tilted his head slightly. While remaining expressionless, he was noticeably more cautious than usual. I fought you once 16 years ago. Since then, I've failed to find a worthy opponent, the singer replied with a grin. Last year I visited the capital and Yi Zhong said you had been missing for the past few years. I thought you really followed Lady Yi over to the other side. I got 2 jars of alcohol, one of which I poured into the ground along with a few tears. I set out again this year and felt a strong chi from far away, so I came to investigate. Who would have thought it was you? The singer then became angry. I've not seen you in over a decade, old friend. How come you tried to kill me on sight? You are well aware that we cannot slay each other. Wu Zhu thought about it for a moment, then tilted his head as if accepting this fact. The singer knew of the blind man's strange temperament. If Wu Zhu really could kill him, he wouldn't hesitate, and the singer was mindful of that possibility. He then said with a smile, after the lady departed, I thought you'd go back to the temple. Why did you come to Danzhou Harbor? You know why I want to kill you, Wu Zhu said coldly, ignoring the singer's question. The amount of people in this world who know me are few. And among them, you have the biggest mouth. Not knowing how to respond, the singer became embarrassed. Wu Zhu continued, if I can silence you by killing you, I'm more than happy to do so. The singer let out an uneasy smile and sighed. You've still got that same old temper, I see. It's rare for someone to train to such a high level and still remain so bloodthirsty. Wu Zhu shook his head. The ends justify the means. He suddenly frowned. Since you found what you were looking for, you may leave now. Quite a crisp way of shooing someone away. The singer breathed in before letting out a lengthy laugh. He clenched his fist as he smiled. In truth, I am not much of a talker. As soon as he said that, the singer rolled up his sleeves and put his arms behind his back. Just like that, he coolly floated back to what remained of his boat, which was somehow still floating. Standing on the wreckage and humorously resuming the motion of rowing, the singer moved his half of a boat with his inner chi and set off towards Danzhou. Wu Zhu faced the same direction, silent under the black cloth. Who was that? Fan Xian, who just made his way down from the mountain peak, did not hear the conversation. He was still shaken after witnessing a battle between 2 of the world's strongest fighters. Yi Lu Yun. As I thought. Fan Xian sighed as he followed behind Wu Zhu. They too were headed towards Danzhou Harbor. Chapter 33, Idle Ears. Chapter 33, Idle Ears. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Yi Luyun came and left, just like the floating clouds which were his namesake, gone without a trace. The inhabitants of Danzhou Harbor had no idea that one of the 4 great grandmasters had come to their city, drank alcohol, picked a fight, and sang some songs. Wu Zhu was a bit worried. Not many people in this world knew about his relationship with the lady, but unfortunately Yi Luyun happened to be one of them. And directly in contrast with his status as a grandmaster, Yi Luyun was known for having loose lips. Wu Zhu did not believe it was a coincidence that Yi Luyun came to Danzhou and then left immediately after seeing Wu Zhu. Fan Xian, on the other hand, thought Yi Luyun was a simple traveler. He patted Wu Zhu on the shoulder, trying to provide some consolation. Who said a master practitioner can't travel? It was purely because of his intuition that he believed this. His intuition had proved accurate thus far, making him suspect there was something wrong with his father in the capital, the Council of Auditors, assassins, and that second wife who was more sinister than a tigress. All those convinced Fan Xian that his father, Count Sinan, was not as simple as he appeared. He should at least be significantly more formidable than a bondservant like Chao Yin. But Fan Xian was leading himself in the wrong direction. He had guessed that his father was the illegitimate son of the previous emperor, King Laocheng, because his grandmother was once a wet nurse who used to take care of the emperor. Nowadays, Count Sinan was bitter about being a petty count while his half-brother sat on the dragon throne. So the count plotted in secret with the Overwatch Council, uniting and taking advantage of all possible resistance against the throne, hoping to inherit the emperor's entire estate. As for Fan Xian himself, because his mother had undoubtedly been an important figure, he became some kind of product which would benefit a marriage. Therefore, his existence would have a significant impact on his father's great rebellion. Such were his delusions he entertained when he was bored. When he told them to Wu Zhu, the usually expressionless Wu Zhu hacked the butcher knife he was holding deep into the chopping board, his way of showing a certain level of respect for the frantically imaginative youth. For that same reason, Wu Zhu decided that he would not leave Danzhou with Fan Xian for the time being. This crazy youth did not worry about the future. His face still possessed that shy yet curious smile, ever ready to join Count Sinan's foolish rebellion without regard for the possible dangers involved. That being the case, the blind Wu Zhu had no need to be afraid. Wu Zhu had never cared for his own well-being, only Fan Xian's. When Fan Xian showed that he didn't care much either, Wu Zhu simply let him to do as he pleased. For example, when Fan Xian started to drink excessively at the age of 5. Wu Zhu was only in charge of protecting Fan Xian. He would not voluntarily object to much. Typically, master and servant duos like Fan Xian and Wu Zhu were lazy and reckless characters. It's not that they couldn't be underhanded, but rather they felt that their martial powers were more effective than any kind of scheme. Thus, they looked upon the connivery of others as trivial. As they say, a bright moon on a wide river, a clear breeze among the hills. Fan Xian was not a bright moon, however. He was a waning crescent, still afraid of death and without access to extreme methods, like Wu Zhu had. But he knew he wouldn't die that easily, not with the blind servant and Fei Jie and the Overwatch Council supporting him. After witnessing the clash between Wu Zhu and Yi Luyun, one of the 4 great grandmasters, Fan Xian was deeply moved. He had finally understood the artistic beauty of martial arts, which was just as beautiful as tea ceremonies and calligraphy. That was why he stopped copying Dream of the Red Chamber for the moment and dedicated all of his attention to training. Wu Zhu didn't have any exceptional sword styles or unarmed techniques, but he was methodical when killing. He focused on being quick, accurate, direct, and ruthless. Once, he said to Fan Xian, "Don't put your faith in those roundabout tricks. If you want to attack, do it straight ahead, taking the shortest distance, as fast as you can, and strike your target a devastating blow." Fan Xian immediately thought of the other day when Wu Zhu leapt down from the cliff. He had indeed taken the shortest distance. He smiled bitterly as he wondered how long it would take him to reach the same level. After some lessons one day, Fan Xian swung his slightly aching right arm around and asked Wu Zhu, who was standing with his back turned. "Based off of what we talked about before, what level am I currently at?" he asked curiously. "Level 7 in Jinqi. Level 3 in your ability to control it." Fan Xian quickly did some calculations. "Which averages out to level 5. That's more than 4. I could get a diploma." The youth was a bit haughty, his pride showing slightly in his eyes. Wu Zhu shook his head. "If you're lucky, you can kill a level 7 opponent. If you're unlucky, some level 3 rogue can end your life." Fan Xian signed, still smiling and thinking to himself, "Master Wu Zhu sure doesn't sugarcoat his words." Overall, his luck seemed fine so far, or else he wouldn't have come to this world after dying. After Yi Luyun came, Fan Xian's life in Danzhou truly became peaceful. There were no more assassins. Supposedly, the Count's second wife was seriously ill for a while and became less troublesome than before. In the capital, Fan Ruoro still sent letters once a month. Fan Xian spent his days in the small coastal city, eating tofu, copying books, occasionally buying some clothes to please the old mistress, drinking wine in the shop, and chopping up radishes to go with his wine, a leisurely life indeed. One day, a mirage appeared above the sea. The inhabitants of Danzhou harbor all came out to see the phenomenon. Although they had lived by the sea for a long time, the sight of ethereal islands floating above the horizon still astonished them. Wu Shu started behaving strangely. He closed the doors of his shop and went to a remote area by the sea. Alone, he climbed up a cliff and stared into the distance. It looked like he was recalling some unpleasant memories. The mirage soon disappeared, but Wu Shu stayed there. Looking out into the distance through that black cloth, it seemed like he wasn't blind at all. Fan Xian ascended the cliff. Having already transformed his skinny build, his bare torso showed excellent proportions. Seeing Wu Shu sitting quietly, he didn't want to be a bother, so he sat down beside him, looking at the sky touched by a fiery red of the setting sun. A long time passed. Then, Wu Shu suddenly asked in a cold voice, "How old are you now?" Fan Xian tied his long, jet-black hair back into a ponytail. Signs of masculinity had started to appear on his attractive face. He smiled. 16. Chapter 34, Zhu the Cool. Chapter 34, Zhu the Cool. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Wu Zhu was a strange and mysterious person. In Fan Xian's eyes, Uncle Wu Zhu's life had been very lonely. For 30-something years, he never had a companion or anyone to talk to. To this day, some inhabitants of Danzhou still thought Wu Zhu was not only blind, but deaf too. Forever wearing that black strip of cloth over his eyes, Wu Zhu made Fan Xian wonder if there was some unsightly scar behind the blindfold. Fei Jie called him Master Wu, an obvious sign that Uncle Wu Zhu had once took part in the capital's official circles. However, he did not act like a government official in the slightest. Rather, he was like a sage who did not partake in earthly matters. Thinking about this, Fan Xian looked at Wu Zhu, who by this point had returned to a state of silence and continued to gaze at the sunset. He basked in the red rays, his blindfold reflecting a fiery color. Suddenly, Fan Xian had a scary thought. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Uncle, you keep blanking out at the scenery, did you come down from the heavens?" At this point, Fan Xian had already fully accepted things like Nigong, and even started to believe in the existence of a heavenly figure. Even so, if his friend for over 10 years were to suddenly turn into some divine sage who descended from the clouds, Fan Xian would not be able to accept this, especially if he were to include to another world. Fan Xian would only end up being scared senseless and fall down. Wu Zhu shook his head. "I am merely almost remembering the past, when the lady and I ventured out." "You sure you and my mom aren't sages? Are there any supernatural beings in the world? Isn't there a temple? Who said supernatural beings lived in temples?" "Uncle, are you remembering some events?" "No, I merely forgot some things, some unimportant things." Wu Zhu stood up and gave an almost unnoticeable nod towards the sea, as if saying farewell to an unknown place. He then said lightly, "Let's go back. I can tell you some of those things now." Fan Xian smiled. Wu hadn't forgotten the promise that, once he turned 16, he would be told certain things about his mother. Walking to the edge of the cliff, Fan Xian took in a breath of air. Jinqi slowly began circulating inside his body. His entire form held on to the cliff. The Jinqi traveled to his palms through the meridians, coming out as film thinner than a strand of silk before returning to his body through the edges of his hands. His hands had miraculously provided the Jinqi with surfaces of contact. Because Jinqi is shapeless, it could form a perfect seal along the edge of Fan Xian's palms. His hands sticking to the slick rocks, Fan Xian secured himself using the adhering force of his Jinqi. By releasing his Jinqi, he could unstick and reposition his hands. Using this method, Fan Xian began to climb down from the cliff with relative ease. He looked like Spider-Man. An ordinary martial artist, regardless of how much Jinqi he had, would never accomplish this. Fan Xian could do it due to his unusual training in body, and also his unique way of thinking. In this world, every martial artist only cared about substance and potential. Substance, of course, referred to how much shinchi a person had, and potential could only be described in the figurative sense, meaning something akin to realms. Studying other crafts had never been the focus of the strong. Wushu saw substance and potential merely as ways to describe the quantity and quality of shinchi and the mastery of its control. After teaching Fan Xian for over 10 years, his pupil stayed somewhere between level 3 and level 7, making almost no progress in the past 4 years. The general trend among the strong martial artists was to use their shinchi like a one-time tool or weapon, releasing all of it at once like water to attack their opponents. Once released, they had no intention of restoring it. They exhausted their shinchi after every major battle, though they could still recover by meditating. They could hardly be blamed for adopting such a philosophy. After all, once shinchi leaves the body, it would be insane to even think about taking it back. But Fan Xian thought otherwise. The circulatory path of his shinchi was already different from other people's to begin with. It entered from his back through the shuashan, meaning he had an opening there which formed a circuit with the yuanqi from nature. For that reason, his sense of shinchi was much sharper. On top of that, Fan Xian was often bored and very stingy, so he kept on releasing his shinchi and then taking it back. He toiled with this experiment for 3 years, and he could now finally release his shinchi within 1/10 of an inch away from his palm and reclaim it. Such a short distance made it completely unsuited for attacking an enemy, causing Fan Xian to sadly admit that he wasted 3 years on something useless. A useless trick it may be, but Fan Xian still thought of a way to make use of it. Once every 3 days he would scale the cliffs by the sea, not an easy task by any means. In a stroke of genius, he started to use the skill for climbing. Perhaps this was his greatest advantage over other people of this world, that being his way of thinking which was unlimited by time. He had no preconceived notions, and everything was new and possible to him. Like a fish swimming through the water, Fan Xian made his way down the cliff. Looking up, Wu Zhu had already become a small speck. Fan Xian smiled, he wasn't in a hurry. Besides, he enjoyed watching Wu Zhu descend the mountain. Wu Zhu took a step forward, as if there was solid ground in front of him. His foot suspended in midair, Wu Zhu fell. Every 30 feet, he would leisurely reach out a hand and gently press against the cliff, slowing his descent. After doing this around 10 times, Wu Zhu stood emotionless at the bottom of the cliff. Wu Zhu had made it look easy, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Direction, angle, amount of force, and even the sea wind needed to be calculated meticulously. There wasn't even the slightest room for error. Such strong and precise level of judgment could only belong to one of the strongest in the world. Considering Wu Zhu was blind, the descriptor one of could be removed. Although he had seen it countless times, Fan Xian couldn't help but admire him. So cool. Chapter 35, Memories of a Rainy Night. Chapter 35, Memories of a Rainy Night. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Warm and gentle seas caressed Danzhou Harbor during the month of March. The spirit of spring took center stage as the entire mountainous region bloomed with unnamed yellow flowers. Every single household used this flower to steep tea. Drinking this tea outside while chatting with the neighbors became a pastime. The fragrance of this flower tea hung in the air while walking through the streets of Danzhou Harbor, neither too strong nor too faint. It brought about a sense of purity and greatly lifted spirits. When night came, spring rain often followed. It blended into the night with gentle breeze, silently nourishing the earth. In Danzhou Harbor, the black roof tiles and stone-paved roads were covered in the mist created by the rain. The light rain fell softly onto the tarp that hung outside the grocery shop, barely making any sound. The water washed off layers of dust, giving the storefront a more uplifting look. However, once again, the store was closed. After telling the Countess he was heading out, Fan Xian went to the store and drank with Wu Zhu while shelling peanuts. The people of the estate should have known that Fan Xian liked visiting that store, but they all thought he was mere greedy for the blind man's alcohol. It was indeed good alcohol, but Fan Xian also felt like it was an effective excuse for him to go out. It was impossible for him to interact with Wu Zhu completely out of sight of others, but they still took care. A kitchen knife lay on a dry chopping board. There were no bits of vegetables on the blade, the knife apparently hadn't been used in a while. The crackling of peanut shells resounded. Fan Xian threw a piece of peanut into his mouth and chewed slowly. It wasn't until he chewed the solid kernel completely into an aromatic pulp did he raise the small drinking cup to his lips. Taking the cup, which was only about 3 fingers wide, he downed the entire thing in one go. He wasn't drinking yellow wine today, but rather tribute quality wine from the capital with a rather high proof. Drinking it reminded Fan Xian a bit of Wu Lianye. Fan Xian wasn't in a hurry to ask questions, because he knew Wu Zhu was a simple person who wouldn't keep him waiting for too long. Wu Zhu wasn't sitting across from Fan Xian. He held a bowl of yellow wine and sat in a dark corner. He started talking in a faint voice. They named the lady Qingmei, her family name was Yi. I was her house servant. Many years ago, the lady and I ventured away from home. Yi Qingmei. This was Fan Xian's first time hearing his mother's name. Strangely, a sense of warmth spread through his chest, so he smiled and drank another cup of wine. Out of amusement, he refrained from asking a question about where they lived. Wu Zhu would answer it if he wanted to. We lived in Dongyi City for a few years. From the day of her birth, the lady showed intelligence and understood many things. She also had a kind and gentle heart. Because of that, she started a business in Dongyi City at the age of 15. However, since she was rather young, she did everything behind the scenes and had a shopkeeper pretend to be the owner. Fan Xian's hand stopped in midair while holding onto his cup. He could not help but ask, what does having a kind and gentle heart have to do with doing business? He wasn't curious about his mother's innate intelligence or why she could make money at 15. During all these years, he had already guessed it. His mother must be someone who couldn't be judged based on general common sense. Wu Zhu answered in an emotionless voice. The lady was saddened by the suffering of the common people, so she enjoyed performing kind deeds. When Dongyi City was flooded, the one who set up the most kanji stations was the lady. She knew if she wanted to help more people, she must obtain money. It was from there that she started to figure out ways to earn money. Fan Xian nodded as he accepted his mother's logic. Her business did very well. Gradually, some people noticed she was the real owner and began plotting. I ended up killing them all. Wu Zhu's voice was very flat when he said it, but Fan Xian realized it must have been extremely tense during the time. If Wu Zhu thought the business was doing well, it must be true. People always say wealth plagues its owner. A 15-year-old girl owning so much property really would invite unwelcome ambition from immoral lowlifes. But after realizing what type of bodyguard his mother had, Fan Xian disregarded his unreasonable concern. Suddenly, he remembered something, and asked with a frown, my mom's last name was Yi, was that also the name of your shop? Yes. So it was. Fan Xian's face was filled with astonishment. I heard people mentioning the name. Over a decade ago, it seems, it was the #1 business. But I never thought it belonged to my mother. I didn't know exactly how big her business got. Wu Zhu said very calmly, that was not part of my job. The lady thought I had killed too many people, so she closed her business in Dongyi City and went to Qing Kingdom, settling down in the capital. Fan Xian felt it wasn't that simple, closing up shop in Dongyi City and then coming to Qing. There was a better explanation than that. Wu Zhu continued, the lady started her business again after coming to the capital, and she once again did very well. Later she became acquainted with some people, including Sinan. Everybody seemed to listen to what she said and prepared things according to her ideas. Eventually they changed a few things and came into conflict with Qing's royalty, who felt their benefits were being threatened. Wu Zhu paused a bit. Once, Qing was fighting a war on the Eastern Front, and the defenses in the capital were practically empty. I happened to be away from the city after a major incident. As you can imagine, the lady's security was compromised. The nobles sent out people and murdered the lady. When I got back, I only managed to save you, and brought you to Danzhou Harbor. This event Fan Xian knew very well. He also knew those enemies were all killed over 10 years ago. He believed that whoever was still talking about revenge must have had something to do with his cheap father and the Overwatch Council. There was a long period of silence. The sound of rain outside became noticeable. That's it? Fan Xian felt troubled. His mother's entire life was narrated in such a few sentences? What was her business? What did she do that made all the royalty of Qing get rid of her? Why would the famous Fei Jie of the Overwatch Council respond with the utmost respect whenever his mother was mentioned? Basically, that's it. Wu Shu chose his words carefully. Fan Xian sighed, admitting that Uncle Wu Zhu really wasn't much of a storyteller. A bitter smile appeared on his beautiful face as he realized he must ask the questions himself. What was my mother's business involved in? Luxury items, military supplies, ships, food supplies, basically, anything that could earn her money. Wu Zhu answered casually, but Fan Xian was startled by each one of the items. His 2 lives made him realize that people who could manage such business must have some grand backgrounds. His mother was a single woman, and yet she brought her house up to such a terrific level. Then what happened to the business after my mother died? Fan Xian was most curious about this, as according to the national laws of Qing, he should be the sole inheritor of his mother's grand legacy. I heard later everything was taken by the Qing government. Fan Xian gave a bitter smile and shook his head. As soon as he heard it all became imperial property, he gave up the idea of suing to get it all back. Changing the topic, he grinned. Yi Qingmei must have been quite the name back then. I heard that when my mother came to the capital, she gave the commander of defense a beating. The oil lamp flickered. Hearing Fan Xian's words made Wu Zhu remember something. The corners of his lips perked up as if they were rusty hinges. Wu Zhu was showing a gentle smile. Fan Xian's wrist froze, his drinking cup fell onto the table and rolled several times. Inside his mind, he was screaming, a smile, he just smiled. Chapter 36, The Spring of the Fourth Year. Chapter 36, The Spring of the Fourth Year. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. This was the first time that the blind Wu Zhu laughed, or more accurately, it was the first time Fan Xian had seen Wu Zhu laugh. It happened when Fan Xian brought up his mother. Although Wu Zhu didn't look old when he removed the piece of black cloth, he was still as cold as ever. It was rare to see any hint of emotion on his face, and naturally harder to see anything such as fear, sadness, or grief. Never mind a smile. As he remembered back to the year he came to Jingdu with the lady, the ends of his lips curled into a strange and awkward smile. The occasional display of gentleness for someone who never smiled was like finding the most beautiful snow lotus flower in an ice mountain that had been frozen for millennia. Its gentleness and beauty knew no parallel. Wu Zhu snapped out of his absent-minded state and returned to his normal self, responding coldly. There weren't many who knew that the lady was called Yi Qingmei. The random people around her only knew her as the lady. Thinking about it now, the name Yi Qingmei was well known in the capital. Even now, he replied softly. Really? Fan Xian's eyes widened. He thought that Wu Zhu's words contradicted themselves. If not many people knew that his mother's name was Yi Qingmei, then how was the name Yi Qingmei well known in the capital? The reason that Fan Xian thought this was because he was unaware of the golden words and inscriptions written on the stone plate hanging above the front door of the Ministry of Supervision. Tell me about my father. Fan Xian's eyes sparkled. I only promised to talk about the lady. Poof. You're real clever, Wu Zhu. I fell sick before you were born and forgot many things. Fan Xian laughed. You're even more shameless than I am. Never mind, let's talk about something else. What did my mother look like? Wu Zhu thought for a bit before replying, very beautiful. Wu Zhu's voice was never too expressive, yet Fan Xian noticed that he said those words with unusual sincerity. He rubbed his hands together, sighing as he said, "She was indeed extraordinarily beautiful." Although Wu Zhu's storytelling skills were poor, Fan Xian could tell from his simple words how interesting the story of the girl from the capital must have been. He felt a strong impulse to go to the capital. In fact, he had to. Wu Zhu motioned with his hands for Fan Xian to get up and follow him. Curious, Fan Xian followed him to the back of the room. Soft sounds could be heard from inside the walls as Wu Zhu pressed on it lightly. All of a sudden, the walls separated to reveal a secret chamber. Surprised, Fan Xian followed Wu Zhu into the chamber. The room was covered in a layer of dust, and a box sat in the corner. The box stood out, as there was nothing else in the chamber. It was a black leather box that was about as long as an adult arm, and not being wide, it looked long and slender. Nobody knew that the lady and I stayed in Danzhou a while before going to the capital. This box was something the lady had left. "I've looked after it for you. It's yours to keep now." Part fluttering, Fan Xian stepped towards the box and brushed off the dust at the top. He found that the lid was made of bronze and that there was a lock. He was curious to see what his mother had left him, so he spent some time trying to open the box before he realized that the lid had not moved a millimeter and that the box was impossible to open. "There's no key," Wu Zhu reminded him, seeing his distress. Dejected, Fan Xian hung his head low. "Why didn't you say so earlier? What's the use of giving me a box that I can't open? I left the keys in order to convince some people that you were dead before I brought you to Danzhou." Fan Xian thought about how it sounded like that was the oldest trick in the book and raised his eyebrow. He retrieved a thin dagger he kept in the scabbard on his legs at all times and held it above the box as he looked for the easiest place to start with. "There's no need to try. This box is much sturdier than you think." Hearing Wu Zhu's disapproval at his violent method, Fan Xian smiled and put back his dagger. He patted the box inside while he shook his head. "It's a shame. Who knows if there might have been millions in money in there." He then lifted the box and his curiosity increased after finding out how heavy it was. "Where's the key?" "In the capital." Another extremely vague answer. Wu Zhu turned to walk out of the chamber. Seeing that there was no more attention on him, Fan Xian decided to try again. Rolling his eyes, he lifted his right arm and slammed his palm directly on the top of the box. His palm carried all of his power. Bang! The sound reverberated around the chamber and dust rose into the air, causing the light in the room to drastically dim. Wu Zhu turned around coldly and looked at Fan Xian. At this moment, Fan Xian was staring at his palm, shocked. The box remained unmarked, save for some dust. It looked like the only way to get the box open was to go to the capital. He began silently thinking of when he'd be able to leave Danzhou. Surely his father wouldn't leave him to grow old next to the seaside. Little did he know that Count Sinan had already sent people to get him and that they were already on their way. In the spring of the 4th year, Tengzi Jing sat in the only bar in Danzhou and stared at the wall while wiping the sweat off his forehead. Framed beautifully on the wall was a piece of high-quality paper. It was densely covered in words, and judging from the handwriting, it was written by a master calligrapher who possessed a sense of elegance and purity. If this was in the capital, Sir Panlin would have sold a piece of artwork of this size for at least 300 silver pieces, so it was no surprise that in faraway Danzhou harbor it was framed so beautifully on the wall and treated like it was sacred. However, its context was truly unsuitable to be hung up as decoration. This was because it was full of useless and sloppy information. That's right. This was the rumored newspaper. There were only 2 copies in Danzhou harbor, one belonging to the local government kept in the local courtroom, and this meant that the bar owner must have bought it secretly from the servants of Count Sinan's estate. Naturally, the general public had never had the chance to see fresh stuff like this, so to them, it was something extraordinary that was also handwritten by Sir Panlin. The bar owner hung it on his wall and treated it like treasure. Only, he had no idea that the newspaper was actually sold by Master Fan, who had in fact already made a sum of money from selling 20 copies of the newspaper to businessmen. and Ting Jing was about to meet Master Fan. Chapter 37, To the Capital? Chapter 37, To the Capital? Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. The servants that had come to Danzhou Harbor with Tang Zijing were currently shopping for the specialty tea of Danzhou Harbor. As Count Sinan lived in the capital, he missed the taste of his hometown tea. In the previous years, the Countess of the mansion would order people to buy the tea and send it to the capital, but since Count Sinan was sending people over this year, they could simply pick it up themselves. In total, 3 carriages and 7 people arrived from Count Sinan's mansion, with Tang Zijing leading the entire thing. Although he hadn't wandered around the street with the servants, he was still sweating like a pig and had to constantly wipe away his sweat. The weather in Danzhou Harbor was indeed hotter than in the capital. He had originally planned to greet the Countess as soon as he arrived in Danzhou Harbor, but upon remembering his mission he immediately felt guilty. Instead, he sent the servants to buy tea while he sat in a bar and tried to get a hold of his emotions. They had not heard from the second housekeeper they had sent to Danzhou some years ago, and they weren't even sure if he was dead or alive. All the people of Count Sinan's house were clear on the fact there was conflict between House of Danzhou and the capital, and they figured that even though Fan Xian was on his own, something had happened to the second housekeeper. If this was true, then the people of Count Sinan's house had to re-evaluate their views on the illegitimate son. After all, Fan Xian was only 12 when the second housekeeper went missing. The only way that the second housekeeper could have disappeared so quietly was if it was by order of the Countess, which proved that the Countess was on Fan Xian's side and that it was likely second wife was in store for hard times. Zhang Zijing noticed that the newspaper on the wall was dated last month, which meant that he had already read it before in Count Sinan's study. There were no intriguing articles, as the lives of the officials in the capital were peaceful for now. There were no updates on the battle between the eldest prince and Shihu, and news of the chancellor's illegitimate daughter had died down, as the young people of the censorate had not pursued anything further even though they had the cover of the mighty emperor. There were side articles about the director of the Overwatch Council and his first love. Even though the paper was backed by the emperor, the editors would never have dared to post these articles if the absolutely horrifying and blood-chilling director had been in the capital. It was obvious from this that Director Chen had taken his first vacation in 20 years and had gone to visit his hometown. As the emperor was especially reliant on him, there would be no major activities during his absence. Tang Zijing thought of Count Sinan's orders and could not understand exactly why it was an absolute priority that he ensured the young master with no identity was rushed to the capital before the director returned, nor would he delay things, even if it meant going against an angry countess. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, gathered the servants, and headed for the corner of Danzhou where Count Sinan's estate was located. The liveliness in Count Sinan's estate was a rare sight. All of the servants stood outside the hall and took in the people standing in the middle of the hall. Everyone knew that these people were from the estate in the capital, so to them, it was no wonder that they looked energetic even in pale green clothing. Since Danzhou and the capital were far from each other, the two estates didn't interact that much. As it was unusual for such a large number of people to be sent from the capital's estate, the maids were trying to guess their motives. Leading the servants, Tang Zijing knelt down conscientiously in front of the countess and performed several deep bows in respect and as a greeting. Afterwards, he passed on the message Count Sinan sent and stepped quietly aside to wait for her response. Tang Zijing was aware of her place in the Fan family, so he breathed as quietly as possible to show his deepest respects. He glanced at the young boy who was currently massaging the countess's shoulders. The young boy was pretty. He had long eyelashes, full red lips, and eyes that sparkled softly. In general, he looked like a girl. The wide smile on his face made him seem amiable and friendly. This was, of course, Fan Xian. Tang Zijing sighed to himself. He thought it was unfair that this beautiful child was an illegitimate son with no identity. Perhaps it was because he was infected by the warm smile. Tang Zijing began to question whether this young master was easier to serve than the one in the capital. After hearing what this person in front of her needed to say, the countess cast her eyes down and thought before she spoke in a low voice, "I understand." Zijing, you may rest now, since you have worked so hard and have traveled over 1,000 miles. Cici, please ask Lao Wangtu to prepare some hot water and food. The servants collectively acknowledged her request, and the servants from the capital thanked her before exiting the hall. Although Tang Zijing was on a tight schedule from Count Sinan, he didn't dare to bring it up. He glanced at the foreign young master one last time instead and left. The hall became quiet. Well, you heard. Your father wants you to go to the capital. The old lady gently patted Fan Xian's hands, which sat on her shoulder. What do you think? Although Fan Xian was smiling widely, his mind was calculating. He was suspicious as to why his father had called him to the capital all of a sudden without warning. Perhaps he was preparing a career for his illegitimate son, but the spring imperial examinations had already begun, and he would never be able to make it in time, as it took at least a month to travel to the capital. Upon hearing the countess's words, Fan Xian smiled wryly and answered, I've never been to the capital. I'm quite curious, and scared at the same time. His answer was only half true, the truth being that he really was curious about the people who lived there and of the city where his mother lived and fought battles. However, he was not scared at all, more frustrated at his own lack of knowledge. Would you like to go? The countess smiled, it was as if she could see through his thoughts. Yes. Fan Xian answered honestly, I've always lived in Danzhou and have always wanted to get out and see the world. Oh, you no longer wish to keep your old grandma company? The countess joked. Fan Xian giggled, oh, yeah. And you can go ahead and punish me for that. He continued, anyways, the man said so himself, Father has prepared for us all to move to the capital, so I have nothing to worry about really, as I would be at my grandma's side at all times. The countess shook her head gently, and holding his hands, she pulled him in front of her and spoke softly. My old bag of bones would not be able to tolerate the journey. If you wish to go, then go ahead. I will look after the house in Danzhou. Fan Xian was thrown off guard. He had not expected his grandmother to reject the journey to the capital, and he was at a loss for words. Chapter 38, Last Night. Chapter 38, Last Night. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Grandmother and grandson sat in silence in the quiet hall. In the courtyard, the scented tea purchased by the people from the capital was piled in the corner. Slowly, the aroma of the tea began to seep out, eventually overpowering the smell of the flowers growing in the garden. A few yellow butterflies danced between the blossoming trees. Above them, among the branches, the crisp chirping of hatchling birds could be heard. Go. The young phoenix becomes an adult when it utters its first cry. You should go and see the world. The countess smiled. It's just that, since you're still a child, I fear you may experience lots of unjust treatment in the capital. Can you endure that? Fan Xian knew what his grandmother meant. He smiled sweetly. The second aunt was kind to me for the past few years, often sending gifts. Grandma, you don't need to worry. The countess shook her head. She was aware that, despite his quiet demeanor, Fan Xian was actually a strange boy with many unusual ideas. She gently caressed his head. After a brief moment of silence, she suddenly expressed her concern. If something comes up, bear with it, for your father and me. Okay. Fan Xian nodded. To be honest, I do not want you to go to the capital, the countess said very carefully, but you have to go eventually, so I might as well ask you to do something. I'll do whatever you need. Do you still remember that housekeeper Joe from 4 years ago? The countess smiled at Fan Xian. Fan Xian's heart skipped a beat. He dared not make eye contact with his grandmother. After a long while, he forced a smile. Of course I do. After Fan Xian's answer, the pair finally got to the bottom of everything. The countess was serious. There was originally nothing to worry about, since you're a calm and smart child. But judging from that incident, I could see that you are still too innocent. Fan Xian sighed inwardly. Isn't innocent supposed to be a compliment? As if guessing his thoughts, the Countess squinted. With a cold gaze, she said, "If you really do go to the capital, you have to do something for me." What? Fan Xian had a faint idea. Be merciless. As if feeling a bit tired, the Countess reclined back and rested on her chair. While this world may appear peaceful, if you don't steel yourself, you will always be at a disadvantage. Fan Xian did not say anything. In truth, he wasn't a gentleman, he only appeared to be one because he never got the chance to show his darker side in Danzhou. And so, he listened to the Countess's warning. He knew that her advice was priceless. The Countess half closed her eyes and said, "Your mother was so smart. But because she was also so kind, she ended up." She suddenly opened her eyes and emphasized each of the following words: "Even if you have to kill others, you mustn't let others harm you." Fan Xian nodded vigorously. Go pack. Your father is under lots of pressure. He is afraid there really is something happening in the capital. The Countess looked at the child, who had just turned 16, with an expression full of warmth. I'm not going. I'm staying here in Danzhou. If your life in the capital isn't going well, or if there are people trying to take advantage of you, you can always come back whenever you want to. Right, Fan Xian answered. He stood up and went straight to his bedroom without saying much else. After he entered his room, he quietly sat on his bed and wiped his face using his blanket. After making a mess out of his hair, he quietly said to himself, "Drat. I almost cried. Grandma really knows how to stir up feelings." Shortly after nightfall, a lamp was dimly lit. Fan Xian, expressionless, was writing a letter to his younger sister in the capital, informing her of his arrival. It wasn't until after he had finished that he realized the letter might very well be pointless. The mail coach might not be any faster than the Count's carriage, meaning he might have already arrived by the time she received the letter. Fan Xian tended to save his energy. Since he already wrote the letter, he might as well send it. He was just about to beckon Cece to remind her to send the mail tomorrow when he turned around and saw her looking at him blankly, deep in thought. "Cece, what's on your mind?" He waved the letter in his hand to get her attention. Cece came back to her senses abruptly. She was quite embarrassed. "Oh, it's nothing." "Is that for your sister?" "I'll take it for you." Fan Xian retracted his hand and looked at her with curiosity. "What is it?" Cece thought for a bit. Finally, she gathered up her courage. "Young master, you're about to leave for the capital. Aren't you happy?" Fan Xian sat up straight and smiled at her. "Why this all of a sudden?" "Young master, I hear the capital is full of bad people." Cece bit at her lip, unsure if she should continue. "Besides, you don't have much status. Once you're there, in front of the Count's second wife, I'm afraid your life will be difficult." Fan Xian laughed. "So you're worried about me?" "Well, I can simply avoid the second wife. Even if I don't make a name for myself in the capital, I can still make a living running a clinic. As long as I don't stay at the Count's place, and quite frankly, I only want to go there to take a look." Cece said, "You won't be stuck doing menial tasks your whole life. After all, you've read so many books. You will certainly pass next year's examinations and become a high-ranking official. You will bring honor to your family." Seeing how she said it so seriously, Fan Xian smiled slightly and didn't respond. He never thought of honoring his family, and deep inside he didn't even hold much feeling for his cheap father in the capital. Life over there was much different from how it was here with his grandmother. "Why don't you take me with you to the capital?" This was what Cece was actually worried about. She looked at Fan Xian with a pitiful expression. "The servants in the capital will certainly follow the second wife's orders, so you don't have anyone to rely on. What are you going to do?" Fan Xian sighed. Cece was 2 years older than him. If she were a maidservant of some other household, she would have been chased out a long time ago. The only reason she thought of herself as being dependable was because Fan Xian was secretly very mature as a result of having lived a previous life. Fan Xian then told Cece in a matter-of-fact manner, "I don't have any idea what the capital is like, so I can't possibly take you with me." Cece knew this was true. She was afraid she might never see her young master again after he left. She felt her heart sour a little and quickly turned around to organize the bookcase. Fan Xian too felt gloomy as he watched her work, but there was nothing he could say. Perhaps in the capital there would be some pleasant scenery, or interesting people, or curious things. But there would surely also be brandished blades and hidden darts. Fan Xian was willing to take such risks, he wanted to experience them. Because he had been gifted a second life, there was no sense in growing old and lonely without ever leaving the tiny city of Danzhou. However, he couldn't say the same for those he cared about. He wasn't confident he could protect them, so it wouldn't be possible for him to take Cece alone. At night, he took a secret trip to the shop. Chapter 39, Leaving Danzhou Harbor. Chapter 39, Leaving Danzhou Harbor. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Tang Zijing never would have imagined that the Count's assignment would be completed so smoothly this time. He had originally thought that, since young Master Fan Xian didn't have a reputation worthy of respect, he would be extremely reluctant to come to the capital and contend with the Count's second wife, and therefore must be trying his best to stay in Danzhou Harbor. The fact that this young master had agreed to the Count's request without complaint was beyond expectations. That morning, he found out that the Countess had decided to stay in Danzhou Harbor. He didn't mind, however, because all he needed was for that lowly young master to go back to the capital. Since the Countess liked to be by the sea, she could stay there and live out her remaining years. In any event, the Count had not requested that everybody in the Danzhou estate move back to the capital. At the front gate of the estate, a black carriage was waiting. It was pulled by 3 horses and there was a blue cushion at the driver's seat. The contrast between the blue and the black was rather striking. Surrounding the carriage was a huge crowd of Danzhou residents, drawn by the spectacle. After some gossiping, they found out the young master of the Fan household was moving back to the capital that day. As with all humans, the residents of Danzhou Harbor had their shortcomings, being envious or sharp-tongued. Even so, all of them had developed some sentiments towards the little Fan child. After all, for over 10 years, they watched this young master, who certainly did not act like one is stroll down the streets or shout from the rooftops. Now, hearing the news that he was leaving for the flourishing capital, they figured it was unlikely he would return. This caused some sobbing in the crowd. The crowd waited outside the Count's estate, waiting for Fan Xian to step out for the last time. They waited for a long time, but the charming face with its perpetual gentle smile never appeared. The backyard was a mess. Fan Xian leaned against a column, smiling as he watched the maidservants rushing about. One of them shouted, "Toothbrush, forgot the toothbrush." They ended up spending even more time looking for it. After coming to this world, Fan Xian hadn't come up with any major inventions. One of the minor things he came up with was a more comfortable toothbrush which used boar bristles instead of the conventional horsetail ones. He also made a softer pillow, replacing the hard pillows with cotton ones. And finally, he made a shower head which he hung up behind the bedroom. There were many others, but from the way things were going, he could only bring a few of them back to the capital. After quite some time, when the carriage was completely stuffed by the last few bags, Fan Xian finally walked out slowly. He was smiling brightly and supporting the Countess as they walked. Fan Xian greeted the people around him and wasn't surprised to see Cece in the crowd. Her eyes were a little swollen. Fan Xian recalled her crying last night. Today, as an exception, he wore a changshan. Lifting the front lapel, he knelt and kowtowed to the Countess. After standing up, Fan Xian, going completely against the customs of this world, hugged the old woman tightly and firmly kissed her wrinkled forehead. He then said lightly, "Grandma, please find a good family for Cece to marry into, at least a family like Donger's." All of the estate's servants acted like they didn't see the young master causing trouble. The countess was surprised too. She never thought her typically well-behaved grandson would make such a scene. She knocked him on the head and said, "Why are you trying to stir things up?" "Of course I'll handle it." Scanning the familiar faces before him, Fan Xian made a gesture of respect by saluting everyone. Smiling, he said, "Thanks for putting up with me all these years." The servants dared not accept Fan Xian's courtesy and hurriedly found something to do. Suddenly, the countess smiled. "Go. Don't make your father wait. As for Cece, if you eventually feel comfortable living in the capital, I'll send her over to you." Fan Xian was startled for a moment. Before he could say something, he was already in the carriage in a confused state. With the sound of the wheels turning, the carriage slowly made its way out of Danzhou harbor. It was a bright and clear day. The silky white clouds floated across the blue sky. It was an exceptionally beautiful scene. The carriage passed by the closed general store and passed far beyond the tofu stand. Lifting the curtain, Fan Xian looked towards the young woman running the tofu stand and her little daughter, who was now old enough to run around. Smiling slightly, he sat back down. Under his seat was an ancient, black leather box. In Danzhou harbor, that struggling general store finally closed down for good. The city residents casually mentioned it, fearing the blind shop owner would end up old and poor, and offered their sympathy. Shortly afterwards, the topic switched back to young Master Fan, who had just left the city. They were guessing that the Count had called his illegitimate son to the capital to assign him a position. Presently, Fan Xian was lying in the spacious carriage. His carriage was in the middle of the traveling caravan. Inside, Fan Xian had laid his blanket down so that its softness could absorb some impact from the bumpy road. Of course, he also wanted to learn the real reason why his father wanted him in the capital, so he invited Tang Zijing, who was leading the guards, inside for a chat. Tang Zijing sat on the other side of the carriage with a dark expression. He didn't know where to put his feet, as he feared he would dirty the snow-white blanket. He felt uncomfortable. In his eyes, this young master was just another prodigal son, no better than the other young master in the capital. Fan Xian comfortably stretched. He squinted at the middle-aged man, who obviously possessed significant strength, and asked, "Mr. Tang, since we've already traveled so far from Danzhou harbor, can you tell me why my father is summoning me to the capital?" Tang Zijing was somewhat hesitant, as if there were some things he should not say. Smiling, Fan Xian's eyes were sparkling clear. He said in a gentle voice, "You know my background. It's no wonder you're being cautious." Tang Zijing squeezed out a smile in return, and respectfully answered, "Try not to look too much into it. The Count wants you to come to the capital in order to prepare you for your future." Fan Xian waved his hand and shook his head. "There are only the two of us here, no need to beat around the bush." He suddenly laughed. "If you don't tell me, perhaps I'll jump out of the carriage and run away." Tang Zijing laughed. "You're quite the comedian, my lord." Before Tang Zijing could finish, Fan Xian stated coldly, "There are times when I don't like telling jokes." Tang Zijing's heart skipped a beat as he wondered if Fan Xian was serious. If you really didn't want to go to the capital, everyone would understand. So why didn't you speak out against it back in Danzhou harbor, in front of the countess? Looking at the handsome youth, Tang Zijing started to realize Fan Xian wasn't as simple as he had thought. Of course, Fan Xian wouldn't actually run away. Even though he figured that nothing good could be waiting for him in the capital, having lived a wealthy and leisurely life these past years, he lost his adventurous spirit a long time ago. A difficult, destitute life would not suit him. He had come to this world to indulge himself. At the same time, he wanted to see what the capital was like, which was why he had no intention of refusing when Count Sinan sent people to take him there. But that didn't mean he wasn't curious about what was being hidden from him. After a long period of quiet, Tang Zijing could no longer endure the cold silence within the carriage. "My lord," he began, "in truth, the Count has arranged a marriage for you in the capital." Fan Xian looked at him for a long while before finally asking, "Marriage? Chapter 40, Approaching the Capital. Chapter 40, Approaching the Capital. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. Correct, Tang Zijing replied respectfully. He did not wish for the same miserable ending as the housekeeper from a few years before, so he remained respectful toward this half-prince. Fan Xian frowned, and a calmness unusual for someone his age appeared on his face. His expression was nothing like that of any normal teenager who had just been told who they were going to be married to. "I'm curious about who my bride will be," he said softly. He was 16 years old, and he knew that among influential officials and powerful families, marriage was discussed as a part of the agenda. Even after all these years, his father hadn't forgotten about his illegitimate son, and so this day was inevitable. However, it seemed rather rushed, and he couldn't understand why. "I am not sure either," replied Tang Zijing. "But I have heard that the young lady of that family is good and virtuous, and that people say many good things about her in the capital." His cautious explanation only made Fan Xian more suspicious. He was unsure why high-ranking officials would wish to marry off their daughters to an illegitimate son with no status, even if his parents were, secretly, extremely well-renowned people. Seeing his facial expression, Tang Zijing eventually spoke. "The only thing is that the young lady's health is not good. She recently became ill, so it is rather urgent." Fan Xian had a sudden realization: he was a gift for the family of the sick girl. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Tang Zijing studied the expression on his face and found that the young master was neither furious nor sorrowful. If anything, he seemed calmer. He was to be married off to a dying girl, surely he should be at least somewhat angry? Fan Xian had nothing to be angry about. He had seen this plot too many times before in his previous life, and getting angry wouldn't help matters. He felt a touch of sympathy for this girl, who was in her sickbed in the capital, forced into a marriage to some man she had never met just because of her failing health. And what about him? Fan Xian was not easily depressed. He had always been somewhat chauvinistic, feeling that when it came to matters between men and women, it was always women who got the worst of it, and men who took advantage. He had always wanted to get married and have children in this world. If he happened to find a good woman, wouldn't that be all the better? Anyway, he had yet to arrive in the capital, so there was no need to flee straight away. He thought it a good idea to investigate the matter first. He just had to wait and see. Would she be pretty? Cute? Is she like a Lolita? "Young master," asked Tang Zijing carefully, "why? Why am I not angry?" Fan Xian smiled at him. "First, my going to the capital doesn't mean I agreed to getting married. Second, if I accept this marriage, it means that I like this girl. Third, even if she is confined to her sickbed, I don't think that it's anything to be embarrassed about. Fourth, perhaps you didn't know this, but I am quite a good doctor." Tang Zijing was taken aback. This four-point explanation had confused him, particularly the last part. Was the young master really a medical expert? But he still did not think that the young master's wedding could turn so easily from tragedy to happiness. The young lady's family situation was by no means a simple one. Even the imperial physicians could not treat her illness. How could the young master do so? Before their carriage had stopped, Tang Zijing stepped out and climbed onto the first carriage, leaving Fan Xian by himself. The journey was a lonely one. He pulled back the curtain of the carriage and allowed the wind to caress his face. Squinting slightly, he looked at the scenery as it hurtled past and the flagstones set upon the road. It felt like a series of endless pictures being displayed over and over again. It looked just like it had when he had come to this world 16 years ago. It was a late April day. The grass that surrounded the capital had been trimmed, and the orioles had been startled by people out on nature walks. There were only 2 rows of green willows along the side of the moat, swaying gracefully, proudly observing the people who had come to the city from all over the world. A convoy of 3 carriages approached from afar and joined the line along the road that was waiting to enter the city. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and out came a clean face with a brilliant smile. He looked at the city walls and the peaceful happy faces of the people around him. He breathed in deeply. So this is what the capital is like. The face, of course, belonged to Fan Xian. After weeks of difficult travel, they had all finally arrived in the capital. On the road, he had observed the unfamiliar sights of the kingdom of Qing with great interest, finally fulfilling his own wanderlust, and having gotten to know Tang Zijing and his bodyguards, he had become closer to them. Fan Xian was a lovable teenager who always had a smile on his face. A person like that finds it easy to make people happy. Tang Zijing took hold of his arm and helped him step down from the carriage. When his feet touched the road, Fan Xian rotated his ankles slightly, letting the soles of his cloth shoes touch as much of the ground as possible. It was as if he was trying to feel whether the ground in the capital was different. A great many people were trying to enter the capital, and security was tight, so the line was long. The waiting left Fan Xian rather bored. He pointed at the city before him, and chatted idly with Tang Zijing. He figured that the count had not sent a large team of people to collect him because his status was not particularly great. As they chatted, there was a sudden disturbance in the crowd behind them, and the people parted to create a wide path through. A squadron of cavalry rode silently and quickly through toward the city gate without stopping. On the horse in the front was a young woman wearing a light-colored jacket and skirt. She had on a white deerskin hat that looked very attractive on her in the bright spring air. Her eyebrows were indigo, like the color of distant mountains, and her eyes were clear and bright. She was quite beautiful, though she seemed worried as she sat on the horse. It seemed that she was in a hurry to return to the city. Something must have happened. Fan Xian stood by the side of the road, smiling as he observed the riders rushing past. It seems there are many beautiful women in the capital, he said in admiration. He couldn't help but wonder what his wife looked like. Standing on the side of the road, Tang Zijing coughed lightly. Fan Xian was only giving a compliment. He hadn't forgotten his manners. What was there to be nervous about? It seems the capital is not as uptight as I thought, he said with a smile. That girl was wearing a skirt while she was riding a horse, and nobody said a thing about it. Tang Zijing laughed bitterly. The woman who went past us was the daughter of the master of the garrison, he explained. Nobody would dare say anything to her. Oh, said Fan Xian, standing on top of the carriage to get a better look at the city gate. When the riders reached the gate, they did not wait in line at all. Presenting a token, they entered the city. When it came time for Fan Xian to enter the city, he studied the guard's expression. It remained neutral, which was a part of his job. When he looked back at the carriage, he realized why. There were none of the markings of the Fan family on any of the carriages. It seemed that the capital would not be welcoming him with any great fanfare. Chapter 41, Entering Fan Manor. Chapter 41, Entering Fan Manor. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Fan Manor stood on the east side of the city, some distance away from Tianhe Avenue, and out of sight of the Imperial Palace. This was a place where many high-ranking officials and nobles lived. Commoners were rarely seen, and so the streets appeared much quieter. On the cold and cheerless street, a mansion stood every 30 meters. Outside the entrance to each mansion, a stone lion lay peacefully. The dozen or so lions stood guard, staring with what almost looked like a bored expression at the carriage that rolled down the street. The black carriage passed slowly by, drawing little attention from either side of the road. Reaching Fan Manor, it turned with a little difficulty into a side alley, coming to a halt underneath the shade of a tree by the corner gate. Fan Xian pulled the curtain on the carriage aside. Taking Tang Zijing's hand, he stepped down from the carriage. There was no expression on his face, and as he surveyed his surroundings he gave an almost imperceptible nod. The wooden gate creaked open, and the servants came out to meet them, looking upon Fan Xian with curious glances, seemingly unsure how to greet him. Fan Xian smiled and said nothing as he walked through the gate with Tang Zijing. The servants let out a sigh and began to unload the luggage that filled the carriage. Within the gate, a young manservant waited, bowing as he ushered them in. As they entered, there was a rock garden in the courtyard, with neatly groomed grass and a bubbling water feature. It was a most elegant sight, and as the old women saw them arrive, they moved quietly to the side, not uttering a word, remaining neatly in formation. As they carried on, still yet to reach the inner courtyard, Fan Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh of awe at the sight of all the splendor of this old mansion. It was much, much grander than the estate in Danzhou. With such a grand mansion in one of the most expensive areas of the capital, it seemed that his father was certainly a man of great influence. Entering such a grand residence as this would make any average ordinary person feel flustered and anxious, not daring to say a word for fear of putting a foot wrong. But Fan Xian was not any person. He had lived in two worlds, he had died and been reborn. And so he felt rather more at ease. He was accustomed to his status as a baseborn son, and in keeping with the social attitudes of his previous life, he didn't see anything wrong with it. If anything, he thought his father was the one who ought to be ashamed, so the grandeur of Fan Manor did not perturb him too much. As he walked along, looking around the manor, he smiled, completely at ease. Although there was perhaps a hint of shyness in his smile, it was a cover and nothing more. As he surveyed the scene, he let out a low whistle of astonishment. As he passed by a weeping willow, he stroked its branches with his hand. As he strolled over an arch bridge, he peered at the goldfish that swam in the shallow waters beneath. It appeared that he did as he pleased. The servants of the manor could not help but look upon his manner with curiosity. So this was the young master they had heard so much about. Some of the things they heard were good, some not so much. Either way, it was suggested that this young man had a forceful personality, though it was hard to describe in words. As they approached the inner courtyard, Tang Zijing spoke in a low voice. "Young master, I am not permitted to go any further. You must enter alone." He paused for a moment in thought. "Young master, when you speak." Tang Zijing secretly harbored some admiration how young Fan Xian seemed unaffected by all the trappings of status. He felt he had to say something to the young lad about the power struggles that went on inside Fan Manor, but the words could not leave his lips. It felt impetuous to do so, and he had no idea how to word it. Fan Xian could tell that he was deep in thought. Moved, he clasped his hands respectfully and bowed slightly. "Don't worry, Mr. Tang," he said, asking him to make sure his luggage was taken care of, and suggesting that he might call upon him later that evening. To calmly arrange the day's later affairs at such a moment as this suggested to Tang Zijing that this handsome young man possessed a great maturity. On hearing it, he relaxed slightly and smiled, going off with the young manservant to rest in the courtyard to the side. A young servant girl took the place of the young manservant. She was a rather pretty young woman. Fan Xian followed her into the rear courtyard. A middle-aged woman, carrying a brass basin, walked up to them and curtsied. She washed his face with pleasantly warm water. Fan Xian remained silent as he washed his hands. He returned the towel and thanked her. The woman was rather taken aback to hear him thank her. She walked away, somewhat confused. Fan Xian smiled. The capital's nothing like Danzhou, he thought. The politeness he'd shown to servant girls was seen as excessive and inappropriate here. He entered the inner courtyard, but instead of standing in a foyer, he was led into a side door by the servant girl. The walls around the side door were all painted white, and black eaves protruded slightly from above the passageway. He stood there for a while, but no one came to meet him. He was unsure whether this was intended to put him in his place in the mansion as the Count's baseborn son. He sighed, beginning to feel uneasy. He looked up at the carefully constructed black eaves. The old manor was indeed a rather tasteful building. He was incorrect in his assumptions, however. The young servant girl and the old maid stood to one side not because they wished to treat him coldly, but because they were aware of his status. They did not dare to approach him. This was partly because they were unsure how to address him, as he was not the son of the Count's legal wife. But it was also because the Count had not yet arrived, and as servants they did not dare to act rashly. Someone had already gone to inform the master of the house. Fan Xian waited. With a self-deprecating smile, he called over the young servant girl. She was quite young, her face delicate and fair. Young, what is your wish? She had, at first, wanted to address him as young master, but she was unsure if it was appropriate. She stammered, her face turning crimson. Bring me a chair, said Fan Xian, giggling at her discomfort. She followed his orders, carrying in a heavy wooden chair from the hall, which left her slightly out of breath. Fan Xian drew closer and took hold of the chair, placing it on the ground and smiling slightly. He sat down on it with noble bearing, and lifted his head to look at the eaves, ignoring the rest of his surroundings. When she saw him sit on the chair, the servant girl was shocked. If one's elders are yet to arrive, one should stand with one's hands folded. How could he act so boldly? The sound of footsteps echoed from the hall, and a light fragrance was carried on the wind. It could make one's heart flutter. Fan Xian turned his head to the side, and saw a noblewoman approaching, a slight smile on her face. She was good-looking, and her eyes were neatly decorated with eyeshadow. She wore a skirt that fluttered around her, and her beauty was sure to turn heads wherever she went. Hers was an air of reserved nobility that suggested that she was not to be trifled with. Fan Xian let out a sigh and stood up from the chair. She raised her umber-painted eyebrows and smiled, lighting up the room. Xian, she said, regarding him from afar. The journey must have been difficult. Take a seat. Good day, stepmother, said Fan Xian, smiling sweetly. Chapter 42, Lady Lu. Chapter 42, Lady Lu. Translator, Naibo Studio. Editor, Naibo Studio. This was the second wife of Count Sinan, Lady Lu Ruyu, who was taken into the Count's household over a decade ago. Her family's roots ran deep. Within 3 generations, they had become high nobility. So when she had become a concubine of Count Sinan, it was a source of great discussion within the capital. Everyone wondered what the Lu clan could be thinking, to give away a daughter to Fan Jian. Even if he had just been made Count Sinan, he was only a distant relative of the influential Fan clan. It was only in the past decade that he had gained the emperor's favor and amassed great prestige, climbing up the ranks. Now the great family served her ruthless vision. But strangely, the Count had never intervened in her scheming. Whether this decision was made rationally, or out of deference to the Lu clan, it made little sense either way. Fan Xian smiled sweetly. It is good to finally meet my father's concubine. Lady Lu also smiled, but an indescribable expression flashed in her eyes. Hearing this child call her concubine rankled. Most people would have called her his second wife. There was a world of difference between concubine and second wife. Come along, she said, smiling, you've come a long way. What have you been doing dawdling under these eaves? If anyone saw you, they'd think that Fan Manor was inhospitable. Inhospitable? There were certainly some people they didn't want to be hospitable to, thought Fan Xian. He knew that she was reminding him of his own status as an illegitimate child, but at the same time, he admired the beauty of her words. He wasn't prepared for a war of words with the woman. He knew full well that she had been in the manor for a long time, and it wouldn't have been worth it to spar with her verbally. But, considering that they were at cross purposes with each other, why did he have to back down? It seemed that she wasn't some fool with sinister intentions, as he had imagined her before. So now he felt somewhat confused. Why had she tried to kill him 4 years ago? As he followed her into the hall, he made sure not to stay too far away. Her unique scent reached his nostrils, and he inhaled. It was quite a pleasant aroma. In times like these, one may have trivial thoughts. Fan Xian felt rather pleased with himself, and he smiled as he made small talk with Ms. Lu. The noblewoman and the young man both played their part, putting on a facade of a mother and son. The tea arrived. It was genuine woofing tea, a fine variety. The refreshments had also arrived, fine flaky pastries from the south. After talking about the journey, how the lady of the house was faring back in Danzhou, the seaside scenery of the town he had just left behind, and what was worth seeing in the capital, the two found that they had nothing else to say to each other, at the very least, nothing polite. So, going by what seemed to be a quiet mutual understanding, Lady Lu and Fan Xian sat in silence. Both were aware that the other person was not easy to deal with. There was no sense in sounding out each other with clever words, it was best that they both stayed silent. The awkward atmosphere of the room had convinced the servant girls to keep quiet out of fear, even making sure that they stepped lightly as they came by to refill the tea. But neither Fan Xian nor Lady Lu felt awkward. Once in a while they would grasp their teacups and look at each other, their gazes soft and gentle but hiding daggers underneath. Lady Lu was perturbed. She had discovered that this was no ordinary young man before her. To her surprise, the situation had not stopped him from responding freely, without the least bit of nervous restraint. He seemed mature and earnest, perhaps even more prudent than his father. It seemed to her that she should not have listened to advice she had received 4 years before, which had made her hasty to see him as an enemy without good cause. Now it appeared something of a mistake. It would be difficult to resolve this situation. As they sat in silence, Lady Lu suddenly got the feeling that it was weakening her position. After all, she was his elder. She cleared her throat. "Your father is now an official at the treasury," she said. "Have you come to the capital to prepare for next year's imperial examinations, or will you be going straight to the treasury for work?" Fan Xian smiled. "I shall do as father says." He paused for a moment. "But I'm not sure when he'll be back." He was telling the truth. There were a few people he wanted to meet with in the capital. Lady Lu was one of them, as was Fei Jia and his little sister Ruoro. But the person he was most interested in meeting was definitely his father. He was very curious as to how Count Sinan had caught the eye of his mother, the head of the illustrious Yi family. In his mind, he thought of the dead woman as his mother, but never much considered Count Sinan to be his father. This was perhaps a quirk of the male mentality. "Your father will return shortly." As she said this, there was a slight clattering outside the door to the inner courtyard. The servant girls hurried to greet whoever it was, but the noise came too quickly, and the servant girls were unable to bar the way. A young woman walked in. She wasn't particularly pretty, but she was exceptionally neatly dressed, with what seemed to be a somewhat delicate and faintly indifferent disposition. The indifference was not that of an ice maiden, a loathing for the impure things surrounding her, but rather of someone who had yet to discover their own self-confidence, and so created an apathetic demeanor, feeling at odds with the world around them. Fan Xian's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't becoming of a young noblewoman to have such a cold exterior. The young woman looked Fan Xian in the face. Her cold expression softened until it finally melted away entirely, and a slight blush began to spread on her cheeks. She opened her mouth to speak, but stopped. She took a step back and slightly rearranged her garments. Curtsying, she spoke in a gentle, clear voice that seemed both polite and boastful. "Good day, brother." Fan Xian smiled, and held out his hand to support her. "Ruoro, there's no need to be so polite." The two exchanged glances and faint, earnest smiles. They had exchanged letters for many years. In this world, each was the person the other one knew most deeply. But the sound of a clumsy child immediately broke their tender reunion. "Hey, are you Fan Xian?" Fan Xian turned to face the youngster who had entered. He was rather chubby, and the left side of his face was covered in unsightly moles. His face seemed full of resentment, and he stared at Fan Xian with a slight disgust. Chapter 43, Ruoro's Lessons. Chapter 43, Ruoro's Lessons. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Fan Xian sat down, ignoring the boy, and offered his little sister a seat. "Who's the boy?" he asked, smiling. He had already guessed who the plump young lad was, but he wasn't going to say anything. "I'm Fan Xija," the boy said, the young master of the Fan family. He looked Fan Xian in the eyes. "Oof. So you're the bastard." He heard a faint sound, and tried to catch sight Lady Lu in the corner of his eye. To his surprise, she had already left, and he wasn't sure where she'd gone. It seemed she had intentionally allowed her son to come in and annoy him, overturning his efforts to remain calm. In any case, if he acted inappropriately, there was the excuse that Sijia was still young and unaware of how he should behave. A strange smile crept across Fan Xian's face. He was already aware when he left Danzhou that the Count's heir was a bad-tempered, rude, and unreasonable young boy. For his father's sake, Fan Xian decided that he would commit himself to educating his little brother, to prevent him from committing some grave offense and bringing the house of Fan into disrepute. But taking on this task was more than he had bargained for. "Give me your hand," said Ruoruo, coldly. As she said this, she pulled out a ruler. "Why?" mumbled Fan Xijia. His face was filled with fear, and yet he still obediently extended his hand. 2 solid whacks later, Fan Xijia's hand was left with 2 red marks. Tears began to well up in his eyes, but he gritted his teeth and tried to keep them back. "But sis, he is a bast." Before the word could leave his mouth, Ruoruo had already brought the ruler down on his hand again, her expression completely unchanged. Fan Xian realized that the coldness of his sister's manner, in the eyes of most people, would seem rather repressed. "First of all, you are to call him older brother. Second of all, you understand our family status, so you shall not make such awful remarks. Third of all, if you will not respect your elder brother, then you will be punished." Fan Ruoruo spoke coldly. The way she gripped the ruler in her hand reminded Fan Xian of a kindergarten teacher, gentle on the outside, but ferociously strict on the inside. Fan Xijia looked Fan Xian resolutely in the eyes, pressed his lips together tight, and ran away towards the rear courtyard. "Every time, he runs crying to Mama," sighed Fan Ruoruo. "I was wondering what he was about to say. He'll think twice before saying it again. It's quite funny to watch you be so strict with him." "I don't think there's anything funny about discipline, brother. Why do you carry a ruler to hit him with? Father gave me the authority to discipline him." "It seems I was mistaken in my analysis of how the world works." "You mean, in terms of male authority?" "Aha. There's still the question of distribution of power in the household. It seems that I now hold a little power. But don't forget, that kind of power is completely dependent on that man's whims. Brother, you should not forget that that man, as you call him, is our father." Their quick-fire question and answer session at an end, Fan Xian and Fan Ruoruo smiled at each other. They were truly happy to be in each other's company, with no one else around. Fan Ruoruo let her guard down and allowed herself to laugh. It seemed her happiness was difficult to restrain. Fan Xian was the same. Perhaps because they had exchanged so many letters, they were able to have a conversation on each other's intellectual level. When they had started to write to each other, Fan Ruoruo was still young. To an extent, her view of people and of the world had been deeply yet imperceptibly shaped by Fan Xian's influence. They had not seen each other in 10 years, so it would have been natural to feel like strangers to each other. But as they sensed the bond that had developed between them, it soon brought them closer together. It was as if the 2 siblings had never been apart but had seen each other every day, as if they were long-standing intellectual confidants and close friends. In their relationship, Fan Ruoruo saw Fan Xian as a kind of tutor, and Fan Xian saw her as his student and his junior. They had a subtle mutual understanding. Fan Xian smiled. "It seems like you have a good life here," he said to her in a low voice. "I suppose I don't need to worry." Fan Ruoruo lowered her head. "I have missed your counsel, brother," she said quietly. "Oh?" Fan Xian smiled shyly. Had the last chapter he wrote and sent to her had an effect? It wouldn't be right to ask so directly. "Lady Lu has been happy with herself recently," she said coldly, calling her by her name. Even though she and Fan Xian were the only 2 people in the hall, the atmosphere had clearly gotten colder. Fan Xian paused for a moment in thought. "Even though I was far away in Danzhou, I knew about the Lu family's position in the capital." "You shouldn't disrespect her." "I won't. Fan Ruoro's eyelids drooped, and her eyelashes hung beautifully on her pale skin. Fan Xian gazed at her with a slight smile. It was his good fortune to find someone who understood him in this world, even if it was someone that he had taught himself. "Did you receive my letter?" he asked softly. "Mm." Fan Ruoro smiled, and the coldness left her face. "I saw it in my room the other night. It scared me. I thought some awful person had left it there. But then I saw the handwriting and I realized it was you." Fan Xian shrugged. Relying on Wu Zhu's abilities to deliver a letter was truly a waste of his talent. No one had entered the room to interrupt their conversation. Fan Xian was happy for that. He took a sip of his tea. "You probably don't know why I'm in the capital," he said firmly. Fan Ruoro lifted her head and looked at her brother with a smile that didn't seem quite like a smile should. Fan Xian felt somewhat embarrassed by her gaze. "What is it?" he mumbled. Fan Xian gave a sigh that seemed almost mocking, then smiled. "I think most people know why you're here. I believe the children of the capital's noble houses are quite curious. Count Sinan must have big plans for his illegitimate son, if he's going to summon him to the capital." "Eh?" Fan Xian was taken aback. "I thought father brought me here in secret. How come everybody knows? There can't be that many people in the capital who know who I am. Why is everyone so curious about me?" "Because you're here to be married." Fan Ruoro laughed. "The bride father has arranged for you is quite well known." Fan Xian frowned. Although he didn't necessarily want to marry her, he was still rather concerned over what his bride might be like. "Do you know her?" "My future sister-in-law is a daughter of the Lin family." Fan Ruoro's eyes shone. "Not only do I know her, I believe the whole capital knows her." "What Lin family? Why is this girl so famous?" Fan Xian raised his eyebrows. "Brother, although you are far away in Danzhou, I know that the imperial household sent you a letter about it. Grandmother should have a copy of it." Fan Ruoro laughed. Fan Xian thought back and slapped his palm to his forehead in realization. "You mean the Lin family, as in the family of the Prime Minister, Lin Ruofu? She's the illegitimate daughter from that great scandal he was caught up in?" Chapter 44, Father and Son. Chapter 44, Father and Son. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. The Qing Kingdom had entered an age of prosperity. The past 10 years had seen fine weather for crops, and peace and stability for the people. The nation had the wisest ruler in its history, who received a great many accolades for his management of state affairs. But strangely, it also had the most corrupt bureaucracy in its history, and its most wicked prime minister. This was Prime Minister Lin Ruofu. Lin Ruofu was born in poverty. He was by no means the son of a noble family. He entered the bureaucracy after passing the imperial exams, starting as an evaluator in Suzhou before being transferred to the capital to work as an administrator for palace affairs. He later moved on to being responsible for the imperial army, before returning to lead the Overwatch Council in the capital. He also held a degree from the elite Hanlin Academy, and during the last government reforms, he was responsible for specific affairs of the 6 departments, rising from an assistant minister to minister in the Ministry of Appointments, before rising to head of the bureaucracy. He was subordinate to only the emperor, with thousands of people underneath him in his role as prime minister. People who paid cautious attention to the posts he had held discovered that he had experience with civilian affairs, military affairs, literature, and the auditors. Although his career had had ups and downs, he had experience in every area of the bureaucracy, and had made slow but steady progress climbing the ranks throughout his life. There were rumors that Lin Ruofu was not trusted within the palace. His ability to move throughout the complex bureaucracy despite his lack of deep connections left many feeling astonished. The prime minister seemed a principled man on the outside, but his exterior hid a treacherous spirit, and he accepted countless bribes. His plotting and scheming within the bureaucracy and the nobility had caught the ire of many people, and so he was loved neither by officials or by the common people. But his efforts over the past decade had granted him a control over the bureaucracy that could not be toppled. Occasionally an official would accuse him of misconduct, but lacking any concrete evidence they would have no choice but to drop the subject. The upstanding officials of the capital hated him to the bone, but did not dare to cross him. Only the emperor could strip him of his power or his life. Every official knew this. Only the director of the Overwatch Council could spit in his face. No one else among the nation's most powerful people had the courage. And when the director had spat at him in the street, he was fined 3 years' salary. The punishment was personally ordered by the emperor. People found that the emperor's trust in his prime minister would never waver. Officials who considered themselves uncorrupt began to despair. No one could have foreseen that, at that moment, a scandal would emerge in the newspaper, accusing the prime minister of having fathered an illegitimate daughter. In noble houses, it was normal for the master of the house to have a number of concubines. To only have one woman was seen as rather embarrassing. But parentage and etiquette were seen as extremely important in society. Everyone knew that the prime minister was cunning and ruthless, but he had always appeared uncorrupted. To have an illegitimate daughter outside one's household showed a great lack of morals. And that daughter was now a teenager. She was not permitted to live within his manor, she lived outside, alone. It was proof that, when he came to fatherhood, he lacked even the slightest compassion. Because the news had come from the imperial palace, it caused a great stir within the capital. People debated whether the prime minister had angered his majesty, and whether the emperor was preparing to replace him with someone else. The imperial censor Master Tai later gathered a petition on the matter. To everyone's surprise, the emperor personally intervened to put an end to the matter. The affair gradually settled down, but the prime minister's illegitimate daughter became the center of attention. Fan Xian laughed bitterly. He never would have thought that he and his bride-to-be would have so much in common. At that moment, the silence outside was broken. They both knew who had returned home. They looked at each other, unsure what to say. Fan Xian gave her a look that suggested they go outside. Fan Ruoro nodded slightly. Candles were lit, but the sky was yet to darken, which made their flames seem much weaker. In the hall was a table laid with a sumptuous variety of dishes. 5 people sat around it, with a number of servant girls attending to their needs. Fan Xian realized that Lady Lu was no ordinary concubine. She did not wait for the master of the house to eat first, but sat by the side of the middle-aged man, her face calm and composed. "Is that middle-aged man really my father?" Fan Xian couldn't help but furrow his brow, and pleasant-looking wrinkles spread across his forehead. Count Sinan had a stern, average-looking face, with a 4-inch beard on his chin in keeping with the current style. He seemed quite a serious man, not given to humor. Calmly finishing his meal, Count Sinan walked away, and Fan Xian followed him to the library. This was the first time he had ever been alone with his father. He smiled. He wasn't particularly emotional about it. Deep in his heart, he had never seen the man as his own flesh and blood. Count Sinan looked at the young man before him, noting his delicate complexion. He looked thoughtful, and after a long while, he finally spoke. "You look just like your mother." Fan Xian had no response. He had never seen his mother. He had many questions for the man who stood in front of him, but he knew it was not his place to ask first. "How has it been in Danzhou?" Count Sinan looked at him, his face betraying a hint of exhaustion, and yet still carrying traces of the beauty he possessed in his prime. "It's been all right. I believe you already got Teng Zijing to tell you why I have summoned you to the capital when you were on your way here." "Yes. Do you feel wronged?" "No," Fan Xian smiled. "I just took a ride to the capital. I never said I agreed to marry Miss Lin." There was a deathly silence in the library as soon as he said it. "Do you know what marriage means?" asked Count Sinan coolly, eventually breaking the silence. "Other than continuing the family line, it means the Fan family has a chance at currying favor at the palace?" Fan Xian's response was in jest, but he had no love for his father. Logically, he knew he should have remained dispassionate. But his father treated his own son's marriage as merely a political allegiance. Although he understood and accepted it, that did not mean that he wasn't angry, just that over the past few days, he had managed to hide his anger well. Chapter 45, Palace Intrigues. Chapter 45, Palace Intrigues. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Very well. You're showing your anger at last. The corners of Count Sinan's mouth curled into a slow smile. From what I heard of you in Danzhou, I assumed that you were not prone to anger. My child, you are only 16. If you suppress your emotions, it will cause you no end of pain. So what? Fan Xian fixed his father with an odd look, and made up his mind. There's something I need to tell you first, father. And what would that be? I'm not going to let you control me. Fan Xian's speech was blunt. I have no desire to control you, even though you are my son. Count Sinan looked into Fan Xian's eyes coldly, as if he were searching for the slight panic behind his calm demeanor. But we must forge this alliance to the Prime Minister's family through marriage. I am not going to debate this with you. Fan Xian lowered his head in a moment of thought, then raised it again with a smile brimming with self-confidence and perseverance. You can try. Count Sinan seemed somewhat angered. He gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, the exertion making prominent his blue veins. After some time, he composed himself. What is it about this that do you not understand? He said coolly. The Lin family's daughter is a gentle, considerate girl, educated and well-mannered. It would be a good match, and our family does not need to cement its status through marriage. Does someone as insignificant as Lin Ruofu really matter to us? Fan Xian felt somewhat surprised. His father seemed genuine, but if he really saw the Prime Minister as insignificant, then why did he want his son to marry into the Lin family? Was it simply because the young Miss Lin really was that wonderful? Fan Xian couldn't believe it, no matter what. Fan Xian frowned. Why does it have to be her? Count Sinan gave a slight smile. Because Miss Lin's mother is the eldest princess, the younger sister of His Majesty. The eldest princess has never married, but she has managed business for the imperial household in secret, providing no end of money for the nation and the royal family. Fan Xian was shocked. To think that his yet unseen bride-to-be was the daughter of the eldest princess. And that the Prime Minister and the eldest princess had had an affair, even multiple affairs? No wonder the Prime Minister had climbed his way up the ladder so easily, he was quite the Lothario after all. There were surely only a few people in the entire nation who knew of this secret. Were it not for his father's close and lifelong friendship with the emperor, he would not have known either. Fan Xian suddenly realized that this secret was not something that his father should have divulged to him. Count Sinan smiled. Make no mistake, this should never leave these walls. If you speak of it, you'll be put to death. So if it ever reaches your ears, you are to act as if you never heard it. I am telling you the royal family's secrets because I want you to be prepared. I don't want you to ruin your relationship with Miss Lin when you meet her. Fan Xian suddenly recalled something that Wu Zhu had told him. His face fell, and he sighed. The royal business that the eldest princess has been managing, was it once the Yi family's business? Correct. There was a trace of tenderness in Count Sinan's eyes, admiration for this young man before him, able to see through things and get to the truth so easily. Miss Lin is the eldest princess's only child, and the emperor has long allowed the eldest princess to manage the royal household's business. So whoever marries her, becoming the eldest princess's son-in-law, is likely to become the master of the royal family's business. The long explanation had left Count Sinan somewhat tired, but deep down, he felt a twinge of excitement. He pushed himself up from the chair and gazed at Fan Xian, emphasizing every word. That business belonged to your mother, so you're only taking back what belonged to you. There was a deathly silence. Father, I'm in awe of your plans. Fan Xian bowed to his father. Even though Miss Lin is not a princess, she is of royal standing. Do you really think we can take back mother's business this way? It feels somewhat arrogant to me. Of course, I have tricks up my sleeve. Do not forget that I am an official in the treasury. I also manage financial affairs. Count Sinan smiled, finding himself more and more appreciative of his son's ability to keep a cool head. There's something else I must tell you. That old thief Lin Ruofu has little control over the matter, but he has some doubts about this marriage. I hope that you will soon make yourself well regarded within the capital. Why? Fan Xian had some doubts. Although Lin Ruofu was prime minister and head of the bureaucracy, he was fully aware that the Fan family was held in high regard in the capital. Surely he should be pleased about his daughter making such a powerful allegiance. Why would he oppose it? In terms of status, the young lady was roughly on a level with Fan Xian. They were born in the same circumstances. Everyone has their own positions, explained the count, coldly. Different people will see things differently. The Fan clan is one of the capital's great houses. Lin Ruofu is head of the bureaucracy. It is of great significance for the two families to be secretly connected by marriage. Lin Ruofu has misgivings because he fears that His Majesty will doubt his intentions. He also fears that his young subordinates in the bureaucracy will be disloyal as a result. Fan Xian sighed and smiled self-effacingly. I gave it a lot of thought on my way here, but it sounds like it's your way or the highway. That's right. So you had best find a way to get Miss Lin to approve of you. The count laughed. But what does my way or the highway mean? I misspoke. Fan Xian pursed his lips and smiled, changing the subject. Father, there's something I have always wanted to know, but I don't know if can ask you. Go ahead. Never mind. It's getting late. I'd best go to bed. He didn't know why, but he couldn't find the words. He decided to ask something else instead. I'm still new to the capital. Would you mind if Tang Zijing could accompany me? Tang Zijing would make a good guide, but he is not the greatest of fighters. Count Sinan frowned. I shall assign you a bodyguard. The capital can be a treacherous place. Fan Xian smiled. No need, we've been through a lot together. I'm used to him. No need to change him for someone else. After some more light conversation, Fan Xian saw that it was late and bade his father good night. The servant girls had been waiting for him the whole time, and when he left the room, they escorted him through the twisting corridors to his bedchamber. Chapter 46, Old Friends in a Distant City. Chapter 46, Old Friends in a Distant City. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Fan Xian lay on the freshly made bed and ran his hands over the wonderfully smooth silk cover while he thought about what his father had told him. Although he had expected to run into some problems in the capital, he had never expected them to be so serious. Before he left, Fan Xian had originally planned to ask his father about the attempt to assassinate Fan Xian ordered by the Lu clan 4 years ago, but after some thought he decided against it. There was no use in forcefully uncovering the dirty secrets of high-status clans. What's more, Fan Xian could tell from the first conversation with his father that he really did care for him. It seemed like he was sent to Danzhou because the people who had killed his mother were still in the capital. Thinking of this, his lips formed a dry smile. Was he really going to marry that sickly girl? At this point, it felt like he was the one scheming against the young Miss Lin. She really did seem like a pathetic girl. With this in mind, Fan Xian decided to visit Miss Lin when he had the chance. His attention moved to the slender box placed carelessly in the corner of the room. He wondered where its key was. Due to the journey, Fan Xian had to stop training for 10 days. Without a word, he began to practice and the Jinqi began slowly flowing. Just before he entered a meditative state, he thought of his father and his head filled with countless questions. While Fan Xian tossed and turned during his first night in the capital's estate, Count Sinan was in a daze in his study. Seeing Fan Xian's charming and dainty face for the first time in 16 years brought back old memories. Xiao Yezi, he mumbled to himself, your child has grown up to be so smart at such a young age, just like you were. Qin Pingping was against him coming to the capital, so when he went on vacation I brought Fan Xian over. I have been guaranteed by someone that the Yi family business will be rightfully returned to him. A light shone on the face of the serious middle-aged man as he whispered softly. Don't worry. No one in this country would dare harm him. Sunlight peeked through the gaps in the clouds, causing the land below to flicker between light and dark. The new branches of the old trees by the roadside danced gently in the breeze. It was the end of spring and young lotus flowers covered the lake by the foot of the mountain. The Fan Estate's carriage rolled forward slowly, surrounded by guards. It was quite an impressive scene. The carriage was silent inside. Fan Xian had his eyes half closed while Ruoroa was carefully peeling the thin skin of some loquats before feeding the sweet and sour fruit to her brother. Fan Xian opened his mouth and swallowed the fruit in one bite. It was so sour that he had to swallow repeatedly. A look of disbelief was plastered on Fan Xi's face as he observed this scene in horror. His 15-year-old sister was an expert in the arts. She was famous amongst the aristocracy of the capital for her ice-cold attitude which caused countless noblemen to sigh in grief. And yet, here she was peeling loquats and feeding them to some fellow named Fan Xian. Fan Rura had no idea she was looking at her older brother with a face full of admiration, or that her younger brother had witnessed everything. She had only wanted to make her older brother more at home. She thought he must have had a hard time in Danzhou, and now that he had finally moved to the capital, he had been assigned to marry Miss Lin. In Ruoro's eyes, no one was fit to be with her brother, let alone a girl who was in such a sickly state. Though the young Miss Fan was well known throughout the capital, she always saw herself as a little girl listening to ghost stories in the Danzhou estate. She was the only one who knew that her brother was full of poems and stories. Fan Ruoro remembered the pen names he had used in his letters, Su Wang and Chao Gong, and smiled gently. She looked at her older brother and wondered why he hid his talent from others. Fan Xian enjoyed the warm feeling he got from his sister. Half closing his eyes, he knew that his sister had guessed long ago that the story of the stone and those other articles had been written by him. But he was thinking about something else. The situation at the Fan estate differed from what he expected, but at least the Liu clan seems to have learned their lesson 4 years ago and have not stepped out of line since. Meanwhile, the rumored rude and wild little brother was obedient to Ruoro. There was nothing that Fan Xian found particularly intolerable. They were quite the happy family. Fan Xizha looked at Fan Xian's face curiously. He had to admit that his older stepbrother was much more handsome than he was. Despite this, he was certain that the only heir fit to inherit the Fan family fortune was himself, the rightful young master, and not this outsider before him. Fan Xi thought of his sister, who was normally simple and straightforward, and of how much he admired her. He then thought of how much his sister seemed to admire Fan Xian. This puzzled him. Could it be that there was something impressive about Fan Xian? No one on this street dares mess with me, Fan Xi probably told the boy who was 4 years older than him. He continued arrogantly, since you have just arrived in the capital, I'll show you around. Fan Xian leaned lazily on the soft cushion and burst out laughing. He had planned to let his sister take him around the capital to sightsee. He never imagined that his brother Fan Xizha would join, without having been invited, and tag along in the carriage. Why must you follow us around, little guy? He asked Fan Xizha. Fan Xizha shouted back, don't call me little guy, I am the rightful young master of the Fan family. Don't you think shouting makes you look low class? Fan Xian questioned him curiously. And if you were worried about me taking the family fortune, you should be more scheming. He patted his brother's head and laughed. You should take some lessons from your mother. Fan Xizha looked at the shy smile on Fan Xian's pretty face and all of a sudden felt scared. He retreated behind Fan Ruoro and wondered why this strange boy could speak without the slightest restraint. As they were speaking, the carriage arrived in a busy part of the capital. It was noon, and there were many people out on the streets. Restaurants on both sides of the carriage were welcoming customers, and the sound of merriment together with the delicious smell of food floated into the carriage. It was so enticing that Fan Si noisily announced it was time to eat. While Tang Zijing entered the restaurant to claim a table, Fan Sijet and Fan Ruru, under the protection of some guards, went to a noodle bar by the side of the street. Fan Xian, on the other hand, was half kneeling as he admired the engravings on the pillars beneath the restaurant. These engravings were elegant and decorated with gold paint. They were so uniquely vibrant and unlike anything he had ever seen in the books of his previous life. Two guards stood in the distance, their observant eyes scouring the surroundings. Just then, a middle-aged woman dressed simply and carrying a baby hurried towards Fan Xian as though she were a thief and whispered, "Would you like some books? Ones that haven't been censored by the 8th Bureau." Fan Xian was touched by this warm, familiar scene. It reminded him of home. He lifted his head and asked her ever so gently, "Are they Japanese or Western?" Chapter 47, The Treasured Red Book. Chapter 47, The Treasured Red Book. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The 8th Bureau of the Overwatch Council, also known as the Department of Court Articles, was similar to the News Examination Board of the Republic of China in the previous world. They were responsible for the review of all legitimate books. Only a book approved by the 8th Bureau would be published. In recent years, many of the duties of the Department of Court Articles were reassigned to the Ministry of Education, though they had still held on to their right to review books printed privately by civilians. The 8th Bureau would not accept anything that involved creative descriptions of the human body, the art of violence, or suggestions of revolution that were not permitted by the emperor. However, it didn't matter what world you lived in, the subjects of sex, violence, and politics were bound to be hot topics, so it was inevitable that underground booksellers would surface. Normally, the booksellers wouldn't dare sell books about politics, but romance novels like Of Joy and Passion were mass-produced and passed through the hands of many before finding an owner. There was no doubt that a middle-aged woman with a child in her arms was the last in the chain of recipients of the book. Nobody in the capital batted an eye at this familiar scene, and even government officials let it slide under their watch, say less of the civilians who benefited from it. "What did you say, sir?" The women selling prohibited books stared blankly, oblivious to the beautiful existence of AV. Fan Xian laughed and asked, "What books do you have?" The woman put the child in her other arm and retrieved a book from the layers of clothes. The book was roughly 8 inches square and completely red. It looked to be of good quality. Fan Xian was quite impressed by how the woman managed to keep the edges pristine despite storing it in her clothes whilst carrying a child in her arms. These are the most popular short stories in the capital. The women spoke with an air of secrecy. Unaffected by her facade, Fan Xian took the book. He smiled as he opened the first page. He could not contain the look of surprise on his face. Although there was no author name printed on the front cover, the 4 words Feng Yu Bao Jian was written in large font on the title page. On the following page were the words, "Who knew that this daughter-in-law possessed a natural charm? Her entire body becomes limp and soft whenever a man bumps into her, and the man would experience the sensation of lying on a bed as soft as clouds." Fan Xian was speechless and his mouth opened wide. He recognized the book right away. It was called Dream of the Red Chamber, and he had sent a written copy to his sister before. The section he had just read was from chapter 21, when Xiao Ping saved Jia Lian by using softly spoken words, and it was told about Miss Duo. The middle-aged woman mistakenly thought that the pretty boy in front of her was enticed by it all, and continuing in a low voice, she said, "That's just a small taste, there's more exciting parts to come." In his previous life, Fan Xian was stuck in his bed for years, incapable of doing a lot of things. He couldn't bring himself to ask his nurse to help him turn the pages of lewd books, so he reread Dream of the Red Chamber countless times instead. He was able to relieve his fatigue all thanks to Miss Duo's ladylike manners in the book. Now that this familiar scene was played out right in front of his eyes on the busy streets of the capital, he couldn't help but be surprised. He was grateful, but confused at the same time as he couldn't understand how this story known by only him and his sister was being published and sold on the streets. Without asking for the price, Fan Xian paid her handsomely for the book. He had earned quite a sum of money from selling newspapers in Danzhou, money he would spend without hesitation. After the overjoyed middle-aged woman had left, Fan Ruoro led Fan Xizha to the restaurant, his hands occupied by a sugar figurine he was holding. "What were you up to?" Fan Ruoro questioned her older brother with a smile. Before Fan Xian could answer, Fan Xizha cut in with a cold chuckle, "I saw everything. He bought a book from that woman and he wasn't even discreet when going about his dirty business." Fan Ruoro felt slightly panicked, as she had no idea what was going on. Fan Xian couldn't be bothered replying to his brother and instead wanted to speak to his sister in private. Just then, Tang Zijing conveniently announced that their tables were ready. Fan Xian gently tugged at Ruoro's cold hands as they walked up the stairs. Phased, Fan Xizha licked his sugar figurine once more before following them up the stairs in a hurry. Although there were many people in the restaurant, the third floor remained quiet. Even though the private rooms were all booked, Tang Zijing proved to be skillful, as he still managed to find a compartment. Fan Xian felt that his decision to ask his father to let Tang Zijing come was the right one. As Fan Xian sat down, he noticed how Fan Xizha's eyes were busy studying move. He smiled and openly handed his sister the red book. Fan Ruoro frowned as the book was given to her. Her eyes grew large in astonishment when she saw the title page, and she grew even more bewildered as she scanned through the pages. She explained to her brother hurriedly, "Brother, this is the first I've seen of this." Fan Xian laughed and comforted her, "I'm not blaming you." He had already guessed that his sister would take her copy of Dream of the Red Chamber and make it into a book, and also knew that she could not resist sharing the story with her good friends. The only question on his mind was how the story had managed to spread beyond her circle of noble friends. It was when he saw the book Dream of the Red Chamber being sold on the streets that he realized he had completely underestimated how tough the underground bookseller of this world was. Fan Ruoro thought back to an incident that happened the previous year when she had just bound the first 68 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber and left them to sit under the pressure of some wood. Rojia Princess from Lord Jing's family had come to visit and she saw the book. Once she had read it, she refused to let it go, as she was convinced she would be able to take it back home. But to Fan Ruoro, her brother put his blood and sweat into this book, and she would not risk losing it under her watch, so no matter how much Rojia begged or threw tantrums, she stood her ground. In the end, it was Princess Jing who suggested that their maid rewrite a copy. Fan Ruoro couldn't find a reason to object, so she let her be. Who knew that the book had spread like wildfire and soon became a secret that everyone shared? It passed through the houses of the lords. And then to the public market. Nobody knows I wrote it? Fan Xian took the book, turning it in hands. He noticed that the author was named Chao Zuiqin and he felt instantly relieved. Fan Ruoro spoke with guilt, "I know that you don't care about fame. Letting your story spread into the public was bad enough, there's no way I would have revealed your identity as the author." "I don't care about fame?" Fan Xian laughed awkwardly and rubbed his sister's head, apologizing quickly when he realized he was messing it up. "When I wrote it, I had already knew it was going to be read by the public." He thought of the deposit he had paid and felt a jab of pain in his heart. "I just didn't expect the underground sellers to get the biggest benefits. It's just a shame I spent my silver on nothing." The siblings continued to talk until the waiter came with their food. It was at this moment that they noticed Fan Xizha looking at Fan Xian with shock, and he broke the silence, mumbling enviously, "You wrote that book?" Chapter 48, Street Literature. Chapter 48, Street Literature. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Hearing those words, Fan Ruoro was reminded of the fact that her little brother had just heard their entire conversation. Her cold, emotionless face was slightly tinged with worry, as she wondered if he would cause Fan Xian trouble by telling Lady Lu. She glanced at Fan Xian. Fan Xizha's expression changed from a look of shock to one of admiration. What is it? Fan Xian looked at him with a strange smile. Fan Xizha could no longer tolerate his gaze, a gaze that seemed extremely gentle but that was in reality limitlessly cold. He trembled as he spoke. I'm just surprised you wrote that book. Fan Xian was baffled. You've read this book? In his memories of his previous world, anyone who read Dream of the Red Chamber before the age of 12 and loved it was likely to become a hipster or a rogue who cheated female hipsters. No. Fan Xizha shook his head in a hurry. I read a little of it and thought it boring. He felt he regained confidence with these words, and held his head higher. My teacher read it, and he said. He deliberated before deciding to tell the truth. He was full of compliments. He said that the author wrote colorfully and was brimming with talent. The high praises failed to make Fan Xian blush. Instead he smiled and asked, So you admire me? I admire my teacher. Fan Xizha thought about it. And my teacher really likes the book you wrote. All of a sudden, his eyes sparkled with greed as he said enviously, Although I've not read it, I know that it is sold by chapters on the market. Each chapter could be sold for a price as high as 8 taels of silver. He nodded his head and regarded Fan Xian like an idol. Making so much money just for some words is quite impressive. I think I understand why my sister admires you so much now. I haven't made money off of it, Fan Xian corrected him. He was confused as to why Fan Xizha viewed him so highly all of a sudden because of the money he could make rather than his apparent talent in writing stories. After some thought he understood, his innate passionate love for money was inherited from his father, who was the emperor's personal accountant. Fan Xizha rubbed his hands together and spoke in a frenzy, saying, If you ever wish to make money off your talent in writing in the future, then I will happily buy shares. Fan Xian sighed as he realized that his brother was quite innocent, merely, it was a shame that they were so conflicted in how they saw the benefits. Although Fan Xian did not really plan on taking over the fan business, the idea was deeply ingrained in the minds of the Lu clan. In the spur of the moment, Fan Xian decided to attempt something, as after all, he was related to his brother by blood, and it was in his interest to avoid a tragic conclusion. You haven't told me why you've been following me, don't you have school today? Fan Xian had made up his mind and decided to chat with his stepbrother. Although Fan Xizha was young, he was not stupid. He knew that what he said earlier may have pleased Fan Xian, so he smiled sweetly and replied, Because, Mum says, you're competent, and that I should hang around with you more, that you would be a good influence. Fan Xian sighed on the inside. No one could hold a candle to him when it came to being cute, and so Fan Xizha's cute act put him to shame. Fan Xian was clear it was Lady Lu's idea to have Fan Xizha follow him, but there was no reason for Fan Xizha to flatter him. Even if he realized Fan Xian was treated more importantly than a useful tool by their father, there was still no sense in doing so. Dinner was served. Fan Xian's chopsticks flew as fast as lightning around the table as he picked up his food with precision and put it in his mouth. He was oblivious to the dumbfounded expressions of his siblings. He licked his lips as he tasted the food daintily and he nodded, the cuisine of the capital is quite delicious. Fan Ruoroa was delicate and ate only a little, her body turned to the side as she concentrated on the book Dream of the Red Chamber. Meanwhile, Fan Xian and Fan Xizha were munching away, with Fan Xizha growing more depressed as he ate, not understanding why he was chubbier than Fan Xian, who ate faster and more than him. Fan Ruoroa's frown grew deeper as she realized that this copy of Dream of the Red Chamber was practically identical to the one that was in her room, the only difference being that at the excerpt concerning Miss Duo that was intentionally extracted from the first page and that might lead the capital people to see Dream of the Red Chamber as a dirty book. Seeing her expression, Fan Xian knew what was on her mind. He smiled and placed his chopsticks down on the plate of fish, saying, This is merely a marketing method, what's there to be upset about? Their voices slowly increased in volume. Fan Ruoroa guessed what marketing method meant, but Fan Xizha was completely confused. Before someone buys a book, they will flick through it for an idea of what it's about. Things like the foreword, preface, postscript, or prologue must be written clearly, not necessarily to explain the novel in full, but to catch their interest. Fan Xian took a sip of tea and continued to talk. Sister, you are angry because you feel that the bookseller has no morals, as they placed Miss Duo's excerpt at the front, which could easily cause the misunderstanding that the story was a romantic affair novel, right? Fan Ruoro blinked her eyes and nodded. Treating such a lofty novel as something so unrespectable, wasn't this something to be mad at? But the booksellers must do this. Fan Xian looked at his sister's serious face and burst out laughing. If it were me, I would have been even more excessive. This is a copy of chapter 10, so on the title page I would have wrote the most intriguing excerpts designed to intrigue the customers so much that they must buy the book to find out more. Like what? Ones like Miss Duo's excerpt. How about this chapter? Fan Ruoro understood what her brother meant, and with a slight smile, she pointed to a section of the book, chapter 23, lines from Romance of the West Chamber quoted for fun, a vibrant song from the Peony Pavilion singing the distresses of the heart. This chapter talked about things which happened before the flower burial, and there were no sentences which would have made someone blush. Fan Xian chuckled as he spoke. The words vibrant song makes it easy. If it was me, I would use the excerpt, where more than half of the people in the garden were girls, and it was a chaotic and innocent place. People lay around lazily, laughing to themselves. At the time, Bao Yu had something on her mind and wasn't herself. She hung out in the garden and only messed around outside, yet once again she stupidly witnessed the red array of flowers. And then I would outline the words lay around lazily, laughing to themselves and playing around, stupidly in red array in the color red. Fan Ruoro looked down in thought and realized that this really seemed to work. The words meant nothing special on their own, but once combined, and in addition the words vibrant song in the title, a vast room for imagination was created. She blushed, and spoke in a low voice. It would seem that brother has much experience in this sort of business. Fan Xizha, however, was stunned. He gave his brother thumbs up and said, Big brother, you really are full of talent. Fan Xian snorted and spat out all the tea in his mouth. At the moment, a highly arrogant voice could be heard from outside of their compartment. Just where did those ignorant people come from? How do they dare call a mind full of dirty thoughts talented? Chapter 49, In the Restaurant. Chapter 49, In the Restaurant. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. The Fan siblings had chosen a restaurant named Ishurjo, a well-known wealthy establishment in the capital. Every day at noon, the place would always receive some rich government officials, gifted scholars, or beautiful ladies. No one knew where the scholars got their money from, or how famous those ladies were. Regardless, the third floor was vacant. Without a great reputation, one cannot get there. It was pretty common knowledge that only those with reputation could be seated on the third floor, and so there was rarely ever an issue over it. After all, the capital wasn't as small as they said, though. Its governmental circles were intertwined with many hidden connections and shady deals, so no one could really be sure what their exact relationship with someone was. The one who refuted the Fan Xian trash publication was a proper scholar, named He Zhongwei. He was well known in the capital and praised by his peers, so his arrogance was understandable. A few days ago, he read The Dream of the Red Chamber at his friend's place. Although he was very displeased with the contents of the book and unimpressed by its literary style, he was still impressed by the fact its author had put down several 100,000 words. Today, in this restaurant, gulping down 3 cups of yellow wine had made him a bit inebriated. Hearing a few youngsters making unrestrained outbursts about Dream of the Red Chamber from the next room made him angry. So he let loose that remark. At that precise moment, the 3 fans had finished eating and were chatting over some tea. Hearing what He Zhongwei just said, Fan Xizha thought about his boast, and then realized that the scholar was addressing Fan Xian. Because it made him lose face also, he was enraged. Born to the great Fan family, Fan Xizha was too privileged to endure embarrassment from a mere scholar. He raised the curtain and went to the main hall on the 3rd floor. Fan Xian knew that since it was his first time in the capital, it would be best if he kept a low profile, and he hinted this to the sister. Fan Ruoro knew what he was thinking and smiled while shaking her head, signaling that Fan Xizha shouldn't go overboard. In the past year or two, Fan Xizha had grown up a bit. Thanks to Fan Ruoro's intense upbringing, he matured slightly, just enough that he no longer played rowdy games in the streets. Because of that, Fan Ruoro wasn't worried. Fan Xizha barged into the hall, picking out He Zhongwei from the crowd. With great swagger, he walked up to the scholar and said, "Was it you who said that?" "And what if it was?" He Zhongwei's skin was a tad tan and his face had a pronounced shape to it. Overall, he was on the ugly side. Seeing someone barge out of a private room, he knew his words had caused offense. However, the sight of an arrogant rich kid had made him very hot-blooded. So he tried to brush Fan Xizha off. "Watch it, child. Where are your manners? Who were you raised by?" While this scholar was well connected in the capital, he had never met the 12-year-old Fan Xizha and wasn't afraid of the youth. Fan Xizha was only planning on scolding the guy, but now that he heard "Where are your manners," he was reminded of his mother's constant berating. He retorted angrily with a shout, "And you? Which family's scoundrel are you?" At this moment, Fan Xizha had already forgotten his sister's discipline. He leapt forward trying to slap the scholar. He Zhongwei wasn't expecting to have to deal with uncivil behavior in a place as high-class as Shizhou. He took half a step back, avoiding a slap to the face, though the green cloth on his head was ripped away, leaving him embarrassed. Other scholars and an honored guest were sitting at He Zhongwei's table, and were infuriated by what they saw. "How dare you behave with such insolence? Have you no sense of the law?" "Law?" Fan Xizha snorted, "I am the law." As soon as he said this, he swung his fists at He Zhongwei. Suddenly, a hand came from the side and firmly grasped Fan Xizha's skinny wrist. Fan Xizha felt as if his wrist was caught in red-hot shackles. The pain pierced through to the bone, forcing him to shout out, "Can someone come help me, please?" His bodyguard went forward, but there was a flash of shadow as he received 2 palm strikes to his chest and abdomen, forcing him to back down. The man holding Fan Xizha's wrist was none other than the bodyguard of the valued guest. While appearing ordinary, the bodyguard's eyes hinted at how skilled he was. "Toss the child aside, don't ruin Mr. Zhongwei's mood." The skilled bodyguard swung his arm. Fan Xizha was thrown out like a hatchling chicken. Fan Xian had thought there would simply be some bantering. He had no idea things would get this ugly so quick. He expected Fan Xizha to throw temper tantrums in spite Ruoro was saying otherwise, and seeing his expectations play out, he wanted his little brother to learn a lesson. However, he was not expecting the other party to have someone so skilled, not to mention someone with such merciless methods. That toss had hidden intents. If things went badly, Fan Xizha would end up with broken bones. For all his insolence, Fan Xizha was only a 12-year-old child, and using such a move on him went way over the line. Somehow, Fan Xian was already outside the private room. With a single flick of the wrist, he caught the collar of Fan Xizha's shirt. Following the body's rotation, he twisted his right hand clockwise, making Fan Xizha spin. Once, twice, thrice. Fan Xizha stopped spinning. Nauseous, he could only stare blankly, not knowing what had happened. Fan Xian let go of his brother's shirt and left him in Ruoro's care with an uneasy smile. Stepping forward, he looked at the refined bodyguard, and in a meek voice, said, "While my brother may have offended you due to his youth, what you did went a bit too far." The people at the table could only give a haughty snort in response. They couldn't retort because they agreed with Fan Xian. The young man who had bodyguard only drank his wine in silence. He didn't even look at Fan Xian. He Zhongwei felt embarrassed after adjusting the cloth on his head. Seeing the beautiful looks of the youth in front of him, a sudden, unforeseen wave of anger overtook Zhongwei. To him, Fan Xian's smile appeared malevolent and despicable. He spat out, "You have such an unruly brother, what's wrong with giving him some punishment?" Fan Xian ignored He Zhongwei. His smile was directed to the bodyguard. He took 2 steps forward. In response, the bodyguard who had just witnessed this young master cancel out the force of the toss felt a sense of unease. He couldn't measure up this youth. The bodyguard frowned slightly and took 2 cautious steps back. Fan Ruoroa's figure came into view as their steps shifted. Fan Ruoroa was known throughout the capital, and everyone in the restaurant had heard of her name. Some of them had even seen her from far away in government meetings. The crowd gasped and paid their respects from a distance. It was only now those guests at the table realized which family that brat came from. Naturally, they became nervous. And when Yi Zhangwei saw Fan Ruoro, his expression changed just so slightly, as if he was about to say something. Chapter 50, What is Strength? Chapter 50, What is Strength? Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. Tang Zijing rushed up the stairs. As he looked upon the scene, he frowned, and whispered something into Fan Xian's ear. Fan Xian finally realized that this was the somewhat renowned palace scholar Guo Baoquan, the only son of Gui Yu, director of the Board of Rites. After the gloomy-looking young man caught sight of Fan Ruoro, the expression on his face filled Fan Xian with loathing. I wondered which family could have such powerful children. So you are the offspring of Count Sinan. Count Sinan was a favorite of the emperor, but he was only an assistant minister, a fourth-rank title. And the average son of an official would be unaware of the power that the Fan family held in secret. Fan Xian had no desire to inflame matters further. After all, Fan Xizha had started it, and no matter what anyone said, it seemed that he was a fan of Dream of the Red Chamber, but he could not help but frown upon hearing this clear attempt at provocation. Guo Baoquan was a high-ranking official and a scholar within the palace. He was on good terms with the crown prince, and so he had grown up to be an arrogant, condescending type. As soon as he laid eyes upon the allegedly cold-hearted Fan Ruoro, he was filled with wicked urges. How amusing! All the insignificant inhabitants of Fan Manor see fit to throw their weight around. Truly a disgrace to the educated classes. In keeping with his self-proclaimed scholarly air, he flipped open the folding fan in his hand with a confident and nimble energy. The group of scholars sat beside him, worried that they had offended Count Sinan and were unsure what to do. When they heard Guo Baoquan's words, they immediately agreed, and rushed to label them as bullies, not even considering for a moment that they might have been in the wrong. Only Yi Zhangwei, who had kicked off the incident, was silent. Educated? Seeing that his opponent had no desire to let matters lie, Fan Xian could not help but adopt a tone of mockery. If a scholar does not study, he will not gain knowledge. If he has no ambition, he cannot become a scholar. You call yourselves geniuses, but you don't even bother to attend school. You run to the first tavern you find to get drunk instead. What sort of ambition is that? You call yourselves educated? Other than Guo Baoquan, the others at the table were also all gifted scholars. When they heard Fan Xian's words, they were bewildered. One scholar chided him. Don't think you can get away with such impudent language just because you're the Fan family. Fan Xian frowned slightly. He didn't think that he and his siblings were completely in the right, but when he looked at the faces of these scholars, he couldn't help but feel disgust. You say we use our power to take advantage of people, he said. I can't comment on that. You all sit at that table, drinking with the sons of high officials, not afraid of power and boasting of your own virtue. I'm truly in awe. As they realized the meaning behind his calm words, some of the people in the building began to stop talking. The people who sat with Guo Baoquan were angered, and were ready to get into a full-blown dispute. Guo Baoquan waved his fan, preparing to teach these youngsters a lesson. But Fan Xian was an odd type. On the surface, he was gentle, but if he was unhappy, he liked to make others unhappy. He did not like to give his opponent the chance to retort. He preferred to end things with one blow. So he did not wait for the official's son to open his mouth, but pointed at the fan that Guo Baoquan held in his hand and smiled. When I first came to the capital, he said, I saw how young people would amuse themselves all day, all skin and bones, fanning themselves. Is that really strength of character? If that's what you call strength, then I'd rather not study at all. Guo Baoquan came in and out of the imperial palace as he pleased. He was a friend of the crown prince. Who would dare to speak to him this way? He slammed his fan down on the table, speechless and shaking with rage. The current ruling kingdom of Qing prized affairs of culture as well as political and military achievements. Young scholars could be found throughout the capital, and in this tavern, a great many of the guests were scholars. Among those scholars, who didn't wield a fan? Hearing Fan Xian speak so mockingly of strength of character, not only were the table of people sitting with He Zongwei suddenly angered, even the other people on the third floor stood up. Fan Xian had never had much tolerance for these so-called gifted scholars. As he had lived in two worlds, he was generally unconstrained in his behavior, and so he let slip a remark. But seeing the unusual atmosphere in the restaurant, he finally realized that he had angered a number of people. But he wasn't afraid. He smiled and bowed to them all, cupping his fist in his hand as a sign of respect. They weren't sure why, but when they saw the brilliant smile on the young man's face, the angry scholars felt their anger recede. But Guo Baoquan remained enraged, and threw his fan upon the table with gritted teeth, signaling that he wished to fight. Scholars tend to disparage each other with words, and they were surrounded by the sons of high officials and great families, so a dangerous atmosphere began to rise. Tang Zijing fixed the Guo family's bodyguard with a cold stare, and prepared to defend his master. With the sound of two blows, the two men collided with each other. Their fists flew, and the enfeebled scholars in the restaurant cried out in surprise. Heroic struggles within the capital were always fought to the death by servants. Masters stood to the side as if watching some sort of game, rarely affected by the fight themselves. But Fan Xian was completely different to the sons of the nobility. When Tang Zijing and the Guo family bodyguard came to blows, he quietly slipped behind them. Finding an opportune space and moment, he extended a clenched fist. With an echoing smack, what the onlookers expected to be a bitter and drawn-out fight was brought to an abrupt end. Fan Xian retracted his right hand, and stood in his original space, beaming, as if he had never moved. The Guo family bodyguard was crouched on the floor. The bridge of his nose was broken by the blow, and blood gushed out along with tears. Fan Xian was very satisfied with the results of the blow. Master Fei had taught him well. Breaking the bone in that place caused such pain that even a 9th-level master would be unable to bear it. Guo Baoquan looked at his strong family bodyguard, brought to the floor like a dog by a single punch. He turned pale with fear, and pointed at Fan Xian, his voice trembling. You bullies." Fan Xian looked at him and shook his head. He felt somewhat confused. Fighting was something you should do by yourself, he thought. He wasn't some sort of hooligan. He took Ruoro's hand and walked downstairs, confident that he was in the right. He never imagined that what he had done could be such a violation of the customs of this world. Chapter 51, Crown Prince Jing. Chapter 51, Crown Prince Jing. Translator, Naiyibo Studio Editor, Naiyibo Studio. For a long time, the people in the restaurant stared blankly, unable to say a word. They had seen fights before, but they had never seen the son of a noble house get involved himself. Even if they were lucky enough to have seen such a rare scene, they had never seen such an open 2-on-1 scenario. Even Tang Zijing was somewhat gloomy. Even though he was substantially weaker than the Guo family bodyguard, the blow the young master had struck had caused him to lose face rather badly. Suddenly, he had a fleeting thought of the comical scene that had transpired earlier. The young master could see such a complicated situation so clearly, and though that blow had seemed chaotic, the angle of it, the accuracy, and the power behind it had led to such a frightful result. He looked at Fan Xian with reverence and admiration in his gaze. Watched by everyone in the vicinity, the Fan clan attempted to leave the restaurant. The door to a private room opened, and a number of people came out, who had come to see what the noise was, seemingly having heard all the commotion outside. Among them was someone with a high and noble air, wearing beautiful clothing. When he saw Fan Ruoro, his eyes shone. He approached them and bowed. "Ruoro," he said, "it is so rare to see you out and about." He was handsome, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, a straight nose and thin lips, an attractive man indeed. Fan Ruoro bowed in response, slightly surprised. I did not expect to see you here either, Crown Prince. She hurriedly introduced him to Fan Xian, who had not realized that this was Crown Prince Jing, heir of the royal house that his own family was closely acquainted with. The two exchanged pleasantries. The house of Jing and the house of Fan had a friendly relationship, and so when Fan Ruoro introduced Fan Xian, the Crown Prince guessed immediately who he was, and he couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. He saw that Fan Xian was neither servile nor overbearing in his words, and sensed an unspeakable self-confidence in him beneath the surface. And yet he found that the youth's gentle smile put him at ease. At that moment, Hua Baokuan came over to greet the Crown Prince, and a member of the restaurant staff came to whisper an explanation of the clash between the Gui and Fan families into the Crown Prince's ear. On hearing this, the Crown Prince seemed quite intrigued. "It seems you have objections with the scholars," he said to Fan Xian. "Anyone who can read can be a scholar," replied Fan Xian, bowing to the Crown Prince. He did not care for the hierarchy of this society, nor did he believe that reading a few essays made you superior to the common people. "I have read many books myself. It is not that I have a problem with academia, it's just..." He smiled. "It's just these so-called geniuses I have a problem with." As he said this, the people in the restaurant fixed him with curious expressions, wondering what this skilled fighter and son of the noble house would say next. Even the Crown Prince looked at him with great interest. "And why do you despise these scholars?" The Crown Prince remained polite, but due to Fan Xian's illegitimate parentage, he did not make reference to the name of his clan. Fan Xian understood the rules of this society, and was not angry in the slightest. "The reason I have a problem with them is that I feel that deception is a common practice nowadays," he explained, smiling. "It seems one only has to spend all their time in a tavern to become a genius. They spend more time painting their faces than they do reading books. It is not beneficial to the nation to let them squabble among one another." Though his words were harsh, they were not cruel, and were almost light-hearted. The Crown Prince laughed, and so did the people in the restaurant. It seemed to have eased matters somewhat. As everyone else saw it, the young master of the Fan family had come out of nowhere, and seemed to be quite friendly with the Crown Prince. Hua Baokuan was Fan Xian's rival neither in fighting nor in words, and so he had to drop the subject. Crown Prince Jing invited Fan Xian to drink with him. Making the excuse that he had to return home, Fan Xian tactfully declined, but agreed that they would do so at a later date, and all of the Fan family left the restaurant. Just they were about to climb onto the carriage, He Zongwei caught up with them. He looked Fan Xian in the eyes, and thanked him sincerely. "What are you thanking me for?" asked Fan Xian, smiling. "I've always considered myself one of them," he replied, laughing, "and today you showed their boasting for what it was. Now I know that I just like the idea of being one of them. Deep down, I still can't get away from those clichés." Fan Xian frowned. This person seemed rather quick to change his mind. Even though he didn't care for this seemingly honest scholar, the fight had after all been a result of him defending the author of Dream of the Red Chamber. "Everyone has their weaknesses," he explained with a smile. "It's just that sometimes you have to press on regardless. Sometimes scholars can be small men underneath those fur-lined gowns. I was talking nonsense back there myself, I hope you don't mind." Small men under fur-lined gowns? He Zongwei thought on this, and he seemed to have realized something. He bowed deeply to Fan Ruoro, who stood next to Fan Xian, and returned to the restaurant without looking back. Fan Xian saw that the dark-skinned scholar's face was slightly reddened, and he realized what had happened. He looked at his sister with a mocking smile. She remained expressionless, as the scholar had never approached them at all. He knew that He Zongwei's love for her was unrequited, and he had little sympathy. As he saw it, the husband that his little sister would find did not necessarily have to be well-renowned, but he definitely had to be someone she liked. After Fan Xian left, Hua Baokuan, He Zongwei and the rest of the table were left ashen-faced, and they also slinked out of the restaurant. Quiet returned to the third floor of the restaurant, save for the patrons discussing the business that had just transpired with that young man from Fan Manor. They had never heard of such a person being part of the family of Count Sinan, and they all guessed that he must have been a cousin of Miss Fan Ruoro. Crown Prince Jing knew of Fan Xian's identity, but he could not tell the people outside his private room. He slowly emptied a glass of wine, and sighed. They all say that the Crown Prince is fond of literature, and deals only with the great and the good. Today it seems clear that none of those people have any kind of decency. An advisor by his side thought for a while before responding. He Zhongwei is a student of Zhang Wenxiang. He will be among those who take the imperial examinations next year. I do not know what he is like. Crown Prince Jing shook his head. He Zhongwei has talent, but his disposition. He had overheard some of the talk from outside, and had remembered their discussions on strength of character. He laughed. He lacks strength of character. The advisor laughed too. Count Sinan has hidden his illegitimate son away for so many years. It is interesting indeed. Crown Prince Jing waved the fan in his hand, and prepared to mutter some words of praise, when he suddenly recalled Fan Xian's words of mockery. He placed the fan on the table and smiled. Guo Baoquan wields his father's power. He is also on good terms with the Crown Prince. So do not attach much importance to Fan Manor. It must have been difficult for those slow-witted types to survive for so long. Chapter 52, In the Carriage. Chapter 52, In the Carriage. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. Crown Prince Jing was a member of the royal family. Naturally, he knew the emperor's feelings for the Fan family. He was somewhat lost in thought. He heard an advisor speaking. Fan Xian entered the capital in a hurry, and today he is in this restaurant. He shows little talent, and he seems somewhat impetuous. Crown Prince Jing waved a hand at him dismissively. It's always good to see a bit of dynamism in a young man. His tone of voice seemed completely incongruous, considering he was only 20 years old. Recalling the young fanboy's amiable smile, a slight smile of admiration appeared on the Crown Prince's own face. What's more, the Fan family is currently preparing for a wedding. If Fan Xian is too subdued, it would not be particularly appropriate. I would presume that after today, the people of the capital will know that the Fan family has produced a handsome son. He had a sudden realization, clapped his hand to his forehead, and laughed. When he first asked you to be an advisor, and it was agreed that you would advise me on matters of the heart, my father was an idle prince who did not understand affairs of state. As his son, I am much like him. Come, come. He called on the others at his table to drink. They hurriedly complied. If you are truly resigned to being an idle prince, they thought, why are you getting so close to the Fan family, and why are you so close to the second in line? As they got into the carriage, the roads were quiet. After a while, Fan Ruoro began to giggle. What's so funny? Asked Fan Xian. Fan Ruoro tried to stifle her laughter, eventually calming down. I just thought about what you said earlier. It was really mean. What did I say? Fan Xian had said a lot at the restaurant, going completely against his usual principle of keeping a low profile. It felt improper. That bit about, how they play around all day, all skin and bones, holding those fans, and was that really strength? Fan Ruoro imitated his tone of voice, and couldn't prevent a smile from creeping across her face. Fan Xizha laughed foolishly, but once he realized that neither of his siblings were paying him any attention, he was puzzled. Fan Xian laughed bitterly. Strength of character is a good thing, but it's not something exclusive to scholars. When I saw the snooty looks on their faces, it didn't sit well with me. They spend the whole day slacking off and getting into pointless debates. They don't take the imperial exams, or sit and keep records with Gua. Those bigwigs like to keep a foot in both camps. They just like the image of being a scholar. They have no real prospects. Hearing this, Fan Ruoro couldn't stop herself from laughing. No one spoke like her brother did, and maybe there was nobody else who could understand what he meant. When you were talking to Crown Prince Jing earlier, you certainly had some misgivings. Fan Ruoruo wanted to know what her brother's true opinion was on the scholars. No misgivings. It's just that I spoke too gently. Fan Xian smiled. I'm not against that sort of establishment, and I don't think that scholars shouldn't go there. But I've always felt that brothel patrons are brothel patrons. If you want to go to a place like that and still act like you're a scholar, then it's like being a whore and building a monument to your virginity. Don't be so rude, said Fan Ruoruo bashfully. In her view, her brother could be counted as a gifted scholar. How was he not scolding himself with this sort of talk? Fan Xian laughed out loud. There's nobody else here anyway. He looked at his sister with a sudden seriousness. Remember, whoever you marry, make sure it's not a scholar. Ruoruo could not keep her calm expression any longer. What sort of nonsense is that? That he's Zhongwei, what is he doing now? Fan Xizhi chimed in. He's a student at the Imperial College. He was born poor, but they say he is a student of Zhang Wenxiang, the Grand Academician of the Archives. He's always had some recognition for his talent. He's written a few verses. Everybody reckons that he'll be at least third rank at the Imperial examinations next year. Fan Xian frowned. He seems honest and considerate, he said to Ruoruo, but I think he's hiding something. I don't like people like that. Be careful, don't get involved with him. Fan Ruoruo nodded without the slightest hesitation. As she saw it, Fan Xian was her brother and her tutor, the person she relied on most. Fan Xian thought about He Zhongwei some more. Since he was already a well-renowned scholar in the capital, if he wanted to ingratiate himself with the influential families, he had plenty to choose from. If it weren't because of his relationship with his sister, he wouldn't have appeared. Did he want to leave a good impression? He smiled. Being able to discover his identity in so short a time, and discover his place in Ruoruo's heart, this so-called scholar really was remarkable. He turned his head and glanced at Fan Xizhi, who was leaning on the window of the carriage, looking out. He felt a slight chill in his blood. You and Xizhi should go home first, he said to Ruoruo. I want to take a stroll around the capital. Fan Xizhi lifted his head from the window, his face somewhat vacant. Fan Xian looked at him, and thought back to when he was 12 years old and faced with his own assassination. Then he thought about how his rival was merely a 12-year-old child, dragged into these dangerous affairs, and he couldn't help but sigh. You're so young. I don't know what to say. Fan Xizhi hid behind his sister, somewhat scared. He had always been daring, but for some reason, every time he saw Fan Xian's gentle smile, he felt afraid. What are you saying? Fan Xian had originally thought that the fight in the restaurant was deliberately caused by the young boy to make him look bad in the eyes of Crown Prince Jing. If he wanted to know what the opinion of the prince's office was when it came to him inheriting the Fan family's property, it had worked, because the restaurant was one he had chosen, and the incident was something he had provoked. But when he looked at Fan Xizhi's blank expression, he doubted his own judgment. Could it be that everything that had happened at the restaurant really was an accident? The carriage moved slowly on. Fan Xian knew that of the 6 bodyguards who followed him and his siblings, at least 2 of them were men from the Lu clan. He said nothing. Fan Ruoruo remained quiet, her head lowered, saying nothing. As she thought on these family matters, she felt gloomy. The carriage reached the street where Fan Manor stood, and Ruoruo led her little brother into the manor. Fan Xian continued on with his tour of the capital. At first Fan Ruoruo had wanted to go with him, but there was something he wanted to do later, and he had to refuse her with a smile. He looked into Fan Xizhi's eyes, and told him that he was not to speak of anything to do with Dream of the Red Chamber. He was unsure whether he would heed his words. Tang Zijing sat in the carriage, looking at his young master. He wasn't sure when he had decided to follow this 16-year-old boy. He was certainly a promising lad. Perhaps the spring weather in Danzhou had lifted his mood, perhaps he had been influenced by the youngster on their travels to the capital, perhaps the two had reached some sort of agreement. Fan Xian thought a while, propping up his chin on his hand. I asked father to send you. I didn't think you'd have to get us out of trouble so soon. Don't blame me. Tang Zijing laughed. Young master, you are out of the ordinary, he replied respectfully. It is naturally of great benefit to me to follow you. Fan Xian smiled. How am I out of the ordinary? Back in the restaurant, I was mouthing off like any clueless youth. Tang Zijing tried to figure out what he meant. Young master, he replied carefully, I understand what you are thinking. I believe this matter has nothing to do with you. The carriage had stopped, and the cool breeze entered silently, refreshing their minds. Fan Xian looked Tang Zijing in the eye. I also hope it has nothing to do with him, he said gently. Chapter 53, Alone. Chapter 53, Alone. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. Fan Xian had arranged for Tang Zijing to share his carriage for their whole journey, so these words had not escaped him. He frowned. It does seem too much of a coincidence. I have only just entered the capital. Why would I get into fights with people? Xia follows me one day, and during a fight at the restaurant, Crown Prince Jing just happens to be there. It is hard to explain such a coincidence. Tang Zijing smiled. Your brother may be rude and unreasonable, but there is no evil in him. Lady Lu would not give him such a task. Her son is not fit to be a scholar or a fighter, he continued. It seems he is only good for eating, drinking, and bragging. Lady Lu holds him in contempt. A bitter smile crept across Fan Xian's face. Because she knows her son cannot support her, she is plotting against me. She's a tough one. Lady Lu, she wants everyone to think that the Count's baseborn son is just a useless, spoiled braggart and nothing more. Perhaps you were unaware, said Tang Zijing, but something always happens whenever your brother leaves the house. So when Lady Lu had him follow you, she didn't need to plan anything. He would get you into trouble all by himself. You mean, just by having him causing trouble around me, I would appear to the outside world to be the spoiled son of rich parents? Correct. Tang Zijing smiled. Lady Lu's plan is simple, but it seems very effective. Fan Xian laughed. Lady Lu is very interesting. She knew that everyone would tarnish Xia and me with the same brush. Very interesting indeed. I just didn't think that Crown Prince Jing would be at the same restaurant. You acted correctly, young master, replied Tang Zijing. Though you might have offended some of the scholars with your words, but scholars are always quick to take offense. The people of the capital may think you are arrogant, but it's better than thinking that you are some good-for-nothing. Is public opinion that important? Fan Xian laughed. Is the Fan family really in such high demand? Is Lady Lu a pure and simple-hearted woman after all? He looked at Tang Zijing. These are all problems, but really, they're not my problems. Tang Zijing was curious. Young master, what do you consider to be your problems? Anxiety crept across Fan Xian's handsome face. My problems are that I still don't know what my bride-to-be looks like, and whether she's really on death's door. The carriage stopped in an alley by the side of Tianhai Avenue. All along the road, the government departments were still open for business, the eaves of the buildings swooping like phoenixes, heading towards the horizon. At the far end was an unremarkable square building. It seemed terribly somber. Fan Xian had not let Tang Zijing follow him. Although it seemed that he had already made the firm decision to stay by his young master's side, Fan Xian did not fancy himself as some kind of leader of men. After all, he was his father's servant. There were some things he could not allow him to know. Next to a vendor's stall selling candied berries, he scoped out the Overwatch Council. He bought a stick of the candied fruits, and gnawed at it as he walked towards it, his toothache subsiding. He walked into a bookseller's shop along the way, taking a look around. The books were various classics and histories that he'd read countless times. He approached the shopkeeper. "Do you have Story of the Stone?" he asked in a low voice. A strange smile appeared on the bookseller's face, and he replied in the same whisper. "Follow me, sir." With no particular attempt at stealth, they walked into a side room, and the bookseller retrieved a set of books, handing them to Fan Xian. Fan Xian took them and looked at them. They looked a lot like the version he had bought from the old woman earlier. Satisfied, he nodded, and handed over the money. Keep them here for now. Someone from Fan Manor will be along to collect them later. His sister already had a copy at home. The books felt unpleasantly heavy, so he intended to let servants from the house pick them up a while later. Fan Manor? Asked the shopkeeper, somewhat embarrassed. Count Sinan's estate, yes. Were there any other Fan Manors? He still didn't know how large the Fan clan was in the capital, if Count Sinan was simply head of a minor branch, or whether it was only over the past decade that, thanks to his grandmother, their prosperity had led them to become the most prominent branch of the Fan clan. The shopkeeper respectfully complied, wrapping up the book and placing it under the counter. Fan Xian asked a few questions about the bookseller, and the answers the bookseller gave him made him feel uneasy. The bookseller saw that the customer had not immediately left after buying a book, and the chance to chat to a customer made him smile. As they chatted, a faint sound made Fan Xian's ears prick up. As he smiled and chatted with the shopkeeper, he shifted his shinchi around, and his ears immediately became more sensitive, until he finally recognized the sound he was scouting out in the quiet environment of the bookshop. The sound of breathing, different to any normal person's breathing. The breathing was weak, long, and distant. It was clearly someone who knew how to control their shinchi. Fan Xian knew that it was someone his father had sent to protect or observe him. He frowned. The bookseller saw his customer suddenly frown. Although he thought it was a handsome frown, he assumed he had said something wrong, and couldn't help but feel anxious. Coming out of the rear door of the bookshop, Fan Xian made sure that he had escaped the two footmen behind him. He was quite pleased with himself. He recalled the things he had learned from Fei Jie when he was young. Other than the art of poison, he had learned how to lose someone who was on his tail. It seemed it had finally come in handy. Following the crowds as they walked along the flagstones on Tianhe Avenue, he looked at the buildings on both sides of the street. They were an interesting sight, particularly the space in front of the buildings, where there stood a channel for gently running water. If you wanted to enter the government offices, you had to walk over a small wooden bridge above the water. The gentle waters were like a mirror, reflecting the shadow of the bridge and the branches from the trees that hung over the street. It was quiet and beautiful, and peach blossoms would occasionally float past on the wind, landing on the surface of the winter and being carried slowly along. He walked along the side, looking at the flowing water beneath his feet, and a satisfied smile crept across his face. In the few days since he had come to the capital, he had found that all sorts of things were greatly different from what he had originally imagined, and he was tired out. Feeling refreshed by spring in the capital, his spirit had been lifted. As he came to the door of the Overwatch Council, he looked at the limestone building and scowled. It wasn't a pretty building, he thought, and it didn't fit in with the interesting-looking buildings with their swooping eaves and strong walls. He couldn't help but admit that the building matched Fei Jie's not-too-pleasant-looking face. When he walked in, he noticed that the officials and the pedestrians who walked by were all staring at him strangely. He looked at himself carefully, making sure that there was nothing about him that might have drawn anyone's attention, and lifted his head high, but the strange looks from people around him had still not subsided. Chapter 54, Inside the Overwatch Council. Chapter 54, Inside the Overwatch Council. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Stopping a passing scribe and looking at his lifeless face, Fan Xian felt inexplicably nervous. But he was amiable. The man seemed like he could have been a colleague of Fei Jie's. Fan Xian smiled sweetly and called out, "Hello?" The lifeless-looking fellow peered at Fan Xian with a strange expression, just like everyone else in the building. After a long while, he spoke. "Hello." He sounded rather stiff. Fan Xian gulped. "If I may be so bold as to ask. Why is everyone watching me?" he asked, smiling. The scribe smiled, showing his deathly pale teeth. He found this youth's bashful smile interesting. If a stranger were discovered in a place that strangers never enter, he responded, wouldn't you stare too? Fan Xian suddenly realized something, and then felt utterly perplexed. Is this not the Overwatch Council? He asked. It's a royal institution. Has no stranger really ever come inside to conduct business? The man pointed outside and explained kindly. Look over there. Fan Xian saw that there was nobody by the entrance to the council, and the pedestrians had all made a detour to the opposite side of the road. The man smiled frightfully and knitted his wrinkled brow. The people of the capital always avoid our office. As for official business, we never deal with the public, only matters of state. And His Majesty does not involve the other departments of the government in these matters. So we have nothing to do with the other offices. Fan Xian laughed bitterly. So it looks like I'm trespassing. Do you not know what the Overwatch Council does? Asked the man, curious. I have some idea, replied Fan Xian. After all, he was a student of Master Fei Jie of the 3rd Bureau of the Overwatch Council, so he had some familiarity with their work. And yet you still presume to charge in here. The man shrugged. Any ordinary person would avoid this place as if it were the palace of the King of Hell. Fan Zan couldn't help but smile. Perhaps I saw the King of Hell myself when I was younger? The man smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Very well. The skin on his right shoulder broke out in goose pimples. His tone of voice reminded Fan Xian of Sun Ernyang, the character from Watermargin who would lure travelers into her tavern before knocking them out, chopping them up and stuffing them into steamed buns. The man smiled. Is there something I can help you with? Fan Xian felt as if the man had suddenly turned into a hotel concierge from his previous life. He shook his head, trying to clear his wandering mind. He fiddled with the coin between his fingers. Is Fei Jie here? He asked politely. The man was taken aback. He opened his mouth, but said nothing. His expression immediately changed from the seemingly unconcerned one he had before. It was now one of reverence with a touch of fear. You are looking for Master Fei? As they spoke, the man flicked his finger, rebounding the coin up Fan Xian's sleeve. Fan Xian raised an eyebrow. He knew that the man's skill seemed simple, but it was beautiful. He must have practiced sleight of hand for many years. Such precision told him that this seemingly ordinary functionary of the Overwatch Council was a secret master. Fan Xian nodded, confirming that he had come to find Fei Jie. He noticed that the man was wiping clean the hand that had patted his shoulder. Master Fei is not here, he replied politely, carefully moving back a few paces and creating distance between himself and Fan Xian. Master Fei is supervising matters near the border. It suddenly hit Fan Xian that this was what Teng Zijing was talking about. The director of the Overwatch Council was visiting his hometown, a journey that would take at least 3 months. Assuming that Fei would do nothing, the only superior who could control him was not present. Of course Fei would slip away. He thanked the man and turned to leave. Pardon me, what is your name? He asked the man with a sudden smile. My name is Wang Qinian, sir. Wang Qinian, official at the Overwatch Council, had seen this youngster with his bashful smile come barging into the council demanding to see Master Fei, asking for him by name. He decided that he was no ordinary commoner, and it was best to be deferent and call him sir. Fan Xian knew that after this man heard him ask after Fei Jie, he would have subconsciously connected him with the danger of poison, and so he wiped his hands and moved back. He looked at Wang Qinian and smiled. If Master Fei returns, please let me know. Tell him, his student has come to the capital. Fei Jie's student? Wang Qinian had a sudden urge to chop off his right hand, to punish himself for his impudence. He cleared his throat. As he left the Overwatch Council, the sun shone down on the trees on either side of the street, and the shadows of countless leaves fell across Fan Xian's body. He walked westward along the road, and then sat on a railing by the side of the running waters. His hands were propping him up on both sides and he watched the crowd walk by. For a while, he was unsure where to go next. He didn't want to go back to Fan Manor, even though his beloved sister was there. When he thought about Lady Lu and his father, and his plump little brother, forced to compete with him instead of spending his days reading happily, he felt uneasy. He was willing to fight for what was his, and he wasn't going to give up. But Fan Xian was still unsure what exactly belonged to him in this world. After all, he had once lived a different life, and he felt a degree of separation from this world. He had not told his father that he would be going to the Overwatch Council to find Fei Jie. Although his father knew that Fei Jie was his teacher, he always felt that Fei Jie seemed more trustworthy. Perhaps it was because, not long after coming to this world, he had grown close to Fei Jie, as he had taught Fan Xian about the human body. Now, Fei Jie was no longer in the capital. This raised some questions for Fan Xian over the arrangements for him to come to the city. And so he wondered what to do next. As he pondered, he leapt off the railing and began to walk back absent-mindedly. When he passed the council building for the second time, he noticed that the pedestrians were all sticking to the right side of the street, avoiding the entrance as if they feared that some sort of foul odor was seeping from the building. He narrowed his eyes and headed toward the building. The thin clouds overhead scattered and exquisite sunshine radiated out, leaving him dazzled by a ray of golden light. Rubbing his eyes, he headed toward where the light was reflecting from and discovered a tablet by the entrance to the council, squatting like a vanquished tiger on the floor. The tablet was made of stone and had a few words written upon it. Fan Xian furrowed his brow. The words felt somewhat familiar, as if he'd seen them somewhere before. But when he racked his brains, he couldn't think of where they might have come from. He looked beneath and saw the inscription. It was a strange yet familiar name. Chapter 55, Candied Berries in the Temple of Qing. Chapter 55, Candied Berries in the Temple of Qing. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. Yi Qing Mei? Fan Xian was shocked as he quietly and unthinkingly read the name aloud. He never would have thought that his mother's name would appear on a stone tablet outside the Overwatch Council. He remained calm on the surface, but his mind was racing. Why was his mother's name on this tablet outside the Overwatch Council? Although the lady of the Yi family had been the richest woman in the country, it seemed she was treated even better than the emperor. Furthermore, his mother's strange death undoubtedly had something to do with the nobility of the kingdom of Qing. Although Wu Zhu had said that during the incident 10 years ago the enemies of the Yi family had been completely annihilated, who could guarantee for certain that the relatives of those enemies did not remain in the royal court? Now, Yi Qingmei's name was clearly not to be spoken, and the Yi family's assets had been completely appropriated, their business becoming property of the royal family. The Overwatch Council clearly displayed Yi Qingmei's name by their door. Wu Zhu had said that very few people knew that Yi Qingmei was his mother, but the royal family of the kingdom of Qing knew. Was Director Chen so brazen that he didn't care about the reputation of the royal family? But as he read the small stone tablet, Fan Xian understood the meaning of what Wu Zhu had said in Danzhou. Not many people knew that her name was Yi Qingmei. The servants simply called her Miss. But the name Yi Qingmei is well known in the capital. Fan Xian rubbed his hands, lowered his head and walked on. If such a tablet stood outside the entrance to the Overwatch Council, so feared by the people of the capital, the name of Yi Qingmei was surely well known indeed. These thoughts all came to him within a short matter of time. He tried not to let it show, rolling up his sleeves and continuing to walk eastward with no expression on his face, as if he had never read the name. And because he had read the tablet, Fan Xian couldn't help but think of the Prime Minister's daughter, the girl he was about to marry. He had heard his father say that her mother was the eldest princess, now in control of the Yi family's former business. If there was anything in this world that he felt was his by right, it was this business. It was an odd feeling. He had heard from Teng Zijing where the mansion of the young lady of the Lin family was located, but he knew her background and her identity well, and the capital was filled with hidden dangers, so he didn't dare try to sneak in. He had come to the Overwatch Council to find Fei Jie, and wanted to use the exceptional methods of the council to find a way to see her on her sickbed. At the same time, He had wanted to ask Fei Jie to help him find out more about her illness. But, to his surprise, Fei Jie was no longer in the capital. Fan Xian was somewhat annoyed. Did he really have to wait until he was married to even know what his bride looked like? That was out of the question, he admonished himself. He had to find a way to spy on her, just in case there was something wrong with her, so that he would have time to prepare to flee this arranged marriage. The more he walked, the angrier he felt. When he first came to the capital, he had sadly discovered that he was not familiar with these roads at all. He came back up Tianhe Avenue and found that he couldn't see his family's carriage anywhere. Just then, he caught sight of a young boy holding candied hawthorn berries on a stick, munching away as he walked along. Smelling their sweet and familiar aroma, Fan Xian caught up with the boy, snatched away the stick, and gnawed at them, confirming that they had come from the same vendor that he had visited before, and asked where the vendor was. The young boy was rather frightened, thinking that he had run into some kind of candy thief. After Fan Xian finally pacified him by throwing him a handful of copper coins, he pointed him in the right direction. Fan Xian headed off that way, walking for a long time before finally coming to the sad realization that the place that the boy had said was not where he should have been at all. He had already reached the edges of the city, a place he did not know at all. Though he was quite proud of his stamina for walking so far, he was not so proud of his intellect. A single temple stood in this desolate place. To find such desolate area in a bustling city was no easy feat. It was, perhaps, not so much desolate as it was unusually clean. On the eaves, beams and pillars of the temple, there was not a speck of dust to be seen. As he craned his neck up to look at the black wooden building, he couldn't help but be reminded of the Temple of Heaven in Beijing in his former life, though the temple in front of him was much smaller, and it seemed less connected to the mysteries of heaven and more concerned with secular beauty. The main entrance was covered in thick black lacquer and looked extremely solemn. On a flat horizontal tablet above the gate stood the words, Temple of Qing. Fan Xian used his tongue to extract the last remnants of candied berries from between his teeth. He looked at the golden painted words above him that designated this sacred ground, and he was filled with a feeling that was hard to describe. This was the Temple of Qing. It was said that this was the only place in the kingdom of Qing connected to the Temple of the Void. This was where the royal family came to make sacrifices to heaven. When he was in Danzhou, Fei Jie had said that the heavenly altar was 3 miles away from the imperial palace, which Fan Xian took to mean a place that was 3 miles away, never guessing that 3 miles away was a part of its name. Fan Xian's jaw hung open. Before he came to the capital, he thought that since no one knew where the temple was, he had to come and see the heavenly altar at the Temple of Qing, because there was a question that had bothered him for 16 years, a question to which he had never found an answer. Why had he come to this world? In the novels he had read in his previous life, Xiang Xiaolong, 1, had his reasons. There was a reason for the adventures that followed, and ultimately, no reason was needed. But Fan Xian was filled with deep doubts. He needed a reason, something that explained to him how he could have clearly died and been reborn in this world. He never would have thought that the child would have pointed him in the direction of the Temple of Qing. This realization made him feel somewhat dizzy. Perhaps there was some faint and mysterious connection between him and the temple. Perhaps this was fate. He was firmly convinced that the candied hawthorn berries had brought him to his destiny. As he stepped forward, all was quiet around him. He softly opened the heavy wooden gate, which seemed not to have been opened in many years. Stop! An angry shout came through the air. 1. Xiang Xiaolong is a character from a series concerning a man who was sent back through time. Chapter 56, The Nobleman. Chapter 56, The Nobleman. Translator, Naiyibo Studio Editor, Naiyibo Studio. Fan Xian was alarmed. A yell had suddenly erupted in what he thought was a silent and sacred place. He looked and found that there were people inside the temple. Blocking his path was a middle-aged man with deep-set eyes and a nose like a hawk, who stared at him with a vicious glare. Fan Xian could see that the man was not pleased. He thought back to the historical classics he had read. In the customs of the imperial city, for someone to hide behind the door of the Temple of Qing to scare people, swooping like a hawk hunting a rabbit, was certainly not right. Who the hell wanted to be that rabbit? Fan Xian frowned. Sir, you almost made me deaf with how loud you were. The man's expression was thoroughly stern, and he pushed Fan Xian away, admonishing him in a low voice. Get out of here, quick! There are people praying inside the temple and they are not to be disturbed. It was clear by the man's clothes that he was the attendant for some rich family, though his tone of voice sounded like some sort of government official. But Fan Xian did not realize this. Ever since Fei Jie had taken him to dig up graves in his childhood, he had become something of a clean freak. He saw the hand that was coming toward him, frowned, intertwined his hands and grabbed the man by the wrists. There was a small cracking sound. The two stared at each other in astonishment, having discovered that they seemed matched in skill. They were intertwined around each other like two snakes, neither able to break free. The middle-aged man made a noise of approval, his eyes shimmering. With a hidden power that flowed like a river, he forced his wrists back toward Fan Xian. Fan Xian groaned. He hadn't expected to come across such an expert fighter. His back began to feel hot, and the powerful Jinqi he had kept pacified for many years immediately reacted, pouring out formed the dantian point in his pubic region, striking the man with a rigid blow in response. With a low humming sound, the dust that sat on the stone steps began to rise up into the air, forming itself into some sort of strange sphere before dissipating. The pair walked back a few steps, shaken. The middle-aged man covered his lips and coughed. Fan Xian remained expressionless, as if nothing had happened. The middle-aged man eyed him coolly. So young, but with such powerful Jinqi. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. I just want to get into the temple to pray. Why are you stopping me? Fan Xian replied, matching his gaze. There are nobles within the temple. You'll have to wait, boy. The man thought that this boy's power seemed similar to his own. He wondered just which of the capital's families he may have come from, and whether it was senior to his own, and so he suppressed his own urge for violence. Slight amusement flashed in Fan Xian's eyes. In the laws of the Temple of Qing, there is no regulation that states I have to wait outside before I can pray. The middle-aged man frowned. He did not like this boy. He brushed down his sleeves and went into the temple, leaving Fan Xian outside. Fan Xian opened his mouth to speak, but he was overcome with a sense of gloom. He tasted blood, and retrieved a handkerchief from his sleeve to wipe his mouth. Luckily, as his secret power had flowed, at the crucial moment, his right forefinger had quietly flicked the man's pulse point. He had a much greater understanding of the workings of the human body than most skilled fighters. Otherwise it was likely that he would suffer great wounds. He looked at the heavy wooden door again, and his heart skipped a beat. He didn't dare try to push the seemingly unopenable door open again. Fan Xian coughed. A determined look crept across his handsome face. Since he couldn't beat the man in combat, it seemed best to retreat and come back to beat him sometime later. As he turned to leave, the door behind him opened again. The middle-aged man who had injured him stood at the entrance. The master says that you may enter the side chamber to pray. Don't go into the main hall. After he'd finished, he spoke again. I said don't go into the main hall, do you hear me? Fan Xian turned around and looked at the man, and looked again at the seemingly unfathomable and eerie temple of Qing. He frowned, dusted down his sleeves, and stepped over the tall threshold, walking toward the side chamber without looking back. As he watched this young man face such an obstacle without getting anxious, angry, timid, or retreating, and continue on with his goal, the middle-aged man felt a twinge of admiration. He closed the temple door and looked around, furrowing his brow. Those brats had let the kid get all the way to the door of the temple. They were getting extra drills that evening. The Temple of Qing was a quiet place. The people of the Kingdom of Qing were realists. If they wanted to make offerings, they preferred to go to Dongshan Temple on the western side of the city to pray to the maiden who brings children and other immortals who would bring them wealth. But the people of the kingdom of Qing respected and feared heaven, and the emperor was the so-called son of heaven, so the temple of Qing became a place where the royal family would offer sacrifices to heaven. Although the temple of Qing was open to commoners most days, the common people did not like its heavy and eerie atmosphere. The main hall of the temple of Qing looked a lot like the temple of heaven. It was circular, with 2 floors and eaves that jutted outwards, looked absolutely beautiful. The middle-aged man stood respectfully outside the main hall, looking at the nobles inside who admired its colorful walls with their hands clasped behind their back. "I am allowing this young man to enter the side chamber in accordance with the master's wishes," he said in a low voice. The nobles looked around 40 years of age, and though they did not look anything like soldiers, their eyes seemed world-weary, touched by an indecipherable tiredness. "What family is he from that he would allow him to match blows with you?" asked one of the nobles, smiling. Though he was a highly skilled fighter, he was an attendant to the man who stood before him. "I do not know," he replied sincerely. "But I wanted to let you know, sir." His methods were very similar to those of the family bodyguards. The nobleman was astonished. "Oh? Could he be the son of Li Ji?" The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. "Sir, although I have never liked having dealings with him, Crown Prince Jing knows him." "Oh." The nobleman turned around to continue looking at the murals on the walls. He had so many matters to consider each day that it was rare that he could find a moment's peace, so he decided not to trouble himself further with this small matter and let that youngster enter the side chamber to pray. It was good to know that the nation could produce such talented young people. The middle-aged man stood guard quietly outside the main hall, occasionally glancing into the side chamber. Some time later, a clamor arose from outside the hall. The nobleman suddenly frowned. "The girl isn't resting in the back. Is she doing something in the side chamber?" The middle-aged man was alarmed. He turned his ears to the direction of the sound. He raised his head. "The princess has gone to the side chamber." The nobleman furrowed his brow. That noise. He suddenly thought of something, and his face changed. "Go and look, and bring that young man to me." "Yes, sir." The middle-aged man was about to take his leave when suddenly, a squawk came from outside the temple. The temple doors were opened, and a rushed-looking man ran in, handing him a letter with a wax seal upon it. Chapter 57, The Fluttering Heart. Chapter 57, The Fluttering Heart. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Fan Xian kept his head low as he walked towards the side temple, but out of the corners of his eyes, he couldn't stop looking at the heavenly altar in the main hall. He was very curious as to who was blessed enough over there to drive away such a skilled opponent. He knew his opponent must indeed have an immeasurably in-depth background, but he was here only to look around, and didn't feel like butting in, despite minding other people's business being in his name. His right hand was still at his lips, and from time to time, he would cough once or twice. After scanning his upper body with Jinshi, he was able to make sure there weren't any substantial injuries. His lungs and airways weren't hurt, but his vocal cords were torn when he was retaliating. Fan Xian kept coughing as he walked, dotting his white handkerchief with blood. He thought of Lin Daiyu, Sumengzhen, Zhouyu, Lin Qinan, and many of his seniors, not Lin Qinan, who was not as tear-jerking as the other three. By the time he arrived at the side hall, his Jinshi had already healed his throat. Fan Xian put his handkerchief away somewhat sadly. He turned and took one more look at the sky altar before walking into the side temple. The side temple was slightly smaller and surrounded by a blue stone wall. There was no one inside. Fan Xian was disappointed not to have seen any ascetics. As he walked in further, he was even more disappointed after discovering there were no statues of deities, unlike the temples he had known in his previous life. He eventually changed his tune, however. This should be normal, since the people were worshipping the sky. Naturally, they couldn't grasp its form. In the center of the temple was an extremely wide incense table. Pale yellow satin hung down from the table, reaching the ground and covering the stone pavement underneath. On the table was an elegant porcelain incense burner with 3 sticks in incense that had already been burned through more than halfway. The entire room was filled with a calming aroma. Fan Xian wandered aimlessly, and his gaze scanned across the murals. He discovered that those murals resembled the more contemporary oil paintings from his previous life. However, the deities depicted standing at mountaintops, floating on the sea, or sitting by volcanoes all had blurred out faces. It was almost as if the artist intended them to be this way. Fan Xian noticed that the murals told of ancient folktales commonly found in books, including stories such as Gunyu controlling the Great Flood. Among other things, Fan Xian couldn't match up the murals with their books. He shook his head, relinquishing the thought he would find answers here. He found a thin cushion, threw it before the incense table, and got down. He clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. His lips moved slightly to the rising of the smoke from the incense as he kept praying. Fan Xian was an atheist in his previous life, but the Fan Xian now was truly religious. Such a change was to be expected. Anyone going through what he experienced would surely do the same. Which was why he was worshipping so sincerely. He prayed that the heavens and the temple would tell him why he was in this world. Not to mention, though, that he prayed for a trouble-free life with lots of money. Suddenly, there was a disturbance in the incense smoke. Fan Xian's ears perked up, as if they had heard something. Feeling doubtful, he opened his eyes and saw the little incense burner trembling slightly. He was absolutely astonished. Had his seemingly devout, absent-minded prayer finally reached the heavens? His gaze stopped at the white incense table. Fan Xian finally discovered where the problem was. His eyes flashed. With his left hand on the hilt of his concealed dagger, he reached out slowly but firmly with his right hand and lifted up the satin which draped over the table. Lifting up the satin, Fan Xian could not believe his eyes. Half kneeling under the table was a girl wearing a hanfu wrapped Yuan style. She too was shocked as she stared at Fan Xian. The girl had big eyes with a gentle gaze, resembling the surface of a tranquil lake. Her face was exquisitely beautiful. She had pale, tender skin and long eyelashes, like a character from a painting. Stunned, Fan Xian couldn't move his eyes away. He gradually noticed that the girl's forehead was slightly big and her nose was slightly pointy. Her skin was just a bit whiter than normal, and her lips were somewhat thicker than conventional beauty standards. Despite those imperfections, her overall appearance, plus her faintly frightened expression and innate shyness, still made Fan Xian's heart skip a bit. His heart was moved. The girl looked at this sky-worshipping youth with curiosity. She wasn't expecting the youth to look so beautiful with his long eyelashes. She couldn't help but sneak a few more looks at him. Afterwards, the girl felt she was being rather inappropriate. A hint of red began to spread across her cheeks before quickly disappearing. The redness had at one point spread to her ears. And yet she still reluctantly refused to look away. She was that curious, wondering where this good-looking youth came from. It was all quiet in the center of the temple. Fan Xian's hand still held onto the satin, his eyes were still fixated on the girl's face. The girl had now gathered up the courage to look back at him. They mutually looked at each other. A long time passed, everything was still silent. Fan Xian scanned his eyes across the girl's face, and she couldn't help but lower her head in embarrassment. An unusual glisten on the girl's lips got Fan Xian's attention. He took a couple more looks before realizing the reason. What was about to happen would remain in his memory for a long time. The girl was holding a chicken leg, and the grease had gotten on her lips while she ate. This beautiful girl in white, to think she hid under the incense table to eat chicken. Fan Xian's jaws hung open at this contrast. He was speechless for a while. Finally, the uncomfortably quietness was finally broken. Who? You? Who are you? The beautiful duo spoke at the same time, their gently shaking voice matching each other. Fan Xian heard the girl for the first time. Her voice felt soft and without strength. It was a comfortable sound, but it also left him without any sense of direction. There was a feeling of excitement around his chest. Fan Xian then threw up a mouthful of blood. Ah, the girl yelped in surprise. She wasn't afraid, however, as her eyes showed intense sympathy as if she felt all of Fan Xian's suffering. Seeing the girl worrying on his behalf, Fan Xian's heart warmed. He reassured her with a smile on his face, "This is nothing. I'll get used to it." Chapter 58, It Was Her. Chapter 58, It Was Her. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. With wind from the south, the bitter fleabane comes into my arms. The flower bud blossoms in my arms, it blossoms for a gentleman like you. They are a rare pairing, time and tide wait for no man. If you send me a papaya, I will return you a fine jade. Hearing the novel witty remark, a smile flashed across the worried eyes of the girl. Fan Xian looked at her with a smile and said softly, "Still hidden inside?" The girl shook her head shyly. Meanwhile, there came a voice from outside, "Madam, where are you?" The girl in white immediately turned pale, knowing that she had to leave. Fan Xian also knew that someone outside must be looking for her. Looking at her expression, a sense of loss arose in his heart, fearing that he would not be able to find her after her departure today. So he asked anxiously, "Will you come tomorrow?" She shook her head with a dim expression. "Are you a member of the noble family in the main hall?" Fan Xian asked tentatively. The girl thought and smiled without answering him. She came out from a long altar and ran out like the wind. Before stepping out of the gate of the temple, she looked back at Fan Xian and cast her eyes on the chicken leg in her hand. She stuck out her tongue playfully. She thought of how her uncle would scold her if he saw her doing that. Her eyes rolled around. She ran back and gave Fan Xian the chicken leg. Then she ran out of the gate of the temple smiling and waving her hand. She never came back. Fan Xian was half kneeling on the prayer mat, confirming that what he saw previously was not a fairy sent by God. Looking down at the chicken leg in his hand and giggled. He decided that he must find the girl in the capital city no matter how deeply he had to dig up the streets. If the girl is not betrothed, he thought to himself. No, even if she is engaged to some other fool, I'll get her back. When he walked out of the temple gate with the oily chicken leg in his hand, he saw a line of carriages approaching from the east. He knew that the girl in white must be in one of the carriages. The setting sun was shining in the green trees on both sides of the road, making the leaves seem like they were on fire. Fan Xian raised the chicken leg and nibbled at it absent-mindedly. Suddenly, he remembered that the girl's sweet lips had also bitten the chicken leg and his heart swelled. Chicken leg, bitten by the maiden, you are the happiest chicken leg in the world." He went to the center of the capital city with a smile. With great appreciation toward the little child eating a string of candied hawthorn, he took his time, even though he couldn't find his way back to Fan Manor. The person who he really should have thanked was the blind man who was not far behind him, holding a bamboo walking stick and disappearing into the twilight. Gongchu was not as upbeat as Fan Xian. He had come out with the master for relaxation. Unexpectedly, there were many troubling issues on the way. Firstly, an unknown teenager ran through the secret blockade of his own bodyguards and ran into the Qing temple. Secondly, the little girl was seen by everyone slipping to the side hall. What use are those old nuns, he was thinking. However, he had no way to vent his resentment, because the master looked gloomy and seemed very angry. It seemed that the encrypted letter made him unhappy. Gong Dian, the nobleman in the carriage, cried coldly. For 20 years now, he had hated sitting in his sedan chair. If Qin Pingping still does not want to come back, send your men to get her. Yes, my lord. Gong Dian complied, but inwardly complained, thinking about who might be able to do that job well. Noticing that the carriage was quiet, Gong Dian secretly sighed with relief and relaxed a bit. Turning around to see the dejected guards behind, he burst into anger. The guards hidden secretly outside the Qing temple had been knocked unconscious by someone. And he didn't even know who did it. Because of this, that teenager had entered the heavily guarded Qing temple very easily. Gong Dian frowned, wondering who had the ability to silently knock the 8 guards unconscious at the same time. This was like something that only the 4 great grandmasters were capable of. If it was an assassin. His heart was seized with fear and he dared not to continue that line of thought. Yet he knew that a secret investigation would be carried out after he came back. The carriage with florally decorated windows at the end of the procession was different from the other ones. The girl in white who gazed at Fan Xian with embarrassment in Qing Temple was now half leaning on the seat. With a faint smile, she seemed to be recalling something. The maid beside her was relaxed after seeing her ladyship was so happy. The maid asked, "My lady, why are you so happy today?" The girl smiled and said, "Every time I go out with my uncle, I feel so happy. At least it's better than staying in that dismal room." The maid tooted and said, "But the imperial physician said you cannot be exposed to the wind because of the disease." On hearing the word disease, the girl became dismal and upset. But when she thought of the handsome young man she met, she felt better. She thought to herself, "I am ill-fated and cannot live much longer. Should I be happy or unhappy that I met that man?" Then she thought of the rumor that she had been involved in and that aristocrat of Fan Manor. Even though the mother opposed, and the strange father seemed to oppose it, too, but who can bend uncle's will? This made her depressed. With a kind of sweetness in her chest, she pulled a white handkerchief to cover her mouth. After coughing several times, the handkerchief was dotted with a little bit of blood. The maid panicked after seeing the blood, and said with a crying voice, "You're spitting up blood again. This can't be good." With a faint smile, the girl recalled what the teenager said, and chuckled. "So what? I'm used to it by now." The maid sighed in astonishment. She had no idea what the girl meant. She thought the disease had made her delirious. Fan Xian came back to Fan Manor at night in a fluster. He made a decision that he had to tie the official belt onto his waist when he went out next time. It was supper time, and 4 people were waiting for him at the table. He felt sorry, but Count Sinan was expressionless and Mrs. Lu smiled gently with no trace of disdain. He explained what had happened with a few words. Fan Ruoruo burst into laughter, thinking her older brother was foolish. Even if he could not find his own carriage, it would have been better to hire one from a carriage rental agency. Fan Xian never thought of the carriage, so he had to endure the ridicule of Fan Xizha. After the meal, the family of 4 began to happily play the card game Mahjong. Fan Xizha was just like an accountant, holding an abacus off to the side and helping everybody calculate. A trace of sadness flashed through the eyes of Mrs. Lu. Bearing resentment at her son's failure to become successful, she chatted with Fan Xian with a smile. Chapter 59, The Young Accountant. Chapter 59, The Young Accountant. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Fan Xian abandoned his spot after he lost several unlucky rounds. He had grown frustrated and couldn't deal with Aunt Lu's cheery face. He patted Fan Xizha. Fan Xizha glanced meekly at his father, who nodded his head in response. Wild with joy, he squealed and jumped onto the stool. Fan Xizha was a timid child in front of his father. Usually, he would have been sent to his study room after dinner and would never have been allowed to gamble with money. He could tell that today was an exception, as his father was in a good mood and wanted to let Fan Xian to save face, and so Fan Xizha's impression of this brother from Danzhou changed significantly. Fan Xian wandered around the garden, and when he returned to the parlor, he was shocked at the scene before him. In front of Fan Xizha was a mountainous pile of coins, and in comparison, it looked like the other 3 gamblers were more or less broke. Fan Xian remembered Fan Xizha's passionate show of love for money earlier that day in the carriage, and he realized that his less than angelic brother wasn't talentless after all, that, at least where money was concerned, his brother showed talent. Curious, Fan Xian stood behind the 12-year-old and observed his technique. After a while, Fan Xian grew a newfound respect for Fan Xizha as he saw the nimble movements of his hands. Fan Xizha handled all of his tiles in one hand while his other hand hovered above an abacus and his 5 chubby fingers worked rapidly. Fan Xizha won every round, and as the accounting method was complicated, he ended up calculating everything himself. As Fan Xian watched from the side, he noticed that Fan Xizha could easily put more money under his own name. It was no wonder that he had a growing pile of coins stacked in front of him. Lady Lu's face remained unchanged as she found Fan Xian staring at Fan Xizha. She sighed to herself, afraid that Fan Xian had caught on to her own son's ugly greed for money and hence grow even more confident. She had no idea that Fan Xian was in a state of shock as of this moment. This was because Fan Xizha's face showed no hint of play or nonsense. In fact, it radiated the sense and perseverance of an idealist. Fan Xian was sure that the boy in front of him would grow to be an impressive figure if he was given room to nurture his potential. However, he was also aware that the only way of gaining recognition in this country was through imperial examinations, even if Fan Xizha received a noble rank due to his family relations. Judging from Fan Xizha's current standard of school work, it would be impossible for him to get a legitimate job. This was why Tang Zijing said Lady Lu felt pain and hate toward her son. In this era, merchants were not respected. The Ministry of Revenue was a different matter, as was the royal market. The public merchants, however, were a whole different matter still. The last round of gambling was over and Count Sinan left the table expressionless. Happy family gatherings didn't suit his personality, but today felt different. He glanced at Fan Xian before he left. Fan Xian caught a vague message from the glance. It would seem that his father was not pleased that he had thrown off the guards sent to protect him. Fan Xian laughed and did not respond. He disliked being followed and so decided to use action to emphasize this fact early on. Lady Lu gazed at her son, her eyes revealing hints of love and helplessness. These emotions vanished in an instant. She stood up and politely bid farewell to Fan Xian and Fan Ruoro before leaving with her husband. The servants of Count Sinan's mansion knew that their master liked to drink a cup of fruit pulp handmade by Lady Lu to help him get to sleep, as he had been working all day in the busy Ministry of Revenue. Fan Xian frowned. He had wanted to speak to his father about something, but it looked like he had to put that on hold. Fan Xian turned round and saw Fan Xizha still at the table, recording his winnings. He asked curiously, "You still haven't put the money away? What are you writing down?" Ruoro was tired from playing. She circled her wrists and laughed. Father only allows him to play when guests visit on New Year's Day, but he won't allow him to keep the coins he wins. He says that a real man should not be greedy over such little money. Of course, Fan Xizha wouldn't dare go against his father, so he records his winnings instead and says that he'll gradually come to us to deal with it in the future. Fan Xian felt a sudden emotion as he thought about the hidden meaning behind the word deal. He calmed himself and asked with a smile, "Xizha, I see that you are good at calculations. What do you plan to do when you grow up?" Fan Xizha was young, but could not be disturbed when he was counting his earnings. Completely focused on his task, he ignored the question. Fan Ruoro grew worried that her older brother would be angry at her little brother and was prepared to offer an explanation, but instead, her eyes met with the cheery-faced Fan Xian, who was admiring this young accountant at the table. Fan Xizha seemed to have registered the question only when the counting was done. He rubbed his head and frowned and thought before answering, "Of course, I'll study and become a government official and bring glory to my family." Fan Xian laughed at him and asked, "Really?" Fan Xizha's vigor quickly drained away, and he answered in a defeated tone, "If mother hears me say otherwise, I'll get beaten again for sure. There's only the 3 of us here, why be afraid to say what you really think?" Fan Xian said jokingly. Hearing these words caused unknown emotions to well up in Fan Xizha. He had grown up respected by the servants. It was said that the noble boys had strict fathers and kind mothers, but he had a strict father and mother. When his father gave his sister the power to discipline him, it turned out that his sister was even stricter, so he was used to respecting his elders, but love and care was something he had never experienced. In the moment he heard the words, "what you really think," Fan Xizha was somewhat confused. His big brother, who was 4 years older, was not as scary as Mother had described, instead he was kind. I like making money. What's so good about the profits of merchants? Fan Ruoro furrowed her brows as she disciplined her brother. Fan Xian shot her a look of disapproval. He felt disappointed that after all the letters they had exchanged, she still held on to such silly logic. After being glared at, Ruoro knew she had said the wrong thing and instantly became silent. Fan Xian smiled at his brother. No matter what you do, you just have to do your best. Even if it is with making money, I will support you. And what good is your support? Fan Xija sighed in despair. I need father's personal permission. Do it secretly. Fan Xian was like the devil on Fan Xija's shoulder. Fan Xija lit up as something occurred to him. He spoke passionately, Brother, give me your draft for the book. I have a way of making big money from it. The word brother rolled off his tongue naturally. Confused, Fan Xian questioned, won't it be a slow way to make money? Oh, so you're in such desperate need of money? Fan Xija sneered at him, I'm just testing this out. Realizing that the little rascal had just sneered at him, Fan Xian replied in annoyance. You want the goods? Show me your proposal first. Chapter 60, A Brother-Sister Chat. Chapter 60, A Brother-Sister Chat. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. What's a proposal? Fan Xija looked at his sister for help. Fan Ruoro blinked a couple times before she explained. Simple. It's how you plan to achieve a goal. Fan Xija nodded. Ever since he was a young child, he had made a grand goal for himself. That was why he was able to stay unusually focused and hardworking towards this line of work. Fan Xija's childhood dream was to build the second Yi family, the richest family in the world. He was completely unaware of the relationship between the Yi family and his brother, who encouraged his dreams. After Fan Xija's nanny took him away to wash up, the only people left in the parlor were the brother and sister pair. Fan Xian strolled into the corridor in silence and Ruoro followed his lead. Just as they were about to reach Ruoro's bedroom, their footsteps stopped in unison by the shallow pool. Ruoro was the first to speak. I know that I shouldn't focus so much on people's station. I just think that Jer-1 would have a hard time if he chose to go down that path. Fan Xian smiled and shook his head. In a society of people, class divide is inevitable. I've told you before, there's no need to force changes. We can admit that it exists, but there is no need to change your true intentions because of its existence. Fan Ruoro's eyes widened with curiosity and she asked her brother, what are true intentions? True intentions are not what those god swindlers say it is. Fan Xian patted his chest. Just look at its literal meaning. True intentions are what you really want. He continued, man's dearest possession is life. It is given to him but once, and he must live it so as to feel no torturing regrets for wasted years, never know the burning shame of a mean and petty past, to live that, dying, he might say, I did everything I wished to, and even if I was unsuccessful, at least I tried. Fan Ruoro's eyes wandered to Fan Xian's face with a look of admiration. I didn't come up with that, Fan Xian explained awkwardly. This quote is from someone named Ostrovsky. That's a weird name. It sounds like it belongs to somebody who lives by the sea. That's right, but I changed the ending of the quote as, after all, I'm not a heroic person. I can only focus on the near future. So, if it's something Jer enjoys doing, then he should work hard at it so he has no regrets in the future. This is staying true to your intentions. If Fan Ruoro arrived at this conclusion, then it meant she understood. Fan Xian continued, humans have to survive. It is ideal that their method of survival matches their interests. Understood. Fan Ruoro's smile bloomed like a flower. Fan Xian chuckled. Perhaps you haven't seen Fan Xija's face when he is calculating. His expression makes me think of the quote, a hardworking person is the most beautiful. Fan Ruoro snorted at the thought of her young brother's appearance described as beautiful. Fan Xian disciplined her seriously. Don't laugh. Compared to him, you are still lacking in this area. At least he knows what he wants to do, and you? Even though the people of the capital call you a talented girl, what do you actually plan to do? The path of poetry is a serious one, so you will have to work hard if you choose it. You can't treat it as a pastime. Fan Ruoro's head was bent as she was being disciplined, but deep down, a warmth spread through her. In the past, the teacher-student exchange had happened only through letters, but now it was in person. She felt blessed. Moonlight flooded the night and reflected on the shallow lake. It shone dimly on the walls and on Fan Xian's face. His already pure and beautiful face seemed even daintier under the moonlight. You are the beautiful one. Fan Ruoro spoke in a low voice as she gazed at him. Fan Xian did not hear her, as he was replaying the events which occurred in the parlor that day in his head. He mumbled to himself, I hope that this mansion will become more peaceful and that Lady Lu is clever enough to not disappoint me. Just as the pair was about to separate, Fan Xian suddenly remembered the girl dressed in white whom he saw in the temple at dusk. He described her appearance to his sister, expecting his sister to have some knowledge of her, as the girl looked to have come from a rich, noble family in the capital. Ruoro often visited the homes of the noble lords of the capital. After hearing her brother's descriptions, she didn't have a clue. She giggled and asked him, and just where did you see this fairy girl? It seems like she has captivated your soul. In her heart, her brother was an extremely mature teacher, so in seeing the look of disappointment on his face, she could not help but be curious about the girl. Fan Xian smiled wryly and said, if even you don't know her, then it looks like there really is no chance of finding her. Despite having said this, Fan Xian was certain that one day he would come across the girl, munching on the chicken drumstick again. His heart quivered at a sudden thought. He realized that it was a stick of candied haw which led him to the temple and in turn to the girl. Such a coincidental occurrence made him believe in the word fate. His heart fluttered and he spoke excitedly, say, could it be that she's the girl from the Lin family? Fan Ruoro frowned, well, I haven't seen Miss Lin before. After all, her identity is a little. She glanced at her brother and continued carefully. Inconvenient. Not many people know what she looks like. There are just the occasional pieces of information from the Yi family. I heard that they are best of friends and that they're very close. Miss Yi? Fan Xian panicked upon hearing the name Yi. The daughter of the capital's garrison, her name is Yi Linger. What about it? Ruoro questioned Fan Xian curiously. Fan Xian laughed as he remembered back to the first day he arrived in the capital, and of the young girl on horseback whom he had seen. He didn't have to worry about losing a lead if he could just find the girl. After some thought, Fan Ruoro said, however, I think that the girl you met today could not possibly be Miss Lin, so it would be no use in asking Yi Linger. How can you be so sure? Fan Xian was anticipating the experience of a scene out of a romance novel, so he could not help but be surprised when he heard those words. 1. Jer, an affectionate nickname for Fan Xia. Chapter 61, The Proposal. Chapter 61, The Proposal. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Moonlight shines upon the porch. Fan Ruoro spoke with pity in his voice. I've never seen my future sister-in-law before, but I've heard that she has tuberculosis and often coughs up blood, and that because of this, she has been banned from consuming meat and oily foods. The girl you described was munching on a chicken drumstick. She pictured the scene her brother had described and burst out laughing. So naturally, she could not have been Miss Lin. Anyways, Miss Lin is said to be pretty and delicate, nothing like the goddess you described. Fan Xian took a moment to think before agreeing with her. He sighed and cast the topic aside, but it didn't mean he had given up on the idea of looking for this girl. An image surfaced in Fan Xian's mind which made him frown. Tuberculosis? He knew that in this world, this was considered an incurable disease. Miss Lin was the daughter of the eldest princess, so surely she had been seen to by the imperial physicians, and if they couldn't help her, what good was his year of knowledge from learning with Fei Jie and continual practice? Fei Jie's absence was a troublesome problem. Fan Xian woke up the next morning to find that his father, sister, and Lady Lu had gone out. After eating a light breakfast provided by the servants, he prepared to leave. He wanted to try his luck at the temple to see if he could meet the girl again. Just as he was about to leave, Fan Xizha ran towards him and grabbed his sleeves, proceeding to drag him into the study. Fan Xizha handed Fan Xian some papers, doing so in seriousness. Fan Xian glanced at him curiously and noticed that his brother's eyes were bloodshot. It looked like he had pulled an all-nighter. "Aren't you worried about being scolded by Auntie for staying up all night?" he asked Fan Xizha. Fan Xizha chortled. "I learned from you how to keep things secret." Fan Xian laughed and thumbed through the pages. It was a proposal that Fan Xian had worked all night on. Although Fan Xian was not a successful merchant, he went by the saying that even if you haven't had pork before, you must have seen pigs run. Although the business atmosphere of this world could not be compared to his previous world, he had already had his fair share of experience in this special type of business, so he was somewhat confident. His brows slowly formed a frown. "It's not a bad idea, but I'm not familiar with the capital, so you have to decide yourself if the location is suitable. There is one problem: even though I am the only source for this book, how can you ensure that other booksellers will not pirate it after it's been published?" he asked. Fan Xizha spoke excitedly. "The mansion has been pretty quiet recently, so there's not much for the servants to do. I could let them wander the streets, and if they come across any pirating bookstores, they can simply trash their store." Fan Xian was dumbfounded. Was his only resort destroying stores? This was far from the high expectations he had for him. Fan Xian shook his head bitterly. "Don't underestimate the booksellers, they make a lot of profit. Who knows if they have a powerful background? What's there to be scared of? The story belongs to us, so what makes them think they can pirate?" Fan Xizha argued. "There's no law to protect books from being reprinted. And anyways, it's not as if these books have been approved by the 8th Bureau. If you take this to court, you'll just end up losing money out of your own pocket," Fan Xian reminded him. Fan Xizha chuckled. "That's nothing to worry about. If we were to open a bookstore, all we need to do is get father to send a letter to the 8th Bureau and things will straighten out naturally." Fan Xian realized that he was right. Although his father looked like an average man, his connection to the Overwatch Council were deeper than what an outsider would think, but he once again changed his mind. Even if you could take away the ban, you can't just eliminate competition by trashing their stores. It's like slapping them in the face. Chasing those middle-aged women off the streets of the capital and prohibiting their stores is a foul method. Even if you earn money, there will be retaliation, and nobody wins. Fan Xian retorted. "So what?" Fan Xizha rolled his eyes. He felt like his older brother was like a woman. "If you feel like our reputation is at stake, then we can simply set rules to follow. If the other bookstores continue to pirate the book, we can let the court handle them." Fan Xian howled in laughter. "Rules? You think the government would treat the law like child's play and change it just because we are publishing a book?" Fan Xizha shook his head. "How can we change the law? We will take a shortcut instead. Changing the garrison regulations is simple. The crazy old lady from the Yizhong family is quite close to Princess Ruojia. We just asked our sister to ask Jing Palace to give word to Yi Mansion, and it's sorted." Fan Xian was interested. "The garrison regulations of the capital have to do with the selling of books too?" he asked. Fan Xizha stopped to think about the question. "I think there are a couple rules about civilian businesses that we can put to good use." Fan Xian was utterly impressed at the boy in front of him, who had promising potential to be a corrupt merchant who plucked ideas out of thin air, like making deals with government officials and having his own personal gang trashing his competition. However, expectation always looked better than reality. "Have you calculated the profit yet? There are 10 chapters per book. with each book sold for 8 silver taels, and there are 68 chapters in total. The population of the capital is 640,000, so let's say we sell a book for every 1,000 people, that's more than 600 copies sold. Careful calculation reveals that it would be a total earning of 35,840 silver taels. Fan Sijia relished in all he explained, as he had long prepared these calculations beforehand and knew them off by heart. The rent on Ludong Road is a little expensive when added to the production cost. We can leave Wan Tang to handle the publication, as it would take some weight off our shoulders. Wan Tang? Fan Xian questioned curiously. It's the most famous private publishing company in the capital. Fan Sijia smiled dubiously. It's a big family business, but there's no powerful figure behind them. If they tried betraying us, we could just steal their business. The only thing we'll have to worry about is making even more money. Fan Xian was so appalled he was ready to cough up blood. My calculations show that we can at least earn a couple thousand taels, and if other bookstores end up closing, our numbers will only go up. Fan Xian sighed and said, "You're too positive. To be a successful merchant, you have to be prepared for many possibilities. Take your estimated income, for example. Even though the people of the capital are well off, do you really think they can afford to pay 50-odd silver taels just for a set of books?" Fan Sijia was surprised, looking at Fan Xian like an alien before saying, "You really have no idea how well your story is doing on the market?" Fan Xian's eyes widened. He knew that Dream of the Red Chamber was popular in his world during the Qianlong era and remembered seeing on the news that a limited handwritten version was sold for over 100 silver grains. How could they sell it at such an expensive price if they were printing in mass? Fan Sijia sighed and said, "These days, I've heard that Miss Fuching from the Fuching family was left in a state after reading the book. She could not eat or drink, and she stares into the air. Mistress Fuching burned the books in frustrations, which made Miss Fuching cry in agony, 'Why did you burn my treasure?' She has not quite recovered from it. The capital is a city full of government officials, and how many rich girls do you think have nothing to do all day? Selling hundreds and thousands of books is far from a problem." Fan Xian was flabbergasted. He was unsure whether or not he should bring desserts to pay Miss Fuching a visit in order to comfort her. Chapter 62, Early Summer. Chapter 62, Early Summer. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Fan Sijia then said arrogantly, "This is only a meager amount of money. After that last batch, you should write another 70 or 80 books, except this time you must plan carefully and make a limited edition. Afterwards, you could auction it off to the highest bidder at your own pace. Whoever wants to see the ending, to see whether or not Miss Duo got married to Second Master Bao, they must immediately offer up their silver." Fan Xian twisted Fan Sijia's ear hard and scolded him. "Like hell Miss Duo and Second Master Bao are getting married. You've never even read a book, and now you're talking about selling them?" Fan Sijia complained. "The one you sold yesterday in the streets, I asked Ruoro for it after we got back. It's just that, after reading a few words, the book wasn't very exciting, so I fell asleep. This little master fan, who only cared for money, really couldn't figure out why all the women in the capital were captivated by something as boring as that book. Fine, I won't argue over this anymore." Fan Xian said helplessly. "These kinds of things are complicated. You're still a little kid. You still have to get into school and get an education. You don't have time for this. Better wait a few years." "A few years? What about striking while the iron's hot?" Fan Sijia yelled out in surprise. "What are you going to do about it? You're still a son of the Fan household. If you really want to cast away your background to start a business, could you hide it from Lady Lu and father? They would skin you alive, so you'd better watch out." Fan Sijia expressed his pain. "I know, which is why I've decided to borrow a shopkeeper from Qingyu Hall to man the front while I hide behind the scenes." Fan Xian was very surprised. Other than being unruly and arrogant, this young boy standing before him had such talent in doing business. He just thought up the role of a manager, and with the surgeon mood, casually dropped the name of Qingyu Hall. Seeing the child's determination, Fan Xian sighed. He took out his savings from the past few years, along with the money his younger sister had offered out of respect, and handed it over to Fan Xizha. Fan Xian instructed Fan Xizha to go slow and discuss with those freeloaders first. After all, their continuing to leech off the Fan household was simply improper. Fan Xizha burst out grinning as he counted the money and discovered his brother had quite a lot. Adding to the amount he had saved up, the initial funding should be more or less covered. Fan Xian didn't say anything else, but he told Fan Xizha to take caution. Building a relationship with the higher-ups while pressing down on the commoners at the bottom will only work if you flaunt your dad's name, so you'll be better off being more generous to others. Where did that come from? Fan Xizha then said maliciously, bribes come naturally. If you ever get a high-ranking position, they'll eventually pay it all back. Fan Xian almost split his sides in laughter, so he hurriedly opened the door and left. He always thought silver coins had a distinct aroma, and today he learned how pungent the stench of copper coins could be. At full moon, the sun burned intensely. The trees on both sides of the road hung their limp branches, unable to provide soothing shelter for the poor travelers. Fan Xian was on the roadside with a bowl of plum juice, taking small sips. He knew drinking too fast would not quench his thirst, not to mention that it would give him an upset stomach. The chirping of the cicadas greatly annoyed him. What month is this? Spring hasn't passed yet, and summer is trying to squeeze in. The temple of Qing in the distance appeared extra dignified under the sunlight, which seemed to have dried off some of the temple's original elegance. With its round tiles glistening, the temple painted a very holy scene. The temple of Qing was receiving more people than it was the day before. From time to time, people would go in to offer their prayers. Fan Xian was curious, why was the place so desolate when he went yesterday? Of course, there was no way he would know that when the valued guest was on a half-day break, both sides of the road were made off limits. And the reason Fan Xian could still walk up to the gate and have a bout with that skilled opponent was all because of someone's secret plan. Wu Zhu truly indulged him, letting him drink and do whatever he wanted. Even a minor thing like visiting the temple resulted in Wu Zhu knocking out so many guards. Fan Xian had no idea what a mess he had caused on the previous day as he sat on a bench sipping plum juice. He crossed his legs and waited for that girl. There was a room close to the temple. Sunlight couldn't get in, making the inside slightly cooler. Gong Dian sat on a chair while adjusting his breathing, enabling him to enter an optimal state. He was on guard duty the night before, but this morning he did not return to the manor. Instead, he came to the temple, because the more he thought about Fan Xian's appearance at the temple, the stranger it seemed. The lackeys of his subordinates were all knocked out at around the same time by someone with the skills of a grandmaster. Could that be connected to the youth entering the temple? Somehow, Gong Dian knew that the youth would show up again that day. Perhaps that skilled grandmaster would also come. That was the intuition of someone who had obtained significant skill. While not necessarily infallible, it was worth betting on. But that damned eunuch Hong wouldn't believe him and kept on single-mindedly investigating the guards. Because of that, Gong Dian had come alone. He sat quietly in the room, staring through a narrow crack below, his cold eyes on the entrance of the temple. Outside, Fan Xian finally had enough of getting roasted under the sun. He finished the rest of his drink in one go, undid 2 buttons on his shirt, and walked towards the temple. Fan Xian's footsteps were getting closer. Gong Dian appeared to have heard something. He frowned slightly. Under the sun, the stone slabs felt hot under Fan Xian's feet. He seemed to despise this feeling, and took a step back. He then buttoned up his shirt and turned around, smiling. He returned to the stand selling plum juice and asked for another bowl. As he drank slowly, he casually wandered away from the temple until he reached the waiting carriage. Letting out a sigh of relief, he yelled, "Back to the manor, quickly!" Tang Zijing gave Fan Xian an intrigued look, having discovered that the young master was completely expressionless. Gong Dian was still staring with an icy expression. As he heard the footsteps getting further and further away, his eyes flashed. He was about to stand up when he felt a chill wind behind him. His neck was cold. It was late spring. The weather was sweltering, and yet Gong Dian had just broken out in a cold sweat. His hands were flat over his knees. His fingernails were neatly trimmed. His blade, which had a simple design, but was sharp without equal, lay about 10 meters away. He dared not draw his blade, however, because he could feel the person behind him was stronger and faster than him. Chapter 63, Simple Reasons. Chapter 63, Simple Reasons. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the capital, Gong Dian was widely regarded as one of the strongest fighters. Throughout his life, he had experienced countless life-or-death scenarios. Never had he imagined he would encounter an opponent of such a caliber here, next to the temple, in the heavily guarded capital. While the aura of the figure behind him was not particularly powerful, it did blend in seamlessly with the surroundings. Up until this moment of Gong Dian's life, he had only seen his own master accomplish this feat. He and the commander of defense studied under the same master, who was none other than Yi Luyan of the 4 great grandmasters. Gong Dian couldn't comprehend the fact that someone the level of a grandmaster would disregard their identity and appear behind his back like an assassin. The room was silent for a long time. Gong Dian's left pinky twitched slightly. He knew he couldn't keep the thing frozen as they were. A cold light shone through his eyes. Without any warning, he released his Jinshi. As if having turned into a gray dragon, he kicked back with his left foot and hooked with his right hand. With a clear clang, his blade sliced through the air, turning into a fearless slash aiming at whoever it was behind him. With a grunt, his blade hit empty air. The mysterious Grandmaster was nowhere to be found. He had been too forceful with his inner energy. After putting all his might into that slash, there was no way for Gong Dian to immediately return to a calm state. It was as if his chest got struck by lightning. With streams of heat rushing to his head, he began bleeding from both of his nostrils. Staring at the empty room, there was no fear in Gong Dian's eyes, only a hint of confusion. The opponent had clearly demonstrated the ability to easily kill him, so why did they leave at the last moment? Suddenly, he remembered the youth from yesterday as well as the boy's methods similar to his own. Gong Dian guessed that, whoever this grandmaster was, perhaps they had some connection with his master, and therefore spared him. After a brief period of rest, he came out of the hiding room with a somewhat dejected expression, ready to return to the mansion. Why didn't Wu Zhu kill Gong Dian? It wasn't because of Wu Zhu's relationship with Gong Dian's master, obviously. It was a fact that Wu Zhu was a beast who would go after even Yi Luyan. The real reason was simple. Yesterday, Gong Dian made Fan Xian cough up blood, so today, Wu Zhu had come to return the favor. It was still early when Fan Xian returned to the mansion. Fan Xizha was still in the study room tinkering with his supposedly lucrative business. Ruoruo was off visiting some other household. In the whole courtyard, there were only maidservants paying their respects. Even though some of those maidservants were quite pretty, Fan Xian was currently in a bad mood. And what's more, it wasn't the right place, so he wasn't in a joking mood. Drinking tea with a frown, he thought, who was that at the temple today? What were they doing by themselves? Let me guess. That girl in white had a family member waiting for her? As he thought of this possibility, his chest began to heat up. But then he remembered Wu Zhu's warning and immediately cooled down. If he were to think in the same vein, Wu Zhu would not care about the flirty stuff. He would not give a warning unless it was something serious. Changing into a lighter shirt and tightening the sash at his waist, Fan Xian walked into his father's study room. To his surprise, Count Sinan was there. The bureau wasn't that busy today. Fan Jian had his son sit down, saying quietly, "You've been in the capital for a few days already, you shouldn't spend all your time messing around outside." About what happened at the restaurant, I heard. Conflicts like those, avoid them as much as you can in the future. Don't be like your failure of a younger brother. Fan Xian could only give a forced smile. He didn't want to explain too much. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "Father, when could I go see that Miss Lin?" As if shocked by the youth suggesting something like this, Fan Jian laughed. "After your marriage, you get to see her every day. Why the rush now?" Fan Xian returned a cheeky grin. "That's after marriage, though. Not knowing what the bride looks like up until we get to the bridal chamber? I don't want that." He thought about it a bit and laughed. "Look at my younger sister, that Yilinger, and Princess Ruojia. They are often outside. What's the big deal? Young men and women, seeing each other one time isn't too much to ask, of course." Fan Jian explained with a smile. "But you must know that Miss Lin's background is rather special. Although her family name is Lin, she doesn't have too many connections with the prime ministers. Growing up in the royal palace, she was adopted by His Majesty the Emperor. The Emperor wanted to save face and also wanted the eldest princess see her daughter all the time. While Miss Lin is a princess, she is different from that Ruojia girl." Fan Jian's voice was somewhat held back. Even if there are only a few people in this world who knew she is the daughter of eldest princess, knew she is the daughter of Master Lin, but no one dares to say it, neither would anyone dare admit it. Living in the palace for so many years, not many people got to see her. She didn't move out until earlier this year, and this was because of the marriage and her bad health. Fan Xian sighed. "It was precisely because I heard she has bad health that I wanted to go see her. Maybe I could help out with something." Fan Jian knotted his brows. "You only spent a year and a half with Fei Jia, and now you're claiming to know more than the royal doctors? Young man, you must learn to be more modest." Fan Xian half-heartedly replied with a yes, but was still unsatisfied. "But still, you have to let me see what she looks like, right? You are not marrying her for her, but for the things she represents." Fan Jian looked at Fan Xian coldly. "You must throw away all those impractical thoughts, and smash any stale feelings you have to pieces." Fan Xian frowned, mildly in disgust. "I feel like what you just said was stale in its own right." Fan Jian was slightly angry. "Excuse me?" Fan Xian grinned and took on a respectful attitude. "As I've said before, I'm not easy to keep in check. Don't you want to take back everything that was yours?" Fan Jian calmed down, as if he just thought of something. Fan Xian blanked out for a moment in surprise, then said in a serious tone, "In truth, I learned a lot while in Danzhou. I believe I am able to obtain things worthy of my abilities. If it's to take back mother's property, of course I will not object. But it all depends on my desire. If I want to, I would do it. If I don't want to, I wouldn't do it. It's that simple." Chapter 64, Poetry. Chapter 64, Poetry. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. Count Sinan sighed. He knew that this young man was just like his mother, neither was easily persuaded by anyone. A pitying look rose in his eyes. "This marriage was not the Fan family's idea," he said softly, "and it wasn't the Prime Minister's idea either. There are so many different matters involved. It's complicated. If you want to see that girl, you think of a way to do it. I'm not getting involved." Fan Xian bowed. "As long as you'll allow me to see her," he replied, "I'll find a way, father." When he recalled what he'd heard before, he felt doubt clouding his mind. If the Prime Minister doesn't agree to the marriage, then what? Count Sinan laughed coldly. "As I said, there is a lot of power behind this. It's beyond his control to object. Don't forget, Miss Lin can't really return to the Lin family. Her status is as the adopted daughter of His Majesty, a princess of the palace." In the late April weather, Fan Xian felt as if someone had tipped a huge bucket of ice water over him, soaking him from head to toe. He shivered. Finally, he understood, because his own marriage involved the emperor's decision over who was to manage a vast estate. It truly was not as easy as it seemed on the surface. The real decision-makers behind the scenes were a small group of people hidden deep within the palace. But he didn't know whether it was the Empress Dowager or the Emperor. "Why is the Prime Minister opposed?" he asked, frowning. Count Sinan took a sip of tea and furrowed his brow. It seemed the tea that day was rather bitter. He rubbed his tongue against his teeth, trying to get rid of the astringent taste. "Did I not say before?" he said unclearly. Fan Xian smiled slightly, pointing out his father's misstep. "Last time, you said that the Prime Minister thought that the Emperor suspected that there might be something behind this marriage. But actually, if the palace agreed to this marriage, what is he still worried about?" Count Sinan was quiet for a while. Then it came to him, and he smiled as he placed his teacup on the table. "Fine, I shall tell you the truth. The fact is that the eldest princess does not want to marry off her daughter to you." Fan Xian stared blankly. What was going on? Neither father nor mother wanted to marry off their daughter, so what were they doing taking advantage of this mess? He might as well wash his hands of the whole thing and go off to find that girl in white from the noble family. Although this was what he thought, he knew it was best not to say it aloud. Considering that his father had managed to persuade the powers that be in the palace, it was clear that in the process, the Fan family had used a lot of its hidden strength. "So why does the eldest princess object?" he asked. "Miss Lin and myself were born under similar circumstances. We're both illegitimate offspring, so why are they acting so high and mighty?" he thought. It is rather strange. His Majesty dotes on her, even more than on his own flesh and blood daughter. I once brought it up without thinking after we had been drinking. If she were to be married, the eldest princess would have to give her power to her husband, the emperor's son-in-law, so as not to cause trouble with the imperial bloodline. Count Sinan gently stroked his 4-inch beard, seemingly content. Fan Xian spread out his hands and sighed. "So that's how it is. It seems like the eldest princess loves power. I don't know why she never married the Prime Minister. Surely she'd be happier raising children and grandchildren with him." Count Sinan smiled. To put it simply, it wouldn't do them any good. If the eldest princess had married Lin Ruofu, he would have become a member of the nobility, and he would have no way to fulfill his aspirations. He would never have the power he has over the bureaucracy today if he had. Fan Xian frowned. He remembered that the son-in-law of the emperor would not be allowed to be both a bureaucrat and a member of the royal family. They could only take a noble title and nothing more. If you were to marry Miss Lin, even though her title of princess is simply honorary and you would not be considered part of the royal family, there might be issues with your career as an official. Count Sinan saw Fan Xian's frown and thought that he was worried, so he thought it was best to explain this. Fan Xian stood up and smiled. "We'll see. Also, to take next year's imperial exams, you'll have to start studying soon." Did he really still have to take the imperial exams, competing with all the others? He smiled bitterly and said nothing. After that, Count Sinan told him that the monthly poetry competition at Crown Prince Jing's estate was coming up soon, and that he had best prepare for it. When Fan Xian heard this, he wasn't filled with the same fear as being told to write an essay, but when he considered that he might have to fake some more poems like he'd done with the old saltcellar, his head began to ache. Count Sinan looked at him and smiled. "I know you are a talented poet. In some situations, it is not right to hide your talent too much. Though there are people in the palace assisting your marriage, if you are able to garner a reputation in the capital's literary scene, perhaps the eldest princess will warm up to the idea of marrying her daughter off to you." Fan Xian laughed bitterly in response. It seemed the old man had secretly read the letters he had sent his little sister. The fact that he had written "Dream of the Red Chamber" was also something he couldn't hide from him. He couldn't help but feel some admiration for the old man's shrewd nature in keeping it secret until now. There were no Sundays in the realm. Even if you worked, you would not be punished by the gods. For the same reason, there were no Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, or Fridays. In short, there was no clear division between working days and rest days. Shops were open every day, government ministries were open every day, and it was said that even the emperor refused to take a day off. But when it came to many sons of the great houses of the capital, every day was a day of leisure. 16 years after the Great War, the kingdom of Northern Wei had been divided and weakened beyond repair. The western barbarians fled far away, their horses eating grass in the mountains. The emperor had ordered the prince to take 100,000 soldiers westward to expand the border. This was also little more than sport. The kingdom of Qing was strong in military affairs, but after the emperor had won his battles, they became fonder of reciting poetry. As it was fashionable among the upper classes, it became even more fashionable among the lower classes. Other sons of noble families had no jobs for the most part. Neither did they have the qualifications to lead troops. They prepared for the imperial examinations, and so they amused themselves in an elegant manner, keeping themselves separate from the lower classes. They read books and discussed them, and read and wrote poetry. And so the capital was a place where it was fashionable to duel with poetry rather than with weapons. Chapter 65, The Prince's Mansion. Chapter 65, The Prince's Mansion. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The poetry contest at Crown Prince Jing's mansion and the Crown Prince's poetry competition were two of the hottest social events in the capital. They were held monthly, come rain or shine. Countless poor scholars and starving poets tried their hardest to get in, hoping to set the world ablaze with a single line of poetry and find a way of getting ahead in life. The Crown Prince was well renowned as a wordsmith, and although Crown Prince Jing was the little brother of the emperor, he was determined to be a rich and idle prince, and so he had little in the way of influence. In contrast, those who had clear goals naturally flocked to the side of the Crown Prince. If one could gain the praise of Crown Prince Jing, it was a good way to build a reputation. So at each competition, many guests would gather at the prince's mansion, not far from Shishing Gate. Some came carried in on palanquins, some sat atop carriages, and some walked, but the butler at the gate treated all with equal favor, and after checking their name cards, he would respectfully let them enter. Fan Xian sat on a palanquin with an unsightly look on his face, alternating between green and deathly pale. From time to time he would cover his mouth, trying to suppress the urge to vomit. He had chosen the palanquin because it felt appropriate for such a grand literary occasion, and had invited his sister to attend with him. He had spent his whole life by the sea in Danzhou, and the swaying of boats had never made him feel seasick, but this palanquin was making him feel quite queasy. Feeling uneasy, he drew open the curtain on the palanquin. "How much further?" he asked Tang Zijing meekly. Tang Zijing stifled a smile. "Just past the next crossing," he replied. Fan Xian grunted in acknowledgement and sat back. His fingers were splayed forth like orchids, and he placed his thumbs and ring fingers together, allowing the jinqi to slowly release, rinsing out his internal organs and slightly relieving his nausea, but in the end he couldn't stop feeling dizzy.